Chapter 1. Mastering Direct Sales as an Author. Hi. We're Monica Leonelle and Russell Nohelty, longtime independently published authors who also help other authors learn marketing, Monica's specialty, and sales, Russell's specialty. We've both been doing direct sales for over a decade, and talking about it publicly in publishing since 2017, 2018, and co-writing books about it since 2021. We knew the topic of direct sales was coming into the forefront in the industry, and we wanted to tie many of our other books in the Book Sales Supercharged series together under one umbrella. Along the way in plotting this book, we realized that it's actually the magnum opus of our careers. We have always both known and believed, through two really different paths, that direct sales is the path to creative freedom. Because it's our joint doctoral thesis on our creative careers, we didn't want to leave anything on the table. If we knew something about direct sales that can help authors, it was going in the book. Direct sales is one foundation for authorship. We believe that direct sales is more than any one platform or any one modality. It's a network of platforms and strategies that form a foundation for your author business. When you try to define direct sales across any one axis, you lessen its impact. We didn't want to do that. We wanted to show you the full scope of what is possible with direct sales, which ended up being a lot of words. The book became so long that we actually split it into two books. When we looked at what we've already written and what we have planned, we realized this really is the definitive guide to direct sales for authors. Direct sales can work really well for people who write in off genres that publishing gurus tell them won't work because there's not a big enough market for them. People just starting their career who don't want to spend 20 books getting it right before they start making a profit. People who write one book a year and want to build up a back catalog before going to Amazon or other retailers at all. People who want to increase their direct sales, especially on special edition print books, merchandise, and book boxes. People who want to up their revenue per customer from the regular price of an ebook, $3.99 minus $5.99, to a higher amount. For example, on Kickstarter, we regularly get an average $25 to $40 per backer. People who want to build an excited fan base and the email list to go with it, so they can bring their fans deeper into their world in the future. Direct sales could give a way for people to produce books that would not work on retailers for all sorts of reasons, and yet, novelists haven't yet built a knowledge base on direct sales. We wrote this book to change all of that, so authors have more freedom and more options to get their writing careers off the ground. The other foundation of authorship. What if you have a thriving business on Amazon, direct sales, Google Play, Kobo, Barnes & Noble, Ingram Spark, or wherever else? What if your books already sell well at retailers? Can you use direct sales? Direct sales is a phenomenal tool to add to your income streams if you already have a huge fan base on retailers. We've seen independent authors hit 6 to 7 figures on their direct sales website stores, campaigns, and subscriptions, and we know that this is an untapped resource for so many in the publishing community. And while some people suggest that authors ignore retailers and focus primarily on direct sales, we strongly believe that retailers and direct sales work well, if not best, in tandem. We need retailers to help us find more casual readers. We need direct sales to build better relationships with our readers and allow them to give us more money beyond the book. If you have a solid foundation on retailers, direct sales is largely additive. It helps you nurture fans and superfans, gives you a deeper connection to your audience, and also makes it easy to increase the lifetime value of your customers, LTV. We address this topic many times throughout both volumes. Like every other platform, direct sales is even better for popular authors and books. You can build either foundation first. What if you don't have a huge foundation at retailers? What if you haven't sold a ton of books? Can direct sales work for authors who aren't established yet? As it turns out, direct sales can be a way to establish yourself as an author too. You can serialize your first book as you write it on a subscriptions platform like Patreon, Ream, or Substack. You can launch your first book on a crowdfunding platform like Kickstarter. You can hand sell your print books at conventions, farmers markets, and other live events and signings. We will cover these and more throughout the 2 volumes. A few more reassurances about direct sales. You can keep launching and selling on retailers. We strongly believe that direct sales is not a switch from retailers, but additive to retailers. You can do direct sales in parallel with your retailer work, as they reach different audiences. You can also do direct sales as a way to early access your work for your most ardent fans. Finally, you can do direct sales to better monetize your backlist. You don't have to get hardcore about it. Our methods don't require you to invest in the latest and greatest software or get extra about optimization. We believe that you can outperform expectations with good sales and marketing understanding, even if you have zero budget or low tech skills. You don't need a storefront. We still believe that one of the best places to learn about direct sales and all its important concepts, upsells, downsells, cross-sells, post-purchase, repeat purchase, and more, is on Kickstarter. We can direct you to no-risk, high-reward platforms and teach you how to write good landing and offer pages, like this one. You can then take your learnings and move them to your own website or subscription afterward. Direct Sales Mastery Volume 1 versus Volume 2. As we noted already, we've split this book into 2 awesome volumes. This is because the book we originally created is 750+ pages. We've divided this book into 2 substantial chunks that range from 350 to 450 pages. Because conceptually the content truly is just one very long book, we do not recommend reading the 2 books as standalones because you may miss important information by getting only one book or the other. This is designed to give you the full vision and overview of direct sales for authors and is truly meant to be one book. With that said, let us explain what is in each book. Direct Sales Mastery for Authors Volume 1. This volume makes the case for starting direct sales, explains the publishing trends leading to so many direct sales avenues opening up, and explains our personal philosophy on direct sales for publishing and how it may differ from other approaches in the industry. We also dive deep into our signature archetypal framework called Author Ecosystems. There are 5 archetypes total: desert, grassland, tundra, forest, and aquatic, and each matches up with specific sales and marketing patterns across 6 key areas. Trends: how each type approaches trends in the marketplace and uses trends to their advantage in their marketing efforts. Fandom: how each type approaches building both a readership and a fandom. Data: how each type approaches using data versus using a more intuitive or creative approach. Optimization: how each type attempts to optimize their writing, publishing schedule, and marketing and sales efforts. Short-term versus long-term thinking: how each type approaches sales over time and whether they are looking for quick wins or to build a sustainable business. Stages of audience: how each type approaches the sales funnel plus flywheel diagram and who they are organically good at attracting. We go through all 5 archetypes in detail to help you identify your most likely type, as well as your most likely career stage. We show you what your archetype should be focused on right now from a sales and marketing perspective, since you likely don't have infinite time, resources, or attention, and can't implement all of direct sales at once. We also show you what strategies and approaches might work for you across many different popular publishing platforms in the direct sales space. Table of Contents for Volume 1. Chapter 1: Mastering Direct Sales as an Author. Chapter 2: Publishing is Changing, Why? Chapter 3: Our Direct Sales Philosophy. Chapter 4: The Differences in Our Approach to Direct Sales. Chapter 5: What is Direct Sales? Chapter 6: Direct Sales for Every Ecosystem. Chapter 7: Direct Sales for Deserts. Chapter 8: Direct Sales for Grasslands. Chapter 9: Direct Sales for Tundras. Chapter 10: Direct Sales for Forests. Chapter 11: Direct Sales for Aquatics. Direct Sales Mastery for Authors Volume 2. This volume dives deep into the Story Urge messaging framework, which helps authors create strong marketing messaging that actually helps them sell a book. This goes far beyond a blurb or some ad copy, though it can be used to make those pieces better too. The book then shows you how to apply the Story Urge messaging framework across all 5 areas of direct sales. Website landing pages, website storefronts, crowdfunding launches, subscriptions and memberships, Live events and signings. There are three major pieces of the story urge messaging framework. Excitement. Why people should be excited about your project. This can include telling them about the tropes, characters, relationships, settings, special features, special offers, and more. Objections. Why people are holding back from your project. This includes general objections to your genre or niche, but can also include specific objections to you or your books. With direct sales, it is particularly important to include objections to the platform, method of sale, or business model, as readers may not be as familiar with it as they are at retailers. For example, we always advise our students to talk to their readers about why Kickstarter is not begging for money or similar to GoFundMe. Psychological triggers, why people buy. Russell and I have extensive experience in marketing and sales and have collected these over the years. We have shared our secrets to creating exciting offers and messaging in one chapter of Get Your Book Selling on Kickstarter, Chapter 6, but we are greatly expanding on that in the second volume of Direct Sales Mastery for authors to help answer all the awesome questions we've gotten on this topic in the last few years. Our psychological triggers section offers nearly 50 different buttons to push to bring people into your work across 6 categories. The X factors. These help you position yourself or your characters in a leadership position or several steps ahead of your readers. Connection deepeners. These help you position yourself or your characters as a peer to your readers, making you or your characters relatable and sympathetic. The button pushers. These encourage action at a subconscious level. Pleasure and pain inducers. These evoke visceral and resonant emotion in your readers. Core wounders and healers. These take the audience on a transformational journey with you for memoir, with themselves for nonfiction, or with your characters for fiction. Emotional fantasies and nightmares. These allow the audience to explore a different life in safety. We teach how to use these triggers in the book itself, yes, even for fiction, in the offer you are trying to sell, and in the marketing messaging you use to sell the offer. When all of this is in alignment, sales happen more easily. Table of Contents for Volume 2. Chapter 12 Direct Sales Process Overview. Chapter 13 Designing and Making Offers. Chapter 14 Messaging for Marketing and Sales. Chapter 15 Marketing and Sales Funnels. Chapter 16 Product Funnels Across Your Catalog. Chapter 17 Crowdfunding Through Launch Models. Chapter 18 Crowdfunding Through Subscription and Membership Models. Chapter 19 Website Sales Through Landing Pages. Chapter 20 Website Sales Through a Web Store. Chapter 21 Live Events and Signings. Chapter 22 Advertising. What makes these books different? Our new 2-volume book, Direct Sales Mastery for Authors, focuses on the sales and marketing principles that authors need to succeed across all types of direct sales. Direct sales is not just Shopify, nor is it just selling from a website store. Direct sales is selling from any place that is not a retailer. Direct sales for authors specifically means that you own a much larger portion of the sales funnel than you do on retailers. That includes the abandoned cart and follow-up sequences. All of your customer data, including contact information and buyer data. The distribution, pricing, and product mix across your catalog. The ability to cross-sell, upsell post-purchase, and engage current customers in repeat purchases. This happens across all non-retailer avenues, including crowdfunding, subscriptions, website landing pages and storefronts, and live events and signings. When you understand these foundational principles and how they apply to multiple distribution channels, you are in a vastly stronger position to stabilize your business for the long term. Most direct sales experts are specialized to one direct sales avenue, which is great when you need to focus on one specific area or platform. We have mastery across multiple avenues and a depth of knowledge across all of direct sales from our combined 20+ years of marketing and selling direct. We understand the overwhelm of all the things authors could be doing. We've created these books to simplify and parse together the patterns and foundations that are true across all direct sales, so that when you dive deep into one avenue or one platform, you are starting at 75% understanding rather than from scratch. We also understand that different personalities succeed at direct sales in different and equally valid ways. We have spent years understanding and accounting for this in our teaching methods, and we've helped authors across each of the 5 ecosystems level up their direct sales game. We have so much experience in direct sales that we are able to codify 2 special frameworks that you can't get from anyone but us. Author Ecosystems Archetypal Framework. Story Urge Messaging Framework. These frameworks are unique to our work and have helped hundreds of authors better understand how to apply direct sales to their businesses. Both are covered in depth in these volumes, though we still have more to give on them in future campaigns, books, and courses too. Who is Russell? My name is Russell P. Nohelty, and I have been independently publishing since 2014 after several years of being mismanaged by small press publishers. I have launched 25+ successful publishing direct sales, raising over $500,000 plus on the platform for comics, anthologies, and novels, and have traveled the country for many years selling my books during conventions. During that time, I have built a thriving mailing list and authorship community. You can find more of my work at www.russellnohelty.com. theauthorstack.com. Who is Monica? My name is Monica Leonelle, and I have been independently publishing since 2009. I write young adult fantasy under Solo Storm and romance under other pen names, with about 40 books total in my catalog, 25 of which are fiction. My urban fantasy novella, The Last Daughter, hit the USA Today bestseller list in 2017, as part of a boxed set. I've also written over 30 nonfiction books about writing, editing, publishing, marketing, and business. You can learn more about my work at theworldneedsyourpassion.com. We love talking about direct sales. Co-writing nonfiction books always brings up questions around how you communicate and speak to the reader. Do we do the I Russell and I Monica to indicate who's who? Do we go with I, as if we are one person writing to you? We landed on using we most of the time because the truth is that we think the same way about a lot of topics around the publishing world. However, for this particular book, Russell and Monica each wrote some parts, and there may be chapters where we use I anyway. We have different writing voices, so hopefully you can tell from the context who is speaking to you. To be clear, we are 2 separate people with 2 completely separate businesses, as well as a joint business called Writer MBA. Russell has one foot in the comic book industry, and the other in fiction, while Monica has several fiction and nonfiction pen names across a diverse set of genres niches. We also both write books, host podcasts, and offer courses to independent authors, and are considered thought leaders in the publishing space. Despite building 2 very different businesses, we are like-minded on many topics, including book launches. We've also been friends for several years, so we've had the chance to talk about all this stuff. We're pretty much always nodding our heads in agreement when the other is speaking. In the end, when we say we, it means that at least one of us advises this, but probably both of us. Putting our experiences together, we have personal experience with a ton of the opportunities authors have for book marketing and sales, which we'll share more about as the book goes on. Getting things wrong sometimes. This book and Book Sales Supercharged, the series of books that it's attached to, covers an ambitious spread of topics in intense detail. We consider ourselves well-versed in the publishing industry through sheer experience. Between the 2 of us, we have over 60 titles across fiction, nonfiction, and comics. Successful audiobooks and translations. Titles in multiple genres and niches. Tons of experience selling both ebook and print. Tons of experience with crowdfunding. A solid understanding of Kindle Unlimited versus Wide, from experience. Strong internet marketing skills. Still, there is plenty that we don't or can't know. We have done everything humanly possible to get these books right, but there may still be gaps in our knowledge or places where we misstate something. This is where you come in. Please feel free to reach out to us with corrections if we've gotten something wrong within these pages or in subsequent books. We want to make these books the best resource they can be, so we won't be offended. You can email us at support@writermba.com. We'll be sure to incorporate those updates into the next version of the book. where you can find even more information about direct sales. If you want to follow industry news as it's happening, make sure you join our Substack newsletters. Each newsletter offers regular articles, with about half posted for free and the other half paid. By becoming a free subscriber, you'll receive great news and analysis about what is happening at various retailers and in the publishing community in general. By becoming a paid subscriber, you'll get all the content plus access to the full archives, where you will find several articles on each retailer. The biggest benefit to joining is that our newsletters are an extension of our books. By supporting our newsletters, you are supporting our ongoing work in publishing. Our Substack newsletters are: The World Needs Your Passion. This is a place where Monica can offer news, analysis, and opinion on happenings in the publishing industry. For authors who are going aggressively wide in subscriptions and memberships, this publication takes a deep dive into everything about serialization, fiction apps, and subscriptions and memberships. The World Needs Your Passion.substack.com. The Author Stack. This is where Russell talks about publishing, direct sales, and how to merge commerce and craft without losing your mind or soul in the process. TheAuthorStack.com. Author Ecosystems. For authors who are trying to get to the next level in their publishing business, it would help to know exactly what kind of author you are. Are you a nimble desert, an expansive grassland, a rolling tundra, an interconnected forest, or a dynamic aquatic? Dig deep into the new methodology developed by USA Today best-selling authors Monica Leonelle and Russell Nohelty, creators of the Kickstarter Accelerator, Go Wide, Grow Wide, Book Sales Supercharged, and more. AuthorEcosystems.substack.com. Our community to support direct sales authors. My Book Sales Supercharged series co-author Russell Nohelty and I also have a Circle community and a Facebook community. Circle is a fantastic, decentralized platform that has similar functionality to Facebook without many of the downsides. Please join us to ask questions and continue the conversation from this book. We share lots of awesome stuff related to this book series there. go.writermba.com. Facebook.com/group/writermba. Additional resources. If you want to stay up to date with Russell's latest writing, there is no better place than his online magazine, The Author Stack. He talks about the intersection of craft and commerce, how to build a sustainable business without selling your soul in the process, and how to thrive in a writer in a capitalist dystopia, but in a fun way. TheAuthorStack.com. Read Monica's blog. I've been blogging professionally since 2006, and in the last several years have begun to collect all my work in one spot, under one brand called The World Needs Your Passion. This is the one place on the internet where I am not on brand or niche focused toward a goal. I bring my whole self to this blog, write about whatever I want, and share everything from my greatest lessons learned to best my business advice, to my love of Lego, tarot, Taylor Swift, and more. It's also a place where I keep the footer fully updated with all my links to everywhere you can find me on the internet. Read this resource. TheWorldNeedsYourPassion.com. Learn about Russell's books. If you want to find out about Russell's fiction or nonfiction, get recommendations for his vendors, or generally want to see what he's done, you can find everything here. RussellNohelty.com. Subscribe to Monica's YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is The World Needs Your Passion, and I teach people how to find, pursue, nurture, reignite, and even make money from their passions. I also teach people about entrepreneurship, creativity, business, writing, art, and more. You can watch my channel. YouTube.com/TheWorldNeedsYourPassion. Subscribe to Monica's podcast. I post new 20-minute episodes about publishing going wide, serialized fiction, industry trends, and so much more on my podcast feed. TheProductiveNovelist.buzzsprout.com. Follow Monica on Medium. I post regular articles about the publishing industry, if you prefer to read about new developments. MonicaLenell.medium.com. Check out the rest of the series. The Book Sales Supercharged series focuses on each retailer, format, and platform, diving deep into everything you need to know to succeed in that particular space. You can find all the information about the series, Plus, grab the entire set of books in a bundle directly from my website at a significant discount to purchasing each individually at retailers. Shop.theworldneedsyourpassion.com. Take our Author Ecosystems quiz. The Author Ecosystems quiz will give you more self-knowledge and help you identify what type of publishing business model is going to work best for you. Are you a nimble desert, an expansive grassland, a rolling tundra, an interconnected forest, or a dynamic aquatic? Dig deep into the new methodology developed by USA Today best-selling authors Monica Leonelle and Russell Nohelty, creators of the Kickstarter Accelerator, Go Wide, Grow Wide, Book Sales Supercharged, and more. https://authorecosystem.com/ https://authorEcosystems.substack.com/ Takeaways. Throughout the book, I'll offer takeaways and task checklists at the end of every chapter. I'll also post takeaways as they come within each section to help you solidify some of the material, which can get dense and specific in places. Takeaways cover the big ideas, while the task checklist contains to-dos and action items that will move the needle forward for you on this platform. The takeaways for this chapter are: this book aims to help you better market and sell your books directly to readers. Over the course of 22+ chapters, we break down all the ins and outs of this platform in incredible detail found nowhere else. You'll know more about direct sales than 99% of authors, traditionally or independently published. The books are just a starting point to understanding direct sales. Books are inherently static objects, and the publishing world is changing rapidly, faster and faster every year. Please follow our newsletters and social media content to stay up to date on newest developments in direct sales. Task checklist. Subscribe to the Substacks. Join our community. Follow us on social media channels and our podcasts. Grab the books as a bundle and at a steep discount from Monica's website. Keep on reading. Chapter 2. Publishing is changing. Why? I don't think anyone in the industry would disagree that publishing is changing right now. Competition on retailers is increasing. Production costs are increasing. Pay-to-play and advertising spend is increasing. Generative AI is changing how books and all creative works are produced. Publishing is currently following natural business model trajectories that can be predicted from other similar industries like music, film, television, blogging, podcasting, and more. We live in an attention engagement economy where attention and engagement are more valuable than most other things. Attention and engagement drive spending, which is directly related to money in our bank accounts. And as all these factors reach a fever pitch, attention and engagement fracture. But there is hope. Years ago, the best place on the planet for authors was Kindle Unlimited. As a new author, you could get your name out there, readers could read at no risk, and you could find an audience quickly. As a veteran author, you could quickly monetize your back catalog, feed hungry whale readers, and rake in the author bonus dough. More recently, neither of those things are as true. But there is still plenty of opportunity in publishing. You just have to stop playing the only game any of us have been taught to play, and start playing a new one that you can stack in your favor to win. What is that game? Going where there's no low competition. Increasing sales price in line with increased production costs. Building a deeper funnel that can withstand advertising increases. Becoming more human and doing things that only humans can do. Many will not like us saying this, but the KDP Select program is broken for the majority of authors in the industry right now, even if it once worked really well for them and paid all their bills or even made them millionaires. We were at a conference last year filled with the kinds of authors that KU has always worked for, and when asked how many of them were considering going wide, at least 80% raised their hand. We would be surprised if 5% would have raised their hands even a couple years ago. And the crazy thing is, none of it is failing because of anything they did wrong, but rather because the nature of KDP Select is built on rank and competition. Aside from a small group of blockbuster books, most books are going to be up sometimes and down most of the time. And the ups are getting fewer and further between, plus more expensive. When you throw in decreasing page read rates, massive changes to how categories work that have cut many authors' royalties by 50% or more, the KU subscription increasing for readers while somehow paying authors less per page, okay. Random account shutdowns for no reason. It's pretty easy to see that KU gets less and less favorable to authors with every passing year. Meanwhile, people are making up that lost revenue on wide platforms and direct sales avenues like Kickstarter, subscriptions, Patreon, Ream, and website stores. All of these hold infinite opportunity that KU simply doesn't anymore. Bottom line, the future of publishing is pretty much everywhere but Amazon right now. It's so obvious, don't you think? That's not to say to get off of Amazon, because it is still a critical platform to have your books on. But it is to say get on to wide and direct sales. More and more authors are wising up to this shift in the industry, as both wide retailers and direct sales grows. But the challenge is that most of what works at Amazon simply doesn't work on these other platforms. Other retailers have very different algorithms that require different marketing. Direct sales is reader-focused and personalized in a way that demands more humanity and creativity from authors than ever before. Retailer sales focuses on discoverability, but direct sales focuses on building superfans, a completely different skill set. What works on these platforms where all the opportunities are is often the opposite of what works on Amazon, which means that most authors need to build some new skill sets in this department. Catalog sales versus direct sales. Let's talk a bit more about catalog sales versus direct sales as defined below. Catalog sales: you participate on a platform that owns the customers, sales funnels, product funnels, and more. Direct sales: you own the customers, sales funnels, product funnels, and more. Understanding catalog sales versus direct sales is going to be key in understanding how to market your books differently, based on where you are trying to sell them. In working with authors on direct sales through Kickstarter, at live events and signings, and through their websites, one key finding I noticed is that there's a huge gap between how authors think about sales on retailers, catalog sales, and how authors need to think about sales when they start to sell direct to their readers, direct sales. Let's dive deeper into these two opposing concepts. Number 1. Catalog sales. When you are preparing your product for catalog sales, you are trying to get your product to fit the aesthetic of the catalog. You have to make your catalog page, your product page, look like all the other pages in the catalog. The catalog itself curates the information on each page so that the catalog can look cohesive, uniform, and branded. The great thing about being a part of the catalog is that the catalog brings a lot of buyers to you. They handle huge chunks of the sales process, like helping you build your product page, fulfillment, customer support. If they're good, they also handle huge chunks of the marketing process, like finding new leads, algorithmic visibility to their current audience, email outreach and follow-ups, cart abandonment, and more. But the challenging thing about being a part of the catalog is you must follow their rules and regulations. You can only upload certain products in a certain way, and those may not be your most profitable or easiest to sell products you don't usually even know. On book retailers, there are so many products that we as independent authors still can't even list through regular publishing programs like Kindle Direct Publishing, BN Press, and several others. A few that stand out to me. Book bundles, ebook. You can't offer 5 different ebook files as one sale on any of the platforms. The closest thing is that there is a buy all button on Amazon's series page or creating an omnibus as a single book listing. Book bundles, print. You can't offer several print-on-demand books in a bundle, much less in a box set like traditional publishers do. Book bundles, multiple formats. You can't offer the ebook, print book, and audiobook as one. There are other wild ideas that you can only sell direct to, like autographed copies, personalized copies, character names, Tuckerization. Finally, in order to make any real money and scale through advertising, most authors agree that you must have read through from book number 1 to the rest of your series. You specifically have to count on each retailer's mechanisms for getting readers through the individual pieces of your bundle of books. This varies from retailer to retailer and is getting better, but many retailers will still happily sell someone else's book to your readership if it converts better. This makes it impossible for all hardworking authors to do well on retailers. It's a natural competitive environment, and at times, winners take all environment. As you can see, there are benefits and downsides to retailers, which is why your business will be stronger if you counterbalance that with. Number 2, direct sales. When you are preparing your product for direct sales, you have a blank slate and the possibilities are endless. The greatest things about direct sales are: you can sell anything you want. You can sell low-content journals and planners, not usually allowed on retailers. Sell the same book with different titles or branding. Sell your friends' books in bundles with yours. Sell book boxes and other merchandised bundles. Sell your time and energy. Sell something you're going to deliver on later. Sell your Substack subscription, and so much more. If readers have been asking you for something that you can't set up as print on demand, direct sales is the way to go. You can price any way you want. You can charge 37 cents, offer free downloads, price bundles at $89.99, charge extra for personalization, offer buy one, get one or free gift with purchase, give away free shipping on $50 or more, set up pay what you want. The possibilities are truly endless. What fun things can you offer that your readers might be interested in? You can set any policies you want. You set the policies around returns, refunds, and so much more. So if there is something you want to do that is legal and ethical but that isn't allowed on other platforms, your website store is a great place to house it. You can build any product, sales, and marketing funnels you want. You have the data to do sophisticated things, like send a follow-up email to push your 10-book bundle to anyone who downloads your free first-in series. You have the ability to offer a small upgrade to the ebook and audiobook editions when someone puts the print edition in their shopping cart. You can drive your marketing traffic and actually figure out what converts to sales for you, so you aren't wasting money. All of this is incredible and easily powered by technology solutions that are already available. But the challenging thing about direct sales is that you are in charge. You have to be strategic about setting up these product funnels and marketing sales funnels. You have to be willing to connect the dots and take the reader down the buyer journey you have crafted for them. You have to pull and study your data regularly so you can refine your automated systems. You have to do the work that retailers normally do for you. And that's where most authors struggle to make their website work and scale. Because this process requires more complex marketing, sales, and product efforts than most authors are doing to get retailer sales. That means that your email marketing, social media pushes, and more that work for retailers are not likely to work well for direct sales. The solution to this is mapping out your product funnels and sales funnels. This will give you a task list of marketing materials you need to put into place to succeed with direct sales in a bigger way than tacking it on to your current retailer marketing efforts. We all agree that readers go on a journey to find us, purchase from us, read us, and become fans of us. For the last decade, plus I've taught the reader journey as the 10 stages of audience. When I was writing the Book Sales Supercharged series and going through various platforms, including wide retailers like Amazon, Apple Books, Kobo, Google Play Books, and Barnes & Noble, and going through direct sales platforms like Kickstarter, Patreon, websites, and live events and signings, I started to see an emerging pattern. You see, retailers were exceptionally good at converting readers through the first 5 to 6 stages. But they are not amazing at converting readers through the last 4 stages, which creates true and loyal fans as well as evangelists for our books and brand. Hey, we can't excel at everything. That's why we see authors climb to the top of the algorithms on retailers, then plummet in ranks and lose a large chunk of their readership on the way down. It's scary stuff and can happen to any of us. In contrast, direct sales has the opposite problem. It's usually terrible for discoverability. While you can build cold audiences, a portion of those audiences will still gravitate toward a retailer when they can. But it's great for building true fans and evangelists for your brand and books, and the platforms themselves are designed to do this very thing. To me, these two graphics demonstrate exactly why wide plus direct sales is so important right now, and can really solidify how strong and lasting your publishing business is. We go over these concepts in later chapters and lay it all out to make this concept easy to understand. Casual readers versus true fans. In general, casual readers are mostly found on retailers. And obviously, casual readers are critical to every author business. After all, we sell products with small price tags on them. That means we need a ton of sales to make a living at this, month after month. The downside to casual readers is that they often don't join an email list or follow on social media, so our main relationship with them is through the retailer itself. That means if the retailer decides to mess with that relationship, bye-bye casual readers. We all need true fans too. In general, true fans are mostly found on direct sales platforms. We see our readers engaging on crowdfunding platforms like Kickstarter, Ream, Substack, and Patreon, coming to see us in person at events and signings, and buying regularly from us through our website stores. True fans are valuable because you don't need that many of them. They spend significantly more money than a casual reader from a retailer, and they become repeat customers, keeping your business flush across the seasons. You also have their data, or can easily collect their data, and can contact them directly to let them know about new opportunities. Russell calls this money on demand. I strongly believe that author businesses need both. If we are just on direct sales channels, it can really be hard to find enough readers to keep our businesses running. The build to profitability can be slower than we want. If we are just on retailer channels, we have so little control over the relationship, and it can start to feel like a hamster wheel in which algorithms are controlling our spin speed. The churn can be exhausting and demoralizing. When we are on both, we find lots of readers and we keep more of them as lifelong readers. In my opinion, at least 10% of our total audience should fall into the buckets of fan, true fan, or evangelist. And this rarely happens if we are only on retailers. Do you really need to change everything for direct sales? The question I get most from authors after giving them this spiel is some version of, what if I just want to give my readers another option to buy the books? It's true that if you just want to add a direct sales link to your list of book links where readers can purchase from, you are likely to get some sales from them, especially your fans who want to support you. I think this is a great way to get started with direct sales, and if this is what you have the time and energy for, I would say, yes, definitely, set it up and do that. As I said before, I think it's worth setting up a website store regardless of whether you want to use it to find new readers. There are still benefits to doing so, like listing products that you can't list on retailers, better royalty rates, 35–70% on retailers versus 95% direct, knowing what your readers are buying from you, separating your email list into buyers and non-buyers, and targeting them differently, having the ability to follow up on downloads and sales to get repeat customers for higher-priced offers. Most authors will do a big push to get their store set up and hit this stopping point, which is a great stopping point to get to in your first effort at making this a success. After you are comfortable and have tested all your sales and fulfillment processes, you may be ready to keep going and look at how to scale your website store to find new readers. To me, this is where a website store and direct sales in general becomes even more powerful. I also like that this doesn't rely on the readership you already have and sell to at retailers. Lastly, I like that scaling your website store will actually create a natural overflow into your retailer sales as well. This happens because you are able to get more visibility, and there will always be people who prefer to buy from a known entity like Amazon. The 5 major areas of direct sales for authors. Direct sales as a phrase is getting a lot of buzz in the author community, but one thing that has surprised me, Monica, is how different the viewpoints are on direct sales within the publishing community, starting with the definition. Direct sales simply means selling outside of retailers, directly to consumers, or in this case, direct to readers. In the publishing world, we see direct sales as fitting into 3 major categories: crowdfunding, landing page sales, website store sales. subscriptions and memberships, live events and signings. While each of these categories involve tweaked strategies, the core of the marketing and sales principles that would apply to these direct sales efforts is the same. As you can see, direct sales covers a ton of different areas of expertise. And that's why it's helpful to bring together a ton of experts on various areas of direct sales, and additionally have a few experts who have experience across many areas and can help make connections between them. Moving beyond the easy yes. I, Russell, come from a direct sales background. Even when I worked for Sprint, which has since been bought by T-Mobile, I wasn't responsible for website sales or selling phones on Amazon. I was responsible for calling small businesses directly and selling them on changing their service to Sprint. It was hard work, especially given Sprint's reputation. One thing I noticed when starting to work with Monica was that retailers only go for the easy sale. We call it the 1 in 5 sale. Why? Imagine 5 people sitting in front of you. Out of those people, there is one who will buy from you even if you give them a mud sandwich. Then, there is another one who won't buy from you even if you handed them a bag of gold. Retailers are really great at parsing people who will definitely buy from you or will never buy from you. However, it's terrible at talking to the other 3 people. Do you know what we call somebody in sales if they only convert 1/5 leads? Fired. Because anyone can convert the 1/5 of people. They will literally always buy from you. The difference between a good salesperson and a great one is how many of the other leads they convert. This is where direct sales shines. I have nothing against retailer sales, but when people tell me their book is a failure, they generally mean it's a failure on retailers because it doesn't look or sound like everything else. That's the reason behind why people tell you to make your book look like everything else after all, to sound like everything else, and to highlight the same tropes as everything else is because retailers are looking for the easy sale. They are looking for books that look just like the book that somebody just bought. That is their business. Direct sales is not about that at all. It's about converting the other 3 people. This is why on Kickstarter, I tell people to use a lot more words than on Amazon. You aren't trying to convince somebody that your book is like everything else. You are trying to showcase why it is different. You are trying to highlight what makes it unique. You're telling a story. You might be a terrible marketer, but I guarantee you know how to tell a story. You might not be able to tell somebody is a short pithy sentence why your book is like everything else, but I've never met an author who couldn't tell me why a book was special to them or why it was unique. This is why we consider direct sales to be a huge part of the future of publishing. It's not the only part though. Retailer sales are extremely important to the future of publishing. In fact, direct sales can significantly boost retailer sales. It's just really hard to win on retailers because there are only so many easy sales. However, everyone can win with direct sales because you're going deeper with people. You're trying to persuade the other 3 of 5 who need more information to develop a stronger connection with you. Positive feedback loop versus negative feedback loop on retailers. Do you know why a book takes off or doesn't on retailers? I do. In fact, I, Monica, have studied the big 5 retailers, Amazon, Kobo, Apple Books, Barnes & Noble, and Google Play Books, in such tremendous detail that I've now written somewhere between 1,200 to 1,500 pages about them across 5 books. The reason is the algorithms. And in studying 5 different algorithms in detail, I learned a ton about algorithms in general. Algorithms work in feedback loops. At any given time, every single book on a retailer is either in a positive feedback loop or a negative feedback loop at a retailer. If the book is in a positive feedback loop, that means that it is getting enough sales that the retailer thinks it will predictably get more sales, so it puts it in front of its audience more. You can tell a book is in a positive feedback loop because it either stays at its current rank or increases in rank. If the book is in a negative feedback loop, it is not getting enough sales to justify the visibility the retailer is giving it in the storefront. You can tell a book is in a negative feedback loop because it drops in rank. The challenge with positive feedback loops is that the market is saturated, and it is harder and more expensive to create a positive feedback loop on a retailer than ever before. You sometimes cannot even pay to get into these loops at the highest levels. For example, you can bid high on Amazon ads until you are blue in the face, but your Amazon ads are not going to show if there's a proven book that is bidding high as well, even if you technically have the highest bid. Relevance is built into every algorithm, as algorithms try to balance pay-to-play and customer experience. This means that time, luck, and more money are three factors that can play an oversized role in algorithms. To answer the question, do you know why a book takes off or doesn't on retailers, you really only need to realize that there are too many good books to be at the top all at once. Yes, you need a good book. But you can have a whole catalog of good books and still feel stuck in those negative feedback loops at retailers. Personally, I wanted to stop playing this game completely. And I have, and it's amazing. Russell has stopped playing too. We don't leave our success to luck, and we don't think any author needs to, especially when we can create multiple revenue streams and have a more direct relationship with our readers that is not so algorithmically driven. This actually means that everyone who feels called to this business and industry can actually build a business here. There's room for everyone when we are not all competing for the same visibility on a single retailer. This is not a knock on retailers at all, on the contrary. Expanding into direct sales tends to make our books more successful in general, which makes them more successful on retailers too. There are two advertising strategies, one where you track CPC and one where you focus on brand awareness. The latter is why this works. We've spoken to multiple authors who have poured tons of money into advertising to their direct sales stores, who have confirmed that this was, in fact, the only way they were able to break into higher and higher positive feedback loops and increase their rankings at retailers. The biggest mindset shift independent authors must wrap their heads around. One of the challenges we hear all the time from authors is around KDP's Select's exclusivity program, Kindle Unlimited. The program requires ebooks to be exclusive to Amazon, which means they cannot be sold anywhere else. Most authors do not think direct sales apply to them because they can't sell anywhere but Amazon without breaking the terms of service agreement. We will never be major advocates for entering exclusivity agreements on your work. We believe heavily in going aggressively wide, but we do think there is a lot of opportunity in other formats, specifically in print, even for dedicated authors and books. Most independent authors do not give much attention to print. That's because for the first 10 to 15 years of the self-publishing revolution, most authors made almost all of their revenue from ebooks and audiobooks. It was difficult to get print books into stores and libraries, and print books were not popular sellers outside of that. In recent years, special edition print books have become more popular, as have large print, hardcover, and paperback books. The main method of printing is print on demand, and print-on-demand companies have greatly expanded their offerings so that they are nearly indistinguishable from traditional publishers. Further, independent authors are developing the savvy and the audiences to do full-scale print runs too. Much of our direct sales instruction involves selling print books, so we wanted to offer some thoughts on this miniature publishing revolution. Selling in print as an indie author. Presumably, you are here because you want to learn more about selling your books in print. And at the same time, selling books in print is going to require more from you than selling books in ebook. To implement several of the chapters in this book, you may have to format different versions of your print books. You may have to hire someone, buy a program like Vellum or Atticus, or learn to do it yourself with something like InDesign. Pay upload fees. Ingram Spark charges a fee per upload and per revision, and while you can get around some of those fees through special coupon codes, you will need to be willing to pay for some of these costs to keep your catalog up to date on various distribution platforms. Find artwork. You will need different cover files for each version of your print book, which means you need to buy them from your cover designer or figure out how to do them yourself, with your designer's permission. For custom artwork used in special editions, additional internal artwork, or variant covers, you may need to find and pay multiple artists. Buy ISBNs. If you live in a country like the United States that sells international standard book numbers, you may need to buy a block of 10, 100, or 1,000 to last you several years' publishing journey. Set up a website. You may need to make major changes to your website, especially if you intend to sell from it, or you may want to set up an ancillary store like Shopify, WooCommerce, Payhip, or Wix that can integrate with your website to handle sales. Rent warehouse space. You may decide to store your inventory, books, and merchandise in your home, or you may want to set up a Printful or Fulfillment by Amazon (FBA) account to ship your books and merchandise to for storage and drop shipping. Pre-buy a large shipment of books. You may run a pre-order that requires you to source a larger print run of books, or you may need that inventory to attend a book signing or a table at a show. Pre-buying books means you need insurance, a place to ship, a place to store, and a way to transport your books to readers. Buy table setup items. If you plan to sell your books at events, you may need banners, table toppers, and more to attract potential readers and communicate your brand to them. Table setup fees. Most events have a table fee so you can get in front of their attendees. You pay this upfront and hope to make your money on the book sales at your table. Travel. Most authors only sell books in places that they can travel to by car, so they can bring their inventory and table setup easily. Still, if you choose to do events, you'll need to book hotel and travel arrangements, which must be factored into your costs. Learn to sell in person. Whether you're an extrovert or introvert, selling in person doesn't come easily. It's not a natural skill set that we are born with. If you choose to sell in print, you'll likely have to improve your selling skills because print sales depend more heavily on relationships than ebook sales do. Change your pricing. To sell print books for a profit, you can't sell like a traditional publisher does, where volume, distribution, and publicity is key. You have to sell print books like an entrepreneur, which means for most authors their pricing model on print has to change. Inevitably, their pricing on ebooks might have to change too to get into alignment with their print pricing. Deal with tax implications. When you sell direct through fan-backed websites like Kickstarter and Patreon, your website, or in-person events and signings, you will need to handle taxes that must be collected from each customer. Deal with shipping. International shipping is expensive, and you need to account for that in your sales process. Deal with customer support. If you sell direct to your readers, you will be responsible for all customer service and support requests. Plus, you will have to set return policies and deal with chargebacks when a customer circumvents customer support and requests a refund through their credit card company. All of these additional efforts have costs in terms of time and energy, and many of them require an investment beyond the usual costs of publishing a book, namely editing, artwork, formatting, and advertising or promotion. You may not have the money to do it right now. You may feel overwhelmed with the potential headaches you are creating for yourself. You may question if it is worthwhile at your level or with your catalog. As a result, print books often get tossed to the wayside at the beginning of an author's publishing journey, considered a vanity effort to hold a copy in one's hands, or simply not given attention to at all. We regularly get pushback from authors asking, what writer even wants to do all of those things? We hear from so many authors that they can't be bothered with print. I don't want to hold inventory. I don't want to get into design, graphics, commissioning artwork. I don't want to sell from my website. I don't want to deal with tax implications. I don't want to do special editions. I don't want to get into consumables and printables. I don't want to run Kickstarters. I don't want to go to conventions or other in-person sales events. I don't want to deal with packing and shipping. While fiction businesses are fairly simple right now, selling digital products through third parties and not having to deal with taxes, territories, and so much more is about as easy as it gets, they likely can't and won't remain that way in perpetuity. We have books in many different areas of publishing, from fiction to non-fiction to comics. We've only seen the business models get more complex in nonfiction and comics, and we are seeing those same complexities enter the fiction world as competition increases among independent authors. The good news is that we can use the tools and systems that the nonfiction and comics worlds have built for us already. There is more complexity, but with that comes more opportunity. Having more ways to make money from fiction gives every writer a chance to forge their own path based on their personal skill sets and interests. In other words, we can all win. And in the larger picture, more and more independent fiction authors are joining the six-figure and seven-figure club, where before you could only do it if you were writing in certain genres and getting a ton of visibility on the largest online ebook retailer, Amazon. Still, you will experience a transition in thinking and in your business as you go deeper into getting your book selling in print. You may have resistance to many aspects of focusing on print sales, and that's okay. There are many chapters in this book with many different paths to take. Pay close attention to the paths that sound interesting to explore for you, because that's likely where the gold is for you. You have lots of choices, and your choice matters. That's the beauty of being aggressively wide and adopting the wide mindset. You get to do it on your own terms. Independent authors often see their print sales as a bonus add-on, rather than a main event that's worthy of their attention. But most of us need to take a cue from the nonfiction and comics worlds and get our books selling in print. Why sell print books? Lots of independent authors, especially fiction authors, do very well in ebook and at online retailers. Lots don't, and are looking for an alternative path that's less competitive and more suited to their interests and personality. In either case, you might ask the question, why should I attempt to increase my print book sales? This is an interesting question, especially when you are largely told through author groups that you should focus your efforts on online sales of ebooks through retailers. Here are some reasons that you might want to increase your print book sales. You have a huge catalog and are looking for more places to sell it. You've already written the books, so why not make more money from them? Often authors turn to print when they have a substantial ebook catalog already. You are getting requests from readers, bookstores, and more to create or make available the print versions of your books. You know you have more sales potential out there, but you are not set up to take advantage of it. You are wondering how you can make it easier for people to get your books in the format they want, print. You have an opportunity, like a direct sales opportunity, an invitation to an in-person event, or something else. You would like to sell your books at an event, or give that independent bookstore a few copies of your books to try out, but you don't have them in print format, or they are not set up in the right distribution channels to make them easy to order. You may not be set up to hold even a small amount of inventory, but you would like to be able to say yes next time. Your books are more appropriate for print sales. Your books are highly giftable for a younger audience which doesn't read an ebook, or include complex formatting or images that require strong page layouts. You find it easier to sell your books in person. We know many people who struggle with online sales but find in-person or direct sales easeful and exciting. Everyone has unique personality traits that may make certain avenues like print easier for them to gain traction in. Additionally, some people have a natural network or distribution channel that they can easily plug into. For example, you may be a high school teacher selling young adult fiction, or you may be a regular speaker selling a non-fiction book related to your topic. You want to find readers outside of your exclusivity agreement. If your ebooks are tied up in exclusivity, you may be looking to use other formats like print to grow your readership outside of that exclusivity. We see this most commonly with authors who have their books in Kindle Unlimited but want to grow their readership through print and audiobook. You want to diversify your income. Nothing is stable or foolproof in the publishing industry, so it's really important to be developing multiple income streams at once. After ebook, print is the easiest and most cost-effective format to start building sales and additional income streams with. You want to experiment. You may be happy with your sales or not, but either way you want to try something new with your books. Experiments in publishing are good. Why not spend the next year experimenting with your print catalog to see what positive effects it could have? Why authors don't focus on selling their print books, and why they should. Here are some reasons why authors don't focus on print sales, and the counterargument to help you break through the little voice in your head that is whispering no, despite your interest and curiosity. Number 1, my books don't sell well in ebook at retailers right now. Sometimes people ask us, Do I need to be hitting a certain threshold of ebook sales before investing in print book sales? And while we would never recommend throwing good money after bad covers, bad story, bad editing, bad marketing, all must be fixed before attempting to sell print books, we also don't believe that you need to be doing well in ebook to sell well in print. In fact, Russell has sold far more in direct sales of both print and ebook than he has of those two formats on retailers. So while it can help to have books that are already selling well in ebook and on retailers, you may be able to sell well in print anyway. Keep in mind that retailers are still primarily focused on selling more of the most popular books and the most popular genres. If your book isn't that, it may be more challenging to make online sales, but easier to make print sales directly through your website, Kickstarter, Patreon, or in-person events. Number 2. I'm already doing well selling ebooks at retailers. The other argument we frequently hear is that the author is already doing well at retailers and/or in ebook, so why expand? The answer is that if something is working well in ebook, it will also likely work well in print, so why not exploit that right and get more money for the stories you've already written? Print readers don't necessarily buy ebooks, and vice versa. This is a whole new potential audience you could reach, and print is still a huge chunk of the book industry's overall sales. Further, just because books are doing well in a particular format or at a particular retailer now, doesn't mean they will be doing as well in that format on that retailer in the future. We've seen authors' incomes suddenly drop to 20% of what they were making in years past. This is not an industry where you can rest on your laurels. It's always changing, and there are always new ways to make money. There is always new competition, too. You want to stay ahead and diversify your income as much as possible, so when some avenues are down, other avenues are up. Number 3, I have tried selling print, and it's not a large portion of my income. On the flip side, if something isn't working, it's understandable to not want to invest in it. The only question we ask is, have you tried to make it a substantially larger part of your income? We often see authors who don't put their catalog into print at all, or view it as an afterthought. Don't offer their books in various print formats like hardcover, large print, or special edition. Only make their catalog available through KDP Print or BN Press. Don't put up print pre-orders through IngramSpark and BN Press in advance of their release date. Focus all of their marketing efforts on ebooks. Purposely remove other formats like paperbacks and audiobooks from their ad targets. Don't tell people about their print books at holiday gift-giving times. Don't do any print book promotions to their audience. Don't attempt to get their books into libraries, bookstores, or other places that sell print books. Don't attempt to sell print books direct to their readers through pre-orders, book boxes, Kickstarter, Patreon, their website, or in-person events. And then say, but print isn't a large portion of my income. We are not knocking you or trying to be harsh. We know the independent author business is hard, you are likely overworked, and you don't feel like you have the time, energy, money, or resources to tackle print books right now or in the past. We just want to point out that money often flows where we focus our attention. Is it possible that you haven't given print books your attention, and that's contributing to your sales mostly being in digital, ebook and/or audiobook? Selling print books is going to require just as much effort as selling ebooks does. If you haven't made that level of effort, then your sales history is not going to be a great indicator of what is possible. Number 4, I have tried selling print, and it's unprofitable for me. Some authors don't make much on their print books per book. We've heard of authors who make less than $1 on their print books because of the way they've priced them for print on demand. We've also heard of authors who have lost money by not pricing profitably or not thinking through shipping and handling costs through direct sales. In Chapter 3 we talk much more about pricing, as there are many things to consider: how to price fairly across all retailers, including direct sales avenues, how to price profitably to account for your printing, shipping, and storage costs, and how to align your pricing to your ebooks and the current independent publishing print market. We see so many challenges and mistakes around this. The bottom line, however, is that you need to price your print book higher to account for the hidden costs you'll encounter when selling print, and you'll need to understand how to address that with your readers. We will get into that in the next chapter. Number 5. People in my niche or genre don't buy a lot of print books. Sometimes people try to tell us that readers don't buy print books in their niche or genre. Sometimes they try to tell us that readers don't buy independently published fiction print books at all. We both write across multiple genres and niches, and we haven't found many niches or genres where the contents of this book can't be applied. If the niche exists on a large retailer like Amazon, there is likely an offline market for it as well. Niche and genre will determine the size of the readership, of course, but that is true across any format. As we said earlier, sometimes being in a small niche or genre can make it far easier to target your perfect audience in print, especially through in-person events and your website. Number 6. Selling in print requires more upfront cost. It's true, you will spend more money getting your books into print. It may be money that you don't feel you have, and it's understandable why you then don't want to invest. It may also be that you're not selling well in ebook, so you're not sure what will be different about print. We can't change the realities every author faces of needing to learn marketing and build an audience, but we can offer some ideas for making sure you break even on the additional upfront costs of selling more in print. You can use pre-orders, a Kickstarter campaign, and more to cover the costs of formatting, cover art, and upload fees. You can then use print on demand to build profits in print, which you can eventually take to some of the more advanced efforts we share in this book, like direct and in-person sales. Number 7. Selling in print requires more effort, time, and energy to manage and grow. Every income stream you develop requires more effort, time, and energy to manage and grow. This is true when you create a new pen name or start a new series even. It's true when you list your books on a fiction app or at a new retailer. It's even true when you try to sell more ebooks versus getting page reads. Since developing new income streams is always going to take extra effort, time, and energy, you can plan it out for print. Maybe you dip your toe by first taking your most popular series into print through print on demand for sale at online retailers. Maybe you dip your toe with a single book. You get to choose the pace at which you make the mindset and business transition. Take off a month to drop your whole catalog into a new space at once, or create a multi-year plan to explore growing your print book sales. Number 8. There's greater risk in selling physical products. We don't disagree that selling physical products is riskier than selling digital products. Still, there's a greater stability in selling both physical and digital products rather than only selling one or the other. So yes, when you consider the small decision of selling your print books through the distribution avenues we cover in this book, it will feel risky and uncomfortable. But in the long run, leaving your business digital only is far riskier. We have seen authors have their accounts at various retailers shut down or never approved at all, and watched their businesses lose 75% or more of their profits overnight. We have seen ebook catalogs perform well for 3 years, then suddenly drop to 10 to 20% of their value in the 4th year. We have seen ebooks take off on a particular retailer, then plummet on that same retailer due to shifting trends, algorithmic changes, advertising problems, and more. Building more income streams can help you weather the storms in your author business. Building income streams in print books can actually help you maintain your ability to sell books on some retailers even if an account gets shut down. We'll talk more about this in a later chapter. Number 9. There's greater business complexity in selling physical products. You will have to develop stronger business practices to sell more print books. There is no way around that. Luckily, these efforts are also what help you make more money in general and build a better business too. Consider this a graduation of your business to a new level, and think about how getting stronger business practices into place will help to grow you as a person too. What's the true opportunity with print? Unlike ebooks, print books are not one format. There are multiple formats of print book, and each one can be a different product in your catalog without you having to write more words. Each print book type serves a different purpose to your readers and hits a different audience as their preferred purchase option. The more formats you can offer, the more readers you can find who only read in their preferred format. Once you start working with print retailers and distributors, you'll notice that they give you a lot of options. There are 4 main types of print books that you can create of your novels. Number 1. Trade paperbacks. These are the default books that independent authors will publish, as they sell well online, in independent bookstores, and in the book section at big box retailers in the US. Much of the paperback market in traditional publishing has shifted to trade paperback as well, as mass-market paperback shelf space has shrunk over the last 5 to 10 years. Number 2. Hardcover case laminate. Though this is a fairly unpopular choice in most traditionally published fiction, it is becoming a choice for independently published fiction thanks to Amazon launching well-done case laminate hardcovers through Kindle Direct Publishing. This program is still in private beta at the time of this writing, but should be available to all authors in the near future. The positives are that you can usually adapt your trade paperback files to this style of hardcover easily, compared to hardcovers with a dust jacket. That said, I think many authors will continue to try to look like traditionally published books. Number 3. Hardcover cloth with dust jacket. These books have a separate dust jacket that wraps around the book and usually includes the book description on the front fold and the author picture and biography on the back fold. This style of hardcover is what readers expect in most fiction genres, and it's the hardcover preference among independently published authors, especially those in fantasy genres. The downside to these is that the 2 sources for printing, Ingram Spark and Barnes & Noble, have limited options for the hardcover cloth under the jacket, and some authors don't like the plain blue cloth that has become a signature for the print-on-demand version of these books. Number 4. Mass-market paperbacks. These are smaller books like the ones you see at grocery stores and big box retailers. They have small trim sizes, cheaper pages and printing, no graphics or images, and are designed to be an impulse buy. In the US, you may still see these books in Sam's Club, Walmart, Costco, Target, but there are fewer shelves of them, as this has largely been replaced by a full section of trade paperback books. There's not a reason to create these as an independently published author, because for the most part, we are niche stories for niche buyers. The only interesting thing about mass-market paperbacks is that the bigger traditional publishers are publishing fewer of them, and the distribution happens through a company called ReaderLink. There could be an opportunity to strike a deal for top independently published authors, 10,000 plus sold on a new release, but I don't know of anyone currently who is doing something like this. We do know a few authors who publish exclusively in this small format, possibly because they write pulp-y fiction, or possibly because they want the higher page counts. If you think it makes sense for your stories and readership, give it a shot. It only costs you your time, formatting efforts, and another ISBN to list it everywhere. Starter print book options. Most independent authors start with a trade paperback and then choose one of the hardcover options, depending on their genre and ability to create or commission new art for the hardcover wrap. I've also seen authors create special edition hardcovers in color, as well as alternative art hardcovers, which usually requires getting a case laminate for the book and printing a wrap separately, then assembling the books and either selling them directly or shipping them to a warehouse, like Amazon's FBA, for drop shipping. You can also get your books printed outside of print-on-demand through offset printing, where you'll likely have to front the money for at least 750 copies, but where you will have far more options for printing. Unless you have a specific promotion to sell that many books, I recommend going with print-on-demand over an offset print for most titles in your catalog. Specialty print books. In addition to your main print book options, there are also other special editions and ancillary products that may be worth considering, depending on your catalog. Large print paperback. These are books that are specially formatted with large font, no hyphenation, no justification, and several other specifications that allow people struggling with their eyesight to easily read your book in print. There's a surprisingly large market for books like these, and Amazon even offers a checkbox to specify large print editions in their KDP dashboard. Hardcover Special Edition. These books are nice hardcovers, often with special content inside, possibly with more elaborate formatting or illustrations, and sometimes even with interior color. You have to have a larger audience to sell these and make a profit, but they could be fun just to make for yourself and your greatest fans. I've seen independent authors who run hardcover special editions through Pod at a $50 USD sale price. Workbooks, coloring books, and planners. Ancillary products in the consumable space are exciting because you often don't need a ton of additional text content, and you can sell them at a significantly higher price than trade paperbacks. You can also sell the digital version of your consumable in PDF through Etsy, where printables are big business. Graphic novels. One of the biggest growth areas in traditional publishing is graphic novels. A younger generation has started to consume these, thanks in part to the growth of webcomics and webtoons that are marketed toward the same demographic. Graphic novels are also considered ideal for reluctant readers. Decks with companion guides. Tarot, oracle, and game decks are considered books and can be assigned an ISBN. There aren't a ton of deck print-on-demand companies, but you can order small print runs of 50 decks and package your deck yourself, then send it to a distribution warehouse. There are so many types of decks, from fully illustrated ones to simple ones with compelling quotes on them. As a deck collector who has over 100 decks, I understand the passion for decks on a personal level. People love cards that can be part of their daily routine, and are often willing to pay between $45 to $75 for an independently published deck. All the places you can sell your print book. When it comes to selling your print book, there are 3 paths. Working in print-on-demand with online retailers. This is the easiest way that independent authors can get started with selling print books with no upfront investment and no inventory. Working with a brick-and-mortar retailer, usually through a distributor or several, this requires 2 pieces of marketing, a one-sheet and a marketing sheet. The one-sheet explains who you are and why they should work with you, while the marketing sheet explains your specific title and why they should buy it from you. Selling the books directly to your customers. This is easy if you have a fan base, and is usually done through a direct sales website, a table at an event, a speaking opportunity, or a major promotion like a Kickstarter project. We highly recommend starting with print on demand, and only entering the other 2 options when you are confident that your print book sells. We talk a lot about direct sales in other books, because each avenue is so different from the others. Selling direct on Kickstarter is very different from selling direct from a website, which is very different from selling direct through in-person events. We've created separate books on each of these, specifically Russell's systems and experiences, so you can dive deep into each topic if direct sales is a big priority for you in your author career. Pricing your books. Because we are creating several new products for your catalog, we have to discuss pricing, specifically the mistakes we see independent authors make, and what we think they should do instead. Mistake number 1: matching pricing on traditionally published books. Many authors try to keep their print price low, usually trying to match what they see in the traditional publishing space. One price we see frequently is $8.99 on a 300-plus page book. Doing the math on printing costs and factoring in that a retailer like Amazon takes 40% of the royalty, then deducts the printing costs from the remainder, this typically leaves less than $1 profit on a print book sale. We're not big fans of low-margin items, not just because they offer small profits, but because they are impossible to grow. You can't put ads on a print book that only makes you 94 cents. There's just no leeway in that math. That's why we're of the belief that you cannot price your books like a traditionally published book, which is much cheaper to make because they use offset printing. Just as independent authors have to make pricing decisions on ebooks that are different from traditional publishing, they also have to make pricing decisions on print books, but the difference is that instead of pricing lower, they actually need to price higher. And while some authors do the math to make at least $2 on their print books, we do the math to make closer to $5 to $10 on print books, depending on where we are selling them. Crazy, right? Here's the truth. This is a mindset issue more than it's an issue of people not buying at that price. People love to buy at this price, and would probably be just as happy to buy even higher. Part of being an independent author is being special and different, and undiscovered. You'll be surprised at how many people value that. On Russell's Kickstarters, for example, people pay $25 for a single novel, domestic shipping and handling included. They pay $38 for a graphic novel and $100 for 4 novels plus special thanks. Release all your beliefs about how you should be pricing your print books, because your intuition may guide you to undervaluing what you are offering as an independent author. Mistake number 2: missing the hidden costs of print book sales. I, Monica, used to list my books at $8.99 to $10.99 as well, until my MBA kicked in and reminded me that it made no sense to actively be in a business vertical with zero or negative profit. I now sell my print books at $12.99 for 100 plus pages, $14.99 for 200 plus pages, and $18.99 for 300 plus pages. And guess what? I actually sell about the same or more than I did before. The benefit to pricing higher is that you leave room for retailer discounting. Amazon drops prices on your print books, but still pays you royalties based on the full price. I have this happening right now on one of my paperbacks listed at $14.99. My readers are only paying $12.99 right now, but I'm still earning my usual royalty per book of about $4.50. I can also afford all sorts of additional business expenses, like advertising and returns, which is actually helping me invest more in growing my print sales. On my nonfiction pen names, I'm even in the process of putting out ancillary products like workbooks, planners, proper box sets, and decks, which have higher margins. I'm also moving into large print and hardcovers, even for my nonfiction work. Mistake number 3: pricing with only retailers in mind. Selling direct to your readers is the definitive form of the phrase, bank, not rank. You are selling premium products to a small number of ardent backers. You cannot price your books like most indies do when you sell direct to your readers. If you do, you will get killed. If you are going to price your books at $10 for print, you will lose your shirt. On a direct sales site like Kickstarter, for example, the minimum you should charge for an ebook is $5, for a paperback is $20, and for a hardcover is $35. I charge $25 for paperback and $40 for hardcover. Indies have been undervaluing their books forever. You absolutely cannot do that anymore if you want to grow your print sales profitably. You can't sell a book for $15 with free shipping on Amazon and sell the same book for $25 with free shipping on another platform. You can't sell a book for $15 with free shipping through direct sales without losing your shirt. The math just doesn't work. You want your books to be a nice-looking deal for your backers in comparison to retailers, which means you may have to bump your price on retailers or offer something exclusive, or both. You ideally want to work these numbers and hitting a balanced sweet spot between the two. Mistake number 4: adjusting your prices in all formats on retailers. You can increase your prices on retailers. Most indies are priced too low on print, for example. Some are priced too low on ebook. The disparity between a low-priced ebook and a high-priced print book can also send red flags to readers, but one possible solution is to raise your ebook prices too. Check in with your prices there and see where you can adjust without affecting your retailer sales. Mistake number 5: ignoring exclusivity on various platforms. You are never going to compete with retailers on being able to print and deliver your books faster or cheaper. Selling your print books direct to your readers is not good for faster and cheaper. If someone can get the thing you're offering faster and cheaper on Amazon, they're going to go to Amazon. That's why if you can offer something exclusive through your direct sales, your signature, a bonus sticker, extra content, or even just an early release, it will matter a lot. You can be exclusive through direct sales by offering something that your fans want that is not already on retailers. This can be your print book before you launch it to retailers, a special or new print format of your book, your already released book with new content, bonuses, etc. Bundled in physical non-book products that you don't sell on retailers like merchandise, pins, prints, book boxes. Bundled in digital non-book products that you don't sell on retailers like audio commentary, custom art, bonus stories, digital book boxes, and more. The bottom line is you need to pick several of these things to make your direct sales pricing make sense to readers. The easiest and most obvious thing to do is launch through direct sales a new book or series that isn't on retailers yet. But there are a lot of other things that work. Pick at least 3, but ideally more. You want as many as reasonable for you to do from this list, from the list above, to incorporate into your print book offer that you will sell direct to your readers. Finally, exclusivity has a time limit on it. The longer something is exclusive, the more valuable that exclusivity is. For example, if you launch a book that's exclusive to Kickstarter for several months before it's available at retailers, that's going to convert better than something that's exclusive for a few days. Don't compete with Amazon on the things that you will never win at. Compete on the things that only you can offer as a creator. Amp up the cool factor on your print sales by making your direct sales offer exclusive. Mistake number 6, selling print books direct without adding digital bonuses. You can bolster the value of your print book, and thus the amount you can charge for it, by including lots of digital content that has value or perceived value. A single 300-page novel with shipping included needs to be at the $25 price point to make the math work out profitably for you. But you can include lots of digital bonuses that cost you nothing extra to produce and ship. They are high margin to that $25 bundle to increase the perceived value. This isn't just something we made up, it's a larger business concept, which is that you want to bundle things that have clear and measurable costs, physical products, with things that are extremely high margin, digital products. This isn't specific to direct sales either, it's just business. When you do this, people can anchor the price easily. They understand what a book costs, they understand that you have to print it and ship it, and those have real costs to you, and they can also justify the premium to themselves. They get additional digital value on top of it. The strongest online businesses right now use a mixture of both physical and digital products, which is why there is so much opportunity for indie authors to expand their businesses right now. Mistake number 7, making the logical argument about your pricing to your readers. Yes, you're an indie, and your print books are really special as a result. And in a reader's mind, a hardcover is $20 at Barnes & Noble. You have to do the work to change that perception and that pricing anchor, and explain why yours is double, triple, and beyond. In addition to knowing why you need to price higher, you can also make the logical argument as to why your reader wants to buy it at a higher price using the business principles. If you can say that your print book and all the mostly or completely digital bonuses are worth at least twice what you're charging, and all of that matches up with what you're charging on retailers, or you're adding bonuses that are special and for super fans anyway, like the audio commentary, you're making a better argument to your readers. If you take away anything from this pricing section, it should be this: print books from independent authors are special treasures. Readers already know this, and you can make your work even more special for them to own with fan-driven digital extras, like bonus scenes, graphics, additional stories, poster printables, and more. Additional resources. Grab these books from Backlist. Product Funnels, Create and Prosper. Write books you love and make great money doing it. The Productive Novelist #11. Sales Funnels, Evergreen Book Marketing Strategies. Jumpstart your book sales without launching, scheming, or hacking. The Productive Novelist #9. Print Books, Get your book selling in print. How to sell paperback, large print, and hardcover through retailers, direct sales, and more. Book Sales Supercharged #8. Takeaways. Retailer sales are catalog sales. You have to fit your product to look like the rest of the products in the catalog to succeed. Direct sales is the opposite. You have to stand out and make your case to succeed. Because of these differences, you may need to adjust or relearn some of the book marketing you've picked up over the years. Print books are a big part of direct sales, and the sales opportunities are opening up outside of traditional channels like bookstores and libraries. Task checklist. Make a list of things that you think will be different, or even opposite of what you know about selling on retailers when you start focusing on direct sales. It can sometimes be difficult starting over, but how can you make this fun and easeful? What excites you about adding print sales to your arsenal of formats that you can grow as an independent author? Chapter 3. Our Direct Sales Philosophy. There are hundreds of different philosophies on how to do direct sales, so we wanted to share some of our core values. We share these so that you understand our perspective, and we know there's a ton of other stuff that can work also. Our direct sales values and the larger mission. Like many topics in publishing, direct sales is being taught primarily by people who love optimization, for other people who love optimization. The challenge is that the majority of authors don't love optimization. They don't want to optimize the books they write to serve the most readers. They don't want to write to the center of the market, or to a passing trend. They also don't want to optimize their landing pages, ads, or social media. Even those who love optimization have books that aren't optimized, that then don't sell well under all the other optimizations. Our goals for teaching direct sales are to help people who aren't strong at optimization sell their books anyway. To help people who love optimization sell their books that are not easily sellable through optimization. And we are really good at it. We've been doing this together since we launched Get Your Book Selling on Kickstarter in 2021, and long before that separately. We've changed the careers and lives of authors who had never sold 4 figures worth of books in a year, now selling 4 figures of books in a month. And upwards from there, of course, we work with everyone from the 3-figure author to the 7-figure author. Our direct sales values include messaging over testing. We believe that messaging is cumulative rather than competitive. We don't want to help you find the best messaging. We want to help you bring someone in long enough to hear you out and let you make the case for your books through a series of messages. Profitability over revenue. It's very easy to make a lot of money through direct sales, but harder to make a lot of profit. We believe in building a ton of profit into your efforts by focusing heavily on digital direct sales and reducing ad costs as much as possible. On the fiction side, we can achieve 30 to 50% profitability on an offer, while on the non-fiction side, we can achieve up to 70% profitability. We actively avoid recommending direct sales items we know can have low profit margins, like hoodies and coffee mugs and high-end printed materials, until you've mastered the basics, and we explain when and if it's appropriate to use those items. Maximum sales over quick sales. We believe that it's great to get a sale now, but it's better to capture contact information than nothing. Most people are not instant or one-click direct sales buyers, and it's worth nurturing a larger audience that you can warm up over time. At least 95% of your potential sales are in the pool of readers that you move from cold to warm to hot through having them in your audience for a longer period of time. Process over platform. We can teach you how to do direct sales in a variety of settings. Our Book Sales Supercharged series is 15+ books that basically teaches you this on a per-platform basis. But we believe that our marketing and sales process is the ultimate magic. Every time we start on a new platform, we are 75% plus the way there to understanding how to master it because we understand the underlying sales and marketing principles of how to do things. Retailers and direct sales. We believe the healthiest author businesses will utilize retailers to service mostly casual readers and direct sales to service mostly fans, true fans, and evangelists. Authors need both, and both offer incredible opportunities for authors to grow both readership and revenue. One of our core courses is Go Wide, Grow Wide, because we believe that going wide makes it much easier to go direct. Money on demand. We believe that when you master the underlying direct sales concepts we teach in our books, you can control and balance your incoming money for the year. Once you have a strong backlist of work, if one launch or promotion underperforms, you can quickly pull another offer out that can make up the difference. Or, you can systematically increase your money year over year. Solving the novelist's dilemma. In the books, we talk about how fiction authors struggle to find profitable high-margin upsells and cross-sells beyond offering more books. We've drawn from our work in comics and nonfiction to test dozens of high-margin digital upgrades for novels on Kickstarter, at live events and signings, and through website sales. Beyond our values, we're incredibly enthusiastic about the future of publishing and the many pockets of opportunity that are presenting themselves to authors. Let's dive a little deeper into several of these core values. Prioritizing messaging over optimized testing. We purposely prioritize messaging over testing in what we teach. As I already stated, once you have good messaging, you can use it across your sales product pages, your email sequences, your social media, and your advertising. There are really 3 things that I try to get really clear on for my messaging. Excitement: why people should be excited about your project. This can include telling them about the tropes, characters, relationships, settings, special features, special offers, and more. Objections: why people are holding back from your project. This includes general objections to your genre or niche, but can also include specific objections to you or your books. With direct sales, it is particularly important to include objections to the platform, method of sale, or business model, as readers may not be as familiar with it as they are at retailers. For example, we always advise our students to talk to their readers about why Kickstarter is not begging for money or similar to GoFundMe. Psychological triggers: why people buy. Russell and I have extensive experience in marketing and sales, and have collected these over the years. We have shared our secrets to creating exciting offers and messaging in one chapter of Get Your Book Selling on Kickstarter, Chapter 6. Here are a few additional notes I have about messaging. Messaging can differ between direct sales and retailer sales. While a lot of the messaging you come up with should work across every platform, retailer platforms can be a little trickier only because you have to massage that messaging to fit the standards of the platform. Retailers also focus almost exclusively on what Russell calls the easy yes sales. That's why covers and blurbs are so critical on retailers, because you really aren't given much space to make your case as to why someone might be interested in your book. The retailer format works pretty well for genre books, where the cover clearly explains what to expect in the book, and the blurbs are encoded with important tropes. It may not work quite as well for some genres and subgenres, particularly some in the fantasy, sci-fi, horror, nonfiction, and children middle-grade genres. It also works quite poorly for books that are not written strongly to a large and popular market. That's why many of the authors we work with see more success when going direct than they do on retailers. They have more space and freedom to dive deep into what makes their books special. We are very good at taking books that would be considered supposed duds and failures at retailers and helping them sell, even sell very well, to the point where an author can still earn a full-time living through direct sales. That all happens through messaging. It can also work even better for authors who are selling well at retailers already, if they are willing to set some of their preconceived notions about book marketing aside and listen to us about how to change up their messaging to appeal outside of retailers. They often have medium success copying what they do on retailers, but can reach new readers by working with our messaging framework. Messaging doesn't change as much across direct sales platforms. A lot of the messages you can come up with using our excitement, objections, psychological triggers framework can apply to any direct sales platform. This is because most direct sales platforms give you ample opportunity to make your case for your book. If you look at the reader journey, you'll notice that direct sales relies more heavily on stages 6 to 10 of the process than retailer sales does. In fact, this is one reason that I strongly believe all authors should be building both retailer and direct sales channels. In my deep and extensive research across all these different avenues and platforms, I noticed that retailers excel at moving readers through the first 5 to 6 stages of the framework, stages 1 to 6, while direct sales platforms excel at moving readers through the back 5 to 6 stages of the framework, stages 5 to 10. When you put the two together, you will hopefully have an incredibly happy, healthy, and sustainable author business. You must change up your messaging regularly. Anyone who has ever run ads knows that you have to change up your messaging regularly. Even the best testing message will wear out with an audience eventually, and that's okay and a part of the process. One reason I love our focus on messaging is because it helps authors generate endless angles with which to market their books. This is especially true with the use of psychological triggers. Changing up your message can also help you keep your advertising going and scaling, and even keep your costs down. Prioritizing profitability over revenue. As noted earlier, direct sales gives authors a ton of leeway for what they can do. That said, we are cautious to advise people to do things that we know are not going to give them a good amount of profit. If you've taken our Kickstarter course or read our book Get Your Book Selling on Kickstarter, then you know that we teach authors the double 50 approach to building their tiers. In short, this approach is: create a tier that is double the value of what you are charging. This ensures that the tier is an easy yes for buyers, and also ensures that if you have a tier that no one is backing, you have the data to justify removing it quickly. Usually it's something that no one wants. Ensure that same tier is at least 50% profitable, or put another way, costs you less than 50% of what you are charging to deliver. This ensures that you don't do a ton of work for very little money in your pocket. It also means that even if you make a mistake, you have the money to cover it. With this really simple double 50 approach, we are usually able to get anywhere from 50 to 70% profitability on our campaigns, barring a few types of campaigns where that simply isn't the business model or purpose of them. So when you see one of our campaigns that hits over $40,000, we are keeping a large percentage of that. Further, when students follow our advice, and not all of them do, that's okay. They can safely proceed without losing their shirt, or frankly losing any money at all. We have been around the publishing block for a long time, and do not see the point in doing things to get big numbers when none of those numbers actually end up staying in your bank account. We apply the double 50 approach across all of our direct sales teachings because we work with authors in all different genres and at all different levels of financial success. We make every effort to ensure we are not advising an author who is making a few $100s a month at retailers to do something that is inappropriate for where their company is at. If you are good at doing numbers in your head, you'll know that the double 50 approach is actually pretty restrictive, and it is designed to be that way. It is not because we care if you decide to go a different way, as there are many reasons why you might want to do something that doesn't fit into this approach. It is because we want you to understand the risk you are taking, and we want to show you how to greatly minimize that risk. It would be out of integrity to not do so, especially when working with authors who might be new to this topic or newer to building a publishing business. Here are some things that simply don't fit into the double 50 rule. Number 1, exclusivity at a retailer. While we do work with a lot of KDP Select KU authors, the bottom line is that in order to achieve high profitability on a campaign, you need to stack your campaign with digital products, which are high margin. This is true on any direct sales avenue. You will simply increase your profit margins by keeping more of your digital content non-exclusive. We always encourage KU authors who this affects to find ways around this. For subscriptions, it might be early access. For web stores, it might be selling print or audiobook versions, so that they don't risk their current bread and butter while they are learning and building their direct sales efforts. And a lot of our authors do opt to pull the main series of their Kickstarter while they are running the campaign in order to sell it direct, but it is not required. Not doing so might hamper your campaign, but that's okay if you know ahead of time. The same is not going to work as well for other direct sales avenues, and exclusivity is simply going to leave you with compromises and inability to optimize your direct sales. Those compromises are still workable though. Number 2, merchandising. There are a lot of merchandise items that I simply don't recommend, particularly to less experienced authors in direct sales, and that carries to every aspect of direct sales. Some of those include t-shirts, hoodies, and other clothing options which require correct sizing, and mugs, glasses, and other breakable items which are bulky and more of a pain to ship directly. If you are selling these print on demand, many of the issues and risks can be averted. That said, there's still the issue that these products are low margin. Yes, they will greatly boost your revenue and lifetime value, LTV, of your customers, but you will still keep very little of that money as profit compared to other things that you could be upselling and cross-selling to boost the profitability percentage of your entire direct sales effort. This also leaves you less margin for error if there's a costly mistake. Now, I absolutely love hoodies and own half a dozen just from the Taylor Swift store, plus at least one mug that first came to me broken, so they had to send me a second one, lol. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying don't ever sell these. I am saying know the risks and know that if you are prioritizing profits, merchandising is not going to get you there. People will spend a ton at your store, good, but you will keep very little of it, bad. Number 3. High base costs. We started teaching people Kickstarter because the platform is free to try and all or nothing, so you owe absolutely nothing if you do not hit your initial funding goal. There are several other direct sales avenues that you can get started on for free, including Must subscription and membership platforms. Ream, Patreon, and Substack have no sign-up fees. When it comes to tabling at live events and signings or selling direct from your website, there are more costs, and I am always cautious to help keep authors in the green as they test their sales process through these venues. Selling direct on your website tends to be a smaller upfront cost, though I'm a big fan of using free or less expensive tools when you are getting started. You may also already have tools that you have already purchased for your website, like a theme or a landing page builder, that will make this process easier. Russell uses Gumroad for his storefront, I use WooCommerce, and we use Thrivecart, Teachable, and Square with Elementor, Themify, and OptimizePress landing pages to run our entire Writer MBA business. Some tools have much higher costs, up to 20x higher just to get started with all the bells and whistles you want. And those tools are ill-advised for the many authors who are still building their sales and marketing processes and want to prioritize getting to profitability quickly. To be clear, I have no horse in the race as to what platform anyone uses for direct sales. I also understand that not everyone is focused on getting to profitability quickly. I am simply saying that if you want to get to profitability quickly, which is what I teach, you must keep your base costs, especially ongoing monthly and yearly costs, down, or you must have a solid plan for covering those quickly. For live events and signings, the cost goes up even further with getting your table supplies, printing books and merchandise ahead of time, and sometimes shipping everything to the venue. It can be hard to make a profit at these events. Russell did so very carefully for years and made mid-five figures a year doing so. It is one of the reasons we stress profitability, because for some genres there is far less margin for error and a much smaller audience to make money per project from. There's probably almost nothing that will get a live event or signing to fit into the double 50 approach, but that is okay. Russell was able to achieve a higher profitability with practice, and because he is an incredible sales guy and has managed teams in a previous life. What you need to know is that there are financial risks going into one of these events, and that it is possible to be profitable at or after these events by optimizing. Read Get Your Book Selling at Live Events and Signings to dive deeper into that. There are also other reasons to do these events that make a focus on profitability less of a priority. Those include fun, brand awareness, testing your messaging the fastest, but maybe in the most challenging and potentially brutal way too. Meeting other creators. Meeting fans in person and finding and connecting with superfans. Number 4. High advertising spend when starting out. Advertising unfortunately gets more expensive as you scale. And it is also necessary to scale. A business becomes sustainable when you move past organic reach, plain and simple. Once you start doing significant advertising, you will likely move outside the double 50 approach. You can greatly drop your risk around this by creating a tripwire, also called a pocket offer, a self-liquidating offer, slow, and so many other things across various industries with lower risk digital products, if possible. This is easy to test and refine, and it can be used to help you break even on acquiring customers. Then you can make a profit on upsells and cross-sells. This is an important reason to make sure your upsells and cross-sells are not low margin. Advertising a specific product or group of products. The reason I do most of my direct sales through landing pages is so I can direct readers through very simple decision trees. Instead of them asking, what do I buy, if anything? They ask, should I buy this offer? Even a no usually at least gets them on my email list, and I know how to convert people, paid or free, to things from my email list. By the way, we teach email conversion in both our Kickstarter Accelerator and our Direct Sales Accelerator. Starting smaller and testing messaging through free means first. There are good arguments that testing your message through advertising is the fastest and cheapest way to do it, but I still think you can get 75% of the way there through free means first, which then cuts down on your testing. I focus a lot on building good messaging that I know will sell my book, and then getting that messaging into as many organic formats as possible. My belief is that once you have good messaging, you can use it across your sales product pages, your email sequences, your social media, and your advertising. I put more of this messaging in places with organic reach whenever possible, and focus advertising on hooks that bring people to the free ways of consuming my messaging. This is a have them at hello or content marketing type of advertising strategy, but it works really well for me. Maybe in part because I'm at Grassland. I also have very little fear of building my email list. Even on free readers, I know how to convert them to customers through my messaging. You are going to have to sell your books. If you want to sell more of your products, you must master two things: the thing you are good at and sales. This is a fact. Even though it's critical to a business's success, most people hate the idea of selling their products. They fear people will hate them, find them annoying, and turn away from them. More importantly, they believe selling is gross. This is especially true for Grasslands. That's why this section is written by Russell. I'll hopefully show you how to overcome those mental blocks and see sales as not only an integral part of your success, but also a fun way to build an engaged audience that loves your brand. Keep in mind as you read this that I'm a tundra, so I have an unnaturally high affinity for standing up and seeing, did you know you could buy this? YMMV. Do I have to sell though? Really? No. You absolutely do not have to learn this stuff. However, if you don't occasionally remind people they can buy things from you, then there is almost no chance you will be able to build a critical mass of customers to make a go of it. But maybe you don't really want to make a go of it, and that's cool. Maybe you finish this article and go, yup, I hate every word of that, and I'm never gonna do it. Then at least you can stop beating yourself up about it. The first step to overcoming a problem is recognizing it exists, and fear of sales is a prominent problem for nearly everybody I've ever met. Recognizing the problem and deciding not to do anything about it lifts a huge weight off your shoulders. It is a solution in and of itself. That said, I would contend that the biggest thing holding people back from achieving the level of success they covet isn't their ability to make something cool, it's the ability to find people to buy that cool thing. Usually they can make something cool just fine, but they're petrified about talking about it. They are petrified of people hating them, laughing at them, and shunning them. They've put their heart and soul into making something, and the idea that somebody won't like it paralyzes them. Does that sound like you? If so, then you're in good company, because I've never met somebody who didn't have a little bit of that going on deep down in the bowels of their soul. Even the best salespeople have it. Heck, I have it right now as I'm writing this piece. I worry that you aren't going to like this article, that it won't be filled with enough value for you, and that you'll hate me for it. The thought of it makes me bristle, but I soldier on anyway. See, I was right where you are not long ago. What makes it so much harder is that I know it will turn some people off. At least a dozen of you reading this right now will unsubscribe and write me off forever. I hope that it magnetizes more people than it turns off, and it helps build a deeper bond with those who are already in my orbit. It took a ton of inner work to get there, y'all, and it's still hard every time I hit publish, but it was so much harder before I started the type of work I'll talk about in this section. I used to be horrible at sales. By 30, I failed 3 companies, all because of my own hubris and inability to realize that sales were an integral part of the game. After my 3rd company went under, I didn't have the money to try again, so I had to get a job. At the time, the only job I was qualified to get was in sales, because there are pretty much no qualifications in sales except to sell things. They'll take anybody for a commission-only position, which was where I started. At first, I was as bad at sales as I was at running a company. I bounced around to a lot of sales jobs in those first years until I eventually landed at one that showed me how to sell and why selling was important. It changed everything for me. I went from a terrible salesperson to the best salesperson in the company almost overnight, and rose from salesperson to sales manager to running my own office in just a few months. Then I started my 4th company, Wannabe Press, and this time it didn't fail. In just a couple years, we went from making a few $1,000s to 6 figures a year, and it all started because I overcame my fear of sales and marketing. We're almost 10 years on from it now, and I still make a good living from it to this day. A very smart person once told me that to be successful as a business, you must be good at two things: the thing you do and selling it. Business success is a function of both. The two questions. I have two questions for you. These questions can change your opinion of sales right now. I've seen more light bulbs go off after asking these questions than any single thing I've ever said in my life. Are you ready? Here they are. Do you think you are a good person? I'm not talking about Mother Teresa, Gandhi-level good either. I mean, do you generally feel you do the right thing, given the option? Do you help your friends and family? Do you watch for pedestrians when you drive? Do you generally do good in the world when given the choice? Do you think the things you make can change lives? Again, I'm not talking about earth-shattering changes here. I don't expect your products to light the world on fire and create a global revolution that will bring about an era of global peace. However, do you believe that you can bring even a moment of joy into a person's life with the things you make? Do you think it can help somebody in a moment of darkness or add to a moment of great joy? If you answered yes to both of these questions, then you are under a moral imperative to tell as many people as possible about your products. This is not a choice. If you are a good person and you believe your products can change lives, then you must tell as many people about them as possible, so you can change as many lives as possible. I know that might sound silly or hyperbolic, but it's absolutely the truth. I've seen it happen over and over again. I'm not a famous author, but I have a loyal fan base, built from traveling the world with my books and spreading the message of my work. I can't tell you how many times people have come up to my table and thanked me for writing a book because it helped them in an hour of need. I saw the joy in their face when they talked to me about the book, and the sincere gratitude in their eyes as they spoke. What would have happened if that person hadn't seen my book? What would have happened if I wasn't there for them when they needed me? I don't know for sure, but they wouldn't have had a positive experience with my book, that's for sure. Their life wouldn't have been changed for the better because of me. That would have been horrible for both of us. The truth of the matter is that what you do can change lives. The better you are at marketing and sales, the more lives you can change. And you are obligated to change those lives if you can. That's the trick about sales. Sales isn't about selling, it's about finding people who need your work in the depths of their soul and showing it to them. I call this soul resonance selling, which is about finding people who resonate on the same frequency of weirdness as you, and it's much harder than pain point selling. Imagine a book vibrating with the same frequency as your body, and simply touching it sends a jolt through you. That's what I'm talking about with soul resonance selling. We have to bake that resonance deep into our work so that it calls out to the right people. There are lots of people I don't like, but I listen to them because they are geniuses at solving certain problems. I do not follow any fiction writers, memorists, or creative non-fiction writers that I don't resonate with, because why would I? There are infinite books out there, and I don't need yours, except that I do need to feel seen. And soul resonance selling is about showing people they are seen in a deep and meaningful way. This creates much more loyal fans of your work, but it's also a higher order need. You will get rejected a lot. That last bit should have gotten you motivated to talk to all the people, every single one of them in the entire universe. For about 3 seconds. Then the butterflies in your stomach fluttered and you dropped back down to earth, right? It hit you like a ton of bricks. Because, if you have to talk to everybody, doesn't that mean you're going to get rejected by just about everybody? Doesn't it mean people are going to hate you? Well, I have bad news and good news. The bad news is that yes, you will have to talk to people, a lot of people. The good news is that almost none of them will hate you. Most of them will nothing you. They won't care about you at all. Cheery, right? The creeping dread that most people don't care if you live or die isn't a comfortable one, is it? The good news is that there is even more good news. The good news is that this happens to everybody. Almost nobody cares about even the most famous person you can imagine. Think about Stephen King. There isn't a more famous author than Stephen King. He set the bar for success not only with his books, but also with his movie adaptations, for the past several decades. He sells about 2 million books worldwide every time he releases something, like clockwork. That's a massive number, right? However, there are around 2 billion literate people in the world, which means 1.98 billion people don't buy his books. Some might hate him, but most just nothing him. Stephen King doesn't factor into their lives at all. Or think about The Walking Dead. The smash hit television show racked up about 12 million viewers an episode at the height of its popularity. However, there are over 200 million adults in this country. This means 188 million people just didn't care enough to watch. I know that seems depressing, but the depressing part only exists if you look at who doesn't care about you. The trick is to focus on those that do. Any network would kill to have a show with 12 million viewers. Every author would love 2 million book sales every time they launched a book. Those are phenomenal numbers, but they come with a ton of rejection. If we focus on the rejection, we'll always be disappointed. However, if we focus on those who love our work and spend all our time finding more of them, then the rejection doesn't matter. In fact, the more fans you get, the more rejection you face, and that's a good thing. Because it's not about those people who don't care. It's about the people who do, and every time you find somebody that doesn't care about your work, you are closer to finding one that does. Rejection is a certainty in life, no matter what you do. The real trick is understanding that rejection just gets you closer to acceptance with the right people, and that's what it's about in the end, connection. However, if instead we start thinking about that rejection as simply failing to meet the conditions necessary to convince somebody to buy, it stops being about the money. Now it's about the connection. Now it's about the journey. Now it's about discovery. If somebody loves my work, they will likely buy if they can, but buying isn't the goal. Seeing the value is the goal. Even if they see the value, not everyone can or will buy. Some will though. That's a game I enjoy playing. I love that kind of puzzle. The buy my book constant promotion puzzle is exhausting, but the thought exercise of building the conditions as such so that people see the value is a fun game for me. If you can make that mindset shift, then people who don't buy aren't rejecting you. They simply haven't met the conditions necessary to buy. Even people who buy your other work have conditions to buy your future work. It's incumbent upon us to develop a strategy to meet those conditions. But the money isn't the point. The connection is the point. If we don't make that connection between the buyer and the product, it is a failure of our marketing, not of our work. Who is going to buy your work? Now that I've hopefully gotten you over your fears of rejection, it's time to ask the next logical question. Namely, who is even going to buy your stuff? If you've been doing this for a while with very little success, then there's a good probability that you think that nobody is interested in the stuff that you sell. If you haven't even started yet, then you're probably thinking that nobody will ever want to buy what you are going to make. Does any of that sound familiar? Well, I can tell you definitively that there is a market for what you are trying to sell. How do I know? Because there is a market for everything. For proof, just look at Temu or Alibaba. Most of the stuff on there doesn't make any logical sense, and yet it must sell, because they are advertising it. On top of that, I know a ton of people who make niche stuff and kill it. I know people who make nerdy oven mitts and make good money. I know people who sculpt weird, made-up animals and make good money. I know people who draw sad cartoon superheroes and make good money. Except for maybe that last one, these are all obscure niches. There's no reason somebody should be able to make money on any of them. And yet they do, because there is a market for everything. You just have to find it. I'm going to hit you with a hard truth now. You are not a special snowflake. You are one of 7 billion people on this planet. 7 billion. That's a ton of people, and it ensures that you are not alone in your weirdness. If you like something, there is a good bet that at least 10,000 other people like it too. If 10,000 like something, you can make a business selling things to those people. Kevin Kelly popularized the idea of 1,000 true fans back in 2008 in this blog post on the Technium. In it, he posits that to make a good living, all you need is 1,000 people who are willing to spend $100 per year on your work. 1,000 people is not very many in a world of 7 billion. That's just 0.000000142 of the entire population. If you can do that, you'll end up with $100,000 a year, every year for the rest of your life. Those are not pie-in-the-sky dreams either. It is very reasonable to expect to find 1,000 people in the entirety of the world who will pay you $100 a year, or even 10,000 people willing to pay you $10 a year. This isn't a ridiculously high number, nor is it complicated. It's insanely hard work to find those people, but it's not complicated. It means you must show your work to millions upon millions of people. I'm going to drop a recent passage that illustrates just how many people that is for context. Let's talk about that number for a minute though, because in order to find 2,000 people willing to pay you $50 per year, you need to kiss a lot of frogs, as they say. I talked to a creator recently who related a story from a company he worked with that they gathered 4 million in order to find 100,000 engaged fans and for 1,000 of them to become buyers. They were obviously selling a wildly expensive enterprise product of some type, but even as an extreme example, it's instructive. The fallacy inherent inside the 1,000 true fans parable is that you are going to need to talk to a lot more than 1,000 people to find enough people who resonate with your message to financially back you. Basically, you have to show it to everybody you can, whenever you can. If you do that, you'll whittle down your audience to a few people who are rabid enough to buy everything that you do. And that's the game. Finding those 1,000 people as quickly as possible, and serving them enough awesome stuff that they will pay you to make cool stuff now and far into the distant future. It's absolutely and fundamentally doable. In fact, when you look at it that way, it's almost inevitable, given that you put in the work. What do you think? Can you put in that work? I think you can. Now we just have to figure out how to find them, which is what we'll talk about next. Why are you giving it away? I've given away tens of thousands of books in my career to all sorts of people. I generally believe in giving my best stuff away and letting the universe figure out the rest. Somehow, it always works out in the end, but it only works because I know a secret. The more knowledge I give away, the more trust I build with my audience, and trust is the key to sales. If I give away my best information, people are more likely to buy from me, not less. It's because I'm not trying to sell people. I'm providing value to your life with no expectation of return. I know you have a pain point, and I'm filling it. That builds a lot of trust. I learned this from Grasslands, and this is a super Grassland trick. They are great at attracting new fans by providing value to their lives. This realization turned everything around for me. The only sales I ever saw came from used car salesmen and stockbrokers who would murder their mothers for a sale, and I hated that idea. However, I do like to talk, and that became my biggest strength. I talked to my customers forever, but instead of hard selling them, I would provide value and explain products. I would tell them why they should use our products and when they should go with a competitor. Through that process, I made them comfortable with me because I helped them instead of forcing a product on them. And eventually, they would buy. Well, at least some of them did. Enough for me to make a very good living. I could never tell who would buy, but I figured out that if I talked to enough people, the math worked out in the end. Most of them never bought though. Most of you will never buy anything I sell either, and that's okay. Remember, it takes millions of people to lead to thousands of loyal fans. The truth is that while I would love for you to buy what I make, that doesn't factor into how hard I work on what I give away. I'm trying just as hard to help you succeed, whether you buy from me or not. Will the people who buy my products and services get more value? Of course, they will, but only because those products are much longer than this article, and more focused on driving immediate results. This is the mindset shift that you need to make in your own business if you think selling is gross. The truth is that selling can be gross, but helping people is never gross. Unfortunately, most businesses are sales first. The first thing and last thing they care about are the numbers at the end of the day, no matter the cost. 99.9% of businesses work like this, to their detriment. True rock stars understand that to be great at sales, you must be value first. You must give information freely and openly. You must do it consistently, honestly, and with the same effort whether somebody buys from you or not. If you can do that, you'll no longer feel gross about sales, and you'll start seeing your network rapidly expand. You'll start seeing people want to buy from you, instead of you needing to sell them. I call this the virtuous sales cycle. I wrote about it in How to Become a Successful Author, but here is the relevant bit. Every time I enter a new market, the path for success is pretty much the same. When I start a new venture, there is a little bit higher of a base for me to begin with, but not as much as you would think. This is the general breakdown of my path to success, which I call my virtuous sales cycle. Step 1. People are wary at first. They have been burned many times, and they aren't sure they can trust me. This is when I flood the market with free things, because I want to show that my work is incredible. The more people who try my work, the more will get hooked on it. Step 2. People hesitantly try one of my products, books, comics, courses, etc., for free, and most of them never read them. However, I keep giving them out to more and more people, because a small percentage of those people will like what I have made. Step 3. It takes a long time before somebody dips their toe into my water to see what kind of things I create, usually about 3 to 6 months. Most people simply don't try it. This is a very slow time because you can only push so hard. Mostly you just have to wait, and it's horrible. Step 4. The people who tried and enjoyed my first product buy or try for free a second product of mine. They are still wary they will not enjoy my work. After all, anybody can luck out once. Step 5. Those people try the second product more quickly than the first. This usually takes 2 to 4 weeks, or even less, as many people try the second product immediately. Some of those people don't like the second product, and their fears are confirmed. Others try it and like the second product and realize I'm not a one-trick pony. Step 6. At this point, I have developed fans for life. Once I can get somebody to try and love 2 different products, I have hooked them. They will go and try all my other products and fall in love over and over again. Those fans tell other people and rope them into buying from me. Step 7. Those new people who have been referred to me go through steps 2 to 6 and word starts to spread. My goal is to get as many people as possible through step 6 because that is when the referrals start to trickle in and people start joining my ecosystem and moving through quickly. A referral from a friend is one of the most powerful marketing tools available. Step 8. There is an explosion of revenue every time I launch, as more and more people eagerly await what I have to sell, knowing I'm not going to disappoint them. This is the critical mass I am trying to build with every new venture, and I release products rapidly at the beginning so I can build this head of steam. Once I have built this steam, I can ease off the gas a little bit, knowing my fans will be waiting for me. Giving away things can work, but I have sold all kinds of things to people in all sorts of consumer service industries: phones, courses, comic books, novels, marketing services, and more. In every case, these steps have been the cycle for my success. It takes forever, which is where advertising helps bring in new people, but the results have been the same across every industry. The key is making something great that delights people, and then showing it to more and more people to get them excited about what I do. Once the referrals start rolling in, everything starts to snowball, and then it's time to put gas on the fire and find even more people. This is my virtuous sales cycle of success. Just because you give away information freely doesn't mean you don't do it strategically, though. You must have a plan to move people from readers to buyers. That's what we'll talk about next. How does providing value work? Now that we've made the shift from a sales-first to a value-first mentality, providing value builds trust between you and your audience, and trust leads people to buy from you. While this value is critical to success, it's important not to provide it haphazardly. It is essential to provide information for free, but we need to be strategic about the information we provide, to make sure we are pointing people to where they can build a deeper connection with us for a price. This is called the value ladder. The value ladder is a way to structure your business so that people can build a deeper relationship with you and obtain ever more impactful help with their problem for increasingly higher and higher price points. For instance, people value individual help more than group coaching, and group coaching more than a recorded course more than a book, and a book more than a blog post. At each of those stages, people are getting more and more value, and in return you can charge a bigger premium for each of these services you provide. The first step on the value ladder is free content, delivered consistently, and without the expectation of somebody buying from you. This content can be delivered in the form of a weekly blog, a podcast, or a video, on any one of 100 platforms. I talked about that in this post, but here is the important bit. In general, you will likely choose one of the following as your main medium for delivering content. Blog posts, articles. If you're on Substack or Medium, you're probably used to writing written articles or blog posts. These are the original currency of the internet. Personally, it is what I use for my main content delivery. While we have a podcast and produce video content, it is sporadic compared to our written content. Videos. The internet seems to have moved to a video-first medium, and with it, left me behind because I do not do well on video. This includes vlogs, educational videos, interviews, or even animated content. Video engages audiences and often receives high interaction rates. Podcasts, audio content. My favorite medium, though one I simply don't have much time or energy for, is podcasting, specifically the interview podcast. I recorded 200 episodes of my previous podcast, and it built so many amazing connections. This format allows authors to explore topics through discussions, interviews, or storytelling. It's a great way to reach audiences who prefer audio content. That's not to say you can't create in all three formats, but one will be the one you build from the most and use as the main driver of your growth. The biggest thing you can get from a main format is consistency. I know I will write articles every week because I have done it since 2008. The other formats have come and gone, but writing has stayed consistent, which means I can consistently deliver it. This can be used for nonfiction authors, but a fiction author can create a web serial, an audio drama, a web series, or any number of free offers to bring people into your universe. This content should help your audience, but also relate to products that you offer in your business. The idea of free content is that people say, wow, if this is what they're giving away for free, what must their paid content be like? This will lead to somebody opting into your email list. Usually, you will need to offer something like a free book or another piece of exclusive content to get people onto your mailing list, but if you have a banger publication, often they will opt in because they don't want to miss anything you post. Once they are on your list, the next step on your value ladder is called the tripwire offer. This is an offer that doesn't cost very much, but turns somebody from a consumer of your work into a buyer of your work. The tripwire offer is possibly the most important of all your offers. Once somebody is a buyer of your products, it's 10x easier to sell them your next product. Getting somebody to buy the first time is the hardest part, which is why we offer heavy discounts and trials to get people in the door. The next rung on your value ladder should be more expensive and give even more value, and should continue the same way with every subsequent rung. That is the secret to the value ladder and free content in general. It's not about just making the content free. It's about delivering value to somebody who has a need, helping them, and offering a way to get even more help by developing a deeper relationship with you. This isn't about telling people to buy your products, though. It's about helping them and giving them the epiphany they need your work in their life. People buy when they have an epiphany. The epiphany. You can't force a customer to buy your products. You can inform them, enlighten them, and instruct them about what they need, but at some point, the choice is up to the customer. They must be the ones to take their money and exchange it for your products. They only do that once they have the epiphany that they need your offer. What is an epiphany? You know when you're watching a cartoon and somebody is trying to find a solution to a problem. They think hard for a few moments, then a light bulb goes off over his head, and they suddenly know exactly what to do. That is them having an epiphany. Our goal is to create an environment where the right customers have an epiphany that they need our products as soon as possible. One way we do this is by using psychological buying triggers. These buying triggers are subtle ways to get customers to have the epiphany that you are right for them. There are dozens of buying triggers, but I've boiled them down to the 6 most important that you need to know to get started. Reciprocity. When you give something to somebody, they are more likely to want to give something back to you. This is one of the main drivers behind providing free, valuable content to people. Authority. When somebody is an expert in their space, you are more likely to buy from them. It's very hard to become an expert, and if you can show expertise in a subject, people will trust you more and will spend money with you. Consistency. The more often you show up, and the longer you show up, the more people will trust you. The simple act of being around somebody improves your opinion of that person. Commitment. Whenever somebody engages with your brand, be it through opening emails, liking photos, or even finding you at live events, they are recommitting their interest in your brand, and thus reaffirming their trust in you. Social proof. When somebody's friends buy something, they are more likely to buy it too. This is where having quality reviews and testimonials on your site helps drive sales. People trust what other people are buying. Scarcity. When a deal goes away, people are more likely to buy it before it vanishes. This is why you see so many limited time offers and flash sales, because the scarcity convinces people to get off the fence and buy immediately. It doesn't help build trust as much as make people act on the trust that's already been built up over time. By adding these buying triggers into your existing practices, you can enforce people's commitment to your brand, their trust in you, and their desire to enter deeper into your ecosystem by purchasing products from you. Each of these buying triggers is incredibly powerful by itself, but when you stack them together, you can see exponential results. For example, a person who gets a daily email from you after opting into your mailing list to receive a free ebook will receive consistency from your emails, build commitment by reading your emails, see you as an authority as you deliver value, and want to reciprocate the generosity of your free ebook, thus engaging 4 powerful buying triggers at once. The more of these buying triggers you can engage, and the longer you can engage them, the more rabid your fan base will become. Getting people to trust you. Now that we've learned all about getting the right people to trust you, let's talk about building a repeatable system to turn somebody who doesn't know you into a raving fan. Rest assured, there is a system. It's called a sales funnel. The sales funnel works like an upside-down triangle, wherein a lot of people go into the top, and eventually most of them funnel out, leaving only the fraction left willing to buy your work. Just like buying triggers, there are dozens of ways to design a sales funnel, and they can mean many things to many people. I have distilled the sales funnel down to its most basic 5 steps, which you need to know right now to be successful. No, this is the process of finding people and bringing them into your ecosystem. Before this, customers don't have any idea who you are. Afterward, they are part of your community. After people know who you are, you must show them you are a likable human by talking about yourself, helping them with their problems, and generally creating empathy between you and them. Trust. After somebody likes you, the next step is convincing them you make amazing products. This involves showing them what you make, pointing them to amazing reviews, letting them try out your products, etc. The goal is to make them trust that not only are you a good person, but that you make a great product. BUY. Once people trust you, they should be ready to buy from you when the need arises for your product in their lives. Hopefully, you've brought people into your ecosystem who already need your product immediately, but often people will sit for months without buying until a pressing need arises. This is where the scarcity buying trigger comes into play. Buy again. Once somebody buys from you, it's important to deliver an amazing product, even over-delivering, so people are willing to buy from you again and again. It's 10 times easier to keep an existing customer than to find a new customer, and these customers will be the base of your business in the future. This is where a flywheel is very handy, and why we built out our author ecosystems methodology to include both. I like to think of the funnel like this. We all have that uncle we know but don't like, that cousin we like but don't trust, and that friend who we trust but won't give money to because they have different tastes. However, we also have that best friend to whom we'll gladly give money all the time because they always come back with the coolest stuff, whether it's food or concert tickets. You love everything they suggest. Your job is to be best friends with as many people as possible, so they will gladly give you their money. Tundras and deserts are amazing at this but suck at creating a flywheel, which is how to nurture leads and customers so they become repeat customers. Meanwhile, grasslands, forests, and aquatics are all about the flywheel and suck at actually standing up and saying, "Did you know you can buy this?" Which is why they desperately need a funnel. What if they're still not buying? There is a chance that you'll get your funnel set up, and people still won't be buying from you. Then you'll come back to these emails and just be so angry with me for wasting your time. Luckily, there are only a couple of main reasons this could be happening, and simple corrections can easily rectify the flaws in your design. The most pressing reason you still aren't making sales is that you aren't asking for them. Most business owners aren't giving their customers a reason to buy from them nearly enough. If you're a grassland, forest, or aquatic, it probably feels like I just punched you in the mouth, but it's true. Customers are not mind readers. While they are interested in your products, there are 1,000 things that draw their attention every day. If you simply tell them that there is a new product or some sort of deal, chances are good that they will buy that product, given that you have made something that interests them. The second possible reason that you aren't making sales is that you are collecting potential customers, but you aren't reaching out to them often enough to make a connection. Customers need to hear from you every week to keep your brand in the forefront of their minds. If you reach out monthly or even less frequently, people will forget about you. I'm specifically talking about reaching out with value-based content here. You don't need something to sell every week, and it's probably better if you don't. But to stay top of mind with people, you should be reaching their inboxes regularly. If you are sitting on emails you've collected without reaching out, it means you aren't nurturing your audience. Even if those people were interested at one point, they quickly moved on to another product when you ignored them. The next thing you might be doing is bombarding people with pleas to buy your products too often. This is the inverse of the problem above. If you are constantly telling people to buy, then your pleas become white noise. Remember, the people in your audience are more than just $20 bills. You wouldn't harass your best friend to constantly buy something from you, and you shouldn't beg your audience to buy from you all the time either. It's annoying. You must walk a delicate balance between launching too much and giving people enough chances to buy from you. Because people do want to buy. We are consumers living in a consumerist culture. However, they don't want to be pestered. If you're reaching out with an offer, every email should come from a different angle and add to their knowledge of what you're selling. For instance, if you're selling a book, then your first email should talk about the book, then the main characters, then the world, then the villain, and keep building out the lore throughout the launch sequence so customers fall deeper in love with your work until they have an epiphany. Everything you do as a business is about nurturing a customer until they have an epiphany and decide to buy. Another possible option is that you aren't feeding enough people into the top of your funnel to create enough buyers to sustain yourself. Only a small fraction of people who make it into the top of your funnel will turn into buyers at the bottom, So if you aren't filling the top with a lot of people, it's very hard to churn out enough buyers at the bottom to sustain yourself financially. If you're converting 1 to 2% of your leads into customers, you're doing decently. Anything under 1% is a problem. Anything above 5% means you probably aren't expanding your audience wide enough. There is one more option, and that is you are reaching out enough and have enough people in your funnel, but you've built a list of people who aren't interested in what you sell. This happens if you run unspecific lead gen offers targeted at everybody, instead of honing them specifically for your ideal customer. The things you offer for free should be congruent with the things you are selling. If they are not, your email list will not convert into buyers, and you'll have to build it from scratch, as I did with my Twitter account and my first Instagram account. It is important to fill your funnel with a lot of people, but it's equally important to make sure you have the right kind of people in your ecosystem who are interested in buying what you sell. These are the most common reasons you still aren't making money on your funnel. If you can fix and tweak them, you'll be well on your way to success. Filling up the goodwill bank. The key to sales is trust, and the key to trust is goodwill. Goodwill is a friendly, helpful, cooperative attitude between two people or two groups of people, as defined by Merriam-Webster. If you can develop goodwill with your audience, they will grow to like and trust you, and eventually buy from you. Goodwill operates just like a bank. Every time you do something nice for your audience, whether it's give them something, offer advice, share articles, or anything else, you make a deposit in the goodwill bank. When you ask something from your audience, whether it's to buy your product, like you on social media, or anything else, you are withdrawing from your bank. If you go to a real bank, for instance, and try to withdraw $50,000 with a balance of just $3, you will be turned away in shame. You must have the money to withdraw it. The same is true with goodwill. If you don't have enough goodwill built up, then people will become annoyed by your launch and turn away from you. However, if you build up enough goodwill that you can comfortably make withdrawals, people will accept your launch with open arms and excitedly buy your product. You need to be building up your goodwill constantly. Therefore, you need to create an ecosystem where your audience can be given value constantly. It's not enough to feed them a weekly newsletter. You need to create multiple spokes in your ecosystem, like spokes in a bike, for people to build a deeper relationship with you all the time, thus giving them more value. Those spokes might include your mailing list, which should act as your home base, or your social media presence, where they can get articles you share, pictures, and other value. Spokes could also include the free content you create, whether it be in blog, audio, or video form. It can be anything you build out to buoy your ecosystem. The more spokes you have on your wheel, the more goodwill you will build up. Additionally, those spokes allow new customers to find and connect with you as well. This allows new people to start building goodwill before they even join your community, while existing members get ever-increasing value from your work. BTW, if you're a forest or an aquatic, you are probably already doing this bit since your engagement and multimodal champions. In both instances, they build up goodwill with you and develop a deeper relationship with you, which leads to more people at the bottom of the funnel for your next launch, and thus a bigger base to buy your next product. A smarter man than me once said that to succeed in business you must be great at two things, the thing you do and sales. Without both, you cannot hope to be successful. With both, you will be unstoppable. Additional resources. Our Substack newsletters are. The world needs your passion. This is a place where Monica can offer news, analysis, and opinion on happenings in the publishing industry. For authors who are going aggressively wide in subscriptions and memberships, this publication takes a deep dive into everything about serialization, fiction apps, and subscriptions and memberships. The world needs your passion.substack.com. The Author Stack. This is where Russell talks about publishing, direct sales, and how to merge commerce and craft without losing your mind or soul in the process. TheAuthorStack.com. Author ecosystems. For authors who are trying to get to the next level in their publishing business, it would help to know exactly what kind of author you are. Are you a nimble desert, an expansive grassland, a rolling tundra, an interconnected forest, or a dynamic aquatic. Dig deep into the new methodology developed by USA Today best-selling authors Monica Leonelle and Russell Nohelty, creators of the Kickstarter Accelerator, Go Wide, Grow Wide, Book Sales Supercharged, and more. AuthorEcosystems.substack.com. Takeaways. Our 7 core values are: messaging over testing, profitability over revenue, maximum sales over quick sales, process over platform, retailers and direct, money on demand, solving the novelist's dilemma. You have to decide what your values are. If you don't, it's easy to get swept up in someone else's way of doing things. You are going to have to sell your books. Task checklist. Think about your own core values around direct sales. How do you like to do things? What excites you about direct sales? Make a list of your core values, using examples of direct sales implementations that you've seen before. Write down anything you notice around your core beliefs about selling. The more you can work through those, the easier the sales process will come for you. Chapter 4. How our direct sales approach is different. As the industry for independent authors becomes a greater media force to reckon with, we are transitioning into a period that nonfiction was not long ago, where prescriptive playbooks stopped working for most people. Everyone in the nonfiction space has so many options for how to build their businesses that each person gets to forge their own path. Very few nonfiction businesses look alike these days, where once they all followed a lot of the same marketing strategies and tactics, and there was a linear step-by-step to success. Most nonfiction authors sell direct in some way, whether it be our courses, coaching, events, and more. That makes it easier to transition to selling books from our websites, because the pieces that make it all run, the store, the shopping cart, the taxes, and more, are already done. We just need to add the book-specific stuff around fulfillment, most of which can be automated for drop shipping. On the fiction side, our businesses are still relatively simple and retailer-focused, but they are getting more complex. The decision we're all making right now around many platforms, formats, and retailers available to us is not truly between yes and no. It's more like now or later. Because it's all coming. We can no longer rely solely on retailers to sell our books. In this chapter, I'll dive deeper into why the majority of independent authors still rely primarily on retailers, and why they shouldn't. Why people don't sell direct. Most businesses agree that you want to question the necessity of every middleman in your distribution chain. You get rid of unnecessary middlemen to improve profits and have larger control over the business's future. For independent authors, the middlemen are distributors and retailers. I will never advise any independent author to forego distributors and retailers. We need them to succeed. And I will also never advise them to not build additional streams of income direct to reader. Having both protects your career as an author while giving you a far larger reach than you could build on your own through only direct sales. Still, some people are not convinced that selling direct to readers is worth it. Here are some of the reasons that authors don't want to create a website store. Number 1. Exclusivity. Many authors are unable to sell their ebooks and audiobooks direct from their website due to exclusivity contracts they have with various retailers. The most popular exclusivity program in independent publishing is Kindle Direct Publishing Select, KDP Select, a program that puts your books into Kindle Unlimited for a 90-day term. About 85 to 90% of independent authors have some or all of their books enlisted in KDP Select at any given time. These authors are not allowed to sell their books in ebook format through their website. There are other popular exclusivity programs through fiction apps for ebooks and Audible, and other companies for audiobooks that may prevent someone from selling on their website. None of these programs are necessarily bad, but they can be limiting, and ideally the author has calculated the cost of opportunity of exclusivity and deemed it to be worth it to them. I'm a huge believer that exclusivity is incredibly valuable to companies. Amazon has built their US market share in ebooks off of their KDP Select program. They hold 90% of the market, but used to hold closer to 60% before designing Kindle Unlimited. That alone should showcase how much exclusivity is worth to them. I don't think there's an easy answer to how exclusivity financially compares to selling direct on your website and elsewhere, as it's going to depend a lot on your catalog and how well it can do through either avenue. What I can say is that exclusivity is never a great reason to not start your website store. No matter how exclusive you are with any one retailer, they probably don't own absolutely everything in your catalog in every format. Most authors who are in KDP Select with their ebooks could still sell their paperback versions on their website or in book boxes, and many do. They can also sell their books for a limited time on their website before putting them into an exclusivity program. They can also sell audiobooks, translations, merchandise, and more through their website. And while it seems like you may not make a ton of money doing so, you are building something larger, which is getting the systems in place to handle direct sales and building sales and marketing funnels to bring people to your website. If you move those portions out of exclusivity in the future, you will be able to get off the ground running with your store much faster than if you wait to figure it out in the future. Number 2, keeping business simple. The fiction business is a simple business where you upload files and let retailers deal with print, selling, fulfillment, and more. But do you want all your income streams to come from one retailer? Or even multiple retailers, which is a sturdier foundation but still not perfect? Or do you want to develop some income streams that you control end to end? Every income stream you develop requires more effort, time, and energy to manage and grow. This is true when you create a new pen name or start a new series even. It's true when you list your books on a fiction app or at a new retailer. It's even true when you try to sell more ebooks versus getting page reads. Since developing new income streams is always going to take extra effort, time, and energy, you can plan it out for direct sales. Maybe you dip your toe by first taking your most popular series. Maybe you dip your toe with a single book launch. You get to choose the pace at which you make the mindset and business transition. Take off a month to drop your whole catalog into a new space at once, or create a multi-year plan to explore growing your print book sales on your website. While fiction businesses are fairly simple right now, selling digital products through third parties and not having to deal with taxes, territories, and so much more is about as easy as it gets, they likely can't and won't remain that way in perpetuity. As competition increases among independent authors, authors will need to forge their own path. You will have to develop stronger business practices to sell books and other merchandise from your website. There is no way around that. Luckily, these efforts are also what help you make more money in general and build a better business too. Consider this a graduation of your business to a new level, and think about how getting stronger business practices into place will help to grow you as a person too. Number 3, eating into sales at retailers and hurting algorithms. If an author is already doing well at retailers and/or in ebook, why create a competing outlet for sales of the same products? If you are wide on retailers, there's no issue with selling your books direct as well. You likely aren't focused on sales rank at Amazon, and most of the other big 5 retailers offer their best visibility through merchandising, so you don't need to worry about rank as much there either. If you are in an exclusivity program, you may need a bit more balance in your approach. When balancing direct sales and retailer sales, I like to think about the time frame. Exclusivity in publishing contracts is almost always limited by time. It could be that you sell on your website only during the times when your content is not exclusive, like during a pre-order period on retailers. You will likely lose some initial sales at retailers, which could hurt your sales rank and thus your algorithmic juice behind the scenes, but for most authors it won't make a significant difference. Remember, in this scenario, your book would be exclusive to your website only during the pre-order period, and it would be time-limited. Further, just because books are doing well in a particular format or at a particular retailer now, doesn't mean they will be doing as well in that format on that retailer in the future. We've seen authors' incomes suddenly drop to 20% of what they were making in years past. This is not an industry where you can rest on your laurels. It's always changing, and there are always new ways to make money. There is always new competition, too. You want to stay ahead and diversify your income as much as possible, so when some avenues are down, other avenues are up. Number 4. The books don't sell well on retailers right now. Sometimes people ask us, do I need to be hitting a certain threshold of book sales before investing in a website store? And while we would never recommend throwing good money after bad covers, bad story, bad editing, bad marketing, all must still be fixed before attempting to sell books through your website, we also don't believe that you need to be doing well on retailers to sell well direct to readers. In fact, my book sales supercharged co-author Russell has sold far more in direct sales of both print and ebook than he has of those two formats on retailers. So while it can help to have books that are already selling well in ebook and on retailers, you may be able to sell well in print anyway. Keep in mind that retailers are still primarily focused on selling more of the most popular books and the most popular genres. If your book isn't that, it may be more challenging to make retailer sales, but easier to make direct sales. Number 5. Difficulty of setting up a website, taxes, etc. When you sell direct through fan-backed websites like Kickstarter and Patreon, your website, or in-person events and signings, you will need to handle taxes that must be collected from each customer. This is enough to make a lot of authors run for the hills for some reason, even though most online entrepreneurs across almost all industries have to deal with it, and there are tools and solutions from those industries that work for authors too. The same is true for almost everything else, like setting up a website, creating a shop, writing landing pages, and more. When you open your website store, you will not be alone in having to deal with these challenges, and you will not have to build anything yourself to handle them. You truly only need to use the website platform, buy the plugin, send the extra information to your accountant. These are new to you problems, but they are not new problems. This is all stuff that you can figure out how to do or hire someone to do it for you. There are tons of resources to make this work, built by the people who came before you who had to make it work. Number 6. Expanding your product line. While you don't have to expand your product line just because you have a website, you'll find that people are more likely to buy things that aren't available anywhere else, like special edition hardcovers. Even creating the same book in a different format can be costly. For example, in print you may have to format different versions, which means you may have to hire someone, buy a program like Vellum or Atticus, or learn to do it yourself with something like InDesign. For merchandising or special print editions, you may need to find and commission artwork. You may need different cover files for each version of your print book, which means you need to buy them from your cover designer or figure out how to do them yourself with your designer's permission. For custom artwork used in special editions, additional internal artwork, or variant covers, you may need to find and pay multiple artists. Number 7. Holding inventory. Selling physical products from your website, including print books and merchandise, requires you to hold inventory somewhere. Inventory requires storage space, but if you hold a small enough inventory, it's manageable for most people. You can get your inventory paid for by using Kickstarter to do print runs, and you can get rid of your excess inventory through Kickstarter, Patreon, Substack, direct sales on your website, and drop shipping through a company like Printful or Fulfillment by Amazon, FBA. If you don't want to hold a small amount of inventory, or if you don't want inventory in your home, you may have to rent or pay for warehouse space elsewhere. You may decide to store your inventory, books and merchandise in your home, or you may want to set up a Printful or Fulfillment by Amazon, FBA account to ship your books and merchandise to for storage and drop shipping. You may need to pre-buy a large shipment of books. You can't open a shop without products to ship, so you'll likely have to spend your own money to stock your inventory at first, or you can raise funds for your print runs via Kickstarter. Use the book that Russell Nohelty and I co-authored called Get Your Book Selling on Kickstarter. Pre-buying books also means you might need insurance, a place to ship, and a place to store. Number 8. Delivering your products to customers. It's true, you'll have to figure out shipping to have a website store with physical products of any kind. If you live in the United States, you'll likely want to become very familiar with media mail rules to see what can and can't be shipped alongside books to qualify. Even small items like a bookmark can disqualify you from using media mail, and that is going to affect the types of bundles you put in your store. If you are outside of the United States, you may have a special discount on book shipments that is worth investigating. No matter where you live, a lot of your buyers are likely to come from English-speaking territories like the United States, Canada, the UK, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. You'll need different shipping rates to handle each of these scenarios. International shipping is expensive, and you need to account for that in your sales process. Before you put an item in your store, you'll want to figure out how much it costs to ship, which could be a determining factor in whether you even offer the product. Is anyone going to buy the thing at the price you need to charge to make a profit? Will people pay to ship heavy items overseas? These are questions worth asking, and this is why most authors need digital products to balance out the profitability of their store. Lots of customers expect free shipping when shopping online. Are you going to attempt to offer it in certain scenarios or as a coupon? How do you handle expectations around this? Finally, printing rates, shipping rates, and more are changing rapidly, especially during the global pandemic. What may be viable now may not be viable in the future. You'll need to stay up to date on these things and change your pricing accordingly to ensure you are staying profitable. Number 9. Changing and balancing pricing on retailers. While you likely won't have to change the prices of your digital inventory like ebooks and audiobooks to sell print books for a profit, you can't sell like a traditional publisher does, where volume, distribution, and publicity is key. You have to sell print books like an entrepreneur, which means for most authors who set up their website store, their pricing model on print has to change. And if it changes a lot, the pricing on ebooks and audiobooks might have to change too to get into alignment with their print pricing. This is aggravated by the moving target around costs of paper, shipping, and more. During the global pandemic, you need to charge more than you think for your books, and you will never compete with a retailer like Amazon. If someone can get the same product for cheaper or with free shipping from Amazon, they will. How are you going to balance your pricing? In general, I think this is a good thing. Many independent authors price their print books too low to begin with in an attempt to compete with traditional publishers. This is an overflow from ebooks, where independent authors actually can price competitively compared to traditional publishers. In print, we simply can't. The math doesn't work. So don't price your print book as if you can undercut or match traditional publishing standards. You simply can't. Number 10. Dealing with customer support. If you sell direct to your readers, you will be responsible for all customer service and support requests. Plus, you will have to set return policies and deal with chargebacks when a customer circumvents customer support and requests a refund through their credit card company. Luckily, you will get very few of these emails at first, and eventually you can hire someone who works 2 to 5 hours a week to handle support requests. This is a small price to pay for the potential rewards you can gain from having a website store. Why sell direct? I've given you some of the challenges you may run into while attempting to create your website store, so now I wanted to give you all the reasons that the headaches I listed above are worth the hassle. This work is important, and I truly believe your business depends on you being willing to deal with some headache. Remember, the industry is shifting anyway, whether you move with it or not. The decision is not yes and no. It's more like now or later. Here are some of the important reasons that you want to start selling direct from your website. Number 1. Diversification. You've already written the books, so why not make more money from them? Nothing is stable or foolproof in the publishing industry, so it's really important to be developing multiple income streams at once. After going to all retailers, direct sales is the easiest platform to start building sales and additional income streams with. Another way I think about diversification is that selling from my own website forces me to get more creative about what I offer. Often when those offers perform well, I can port them over to retailers in some fashion. For example, if a physical box set with a custom box and separate bounded books in the series was selling well on my website through a pre-order or ongoing, I would be interested in taking that same offer and putting it on as many retailers as possible. I could ship some of my box sets to Amazon's fulfillment warehouse and sell them on Amazon too. I wouldn't, however, think or plan to do that without testing them on a website and with my fans first. I believe that having a website store is going to organically lead to more experimentation, which leads to greater diversification everywhere. What's good for your direct sales can improve your retailer sales too. Number 2, greater freedom. When you sell direct from your website, you have complete control over all aspects of the sales process. You can do anything you want with your listing, product page, sales page. You can add images, longer samples of your work, review quotes, and more to the page if you know or think it will help your book sell better. Sell the way you want. You can offer limited edition products only available for a certain period or only having a certain number of copies. Sell for prices far over the limits on retailers, discount to any price you want, and more, anything your imagination can come up with. Sell whatever you want. You can sell all sorts of things, non-book items, merchandise, workbooks, which distributors like Ingram Spark usually consider low-content pod, PDF printables, and more. Forge your own path. You can quit the things you don't enjoy doing and focus on the ones you do. You can zig while others zag, lowering your competition in the areas you are focusing, and you can pave the way for success with a way of selling before others catch on and catch up. To me, freedom means truly feeling like an independent author, not relying on anything or anyone to keep my business afloat. I want to be unbreakable and unshakable. I want to have a foundation that no one can take away from me. To me, selling direct through a website is the first step to that. Number 3, bundling. Bundling is a critical way to grow your business, and retailers have very few tools to help authors bundle their work across formats, series, and more. For example, authors can't do a fairly basic bundle of an ebook and its audiobook. Authors have found a way to work around the lack of bundling options, but workarounds are never going to convert as well as the real thing. I believe this lack of bundling on retailers is a huge reason why authors as a whole aren't making as much as they could be or want to be. In every other industry, bundling is used to sell a lot more at the point of sale, so customers don't have to remember to come back, make another purchase decision, pull out their credit card again, and take action again, even if it's just a few clicks. As authors, we are used to this. There are likely some of you reading this who think I'm being silly or petty about how underserved we really are in this area, and how it's hurting our ability to grow as an industry. I want to be very clear, no retailer owes us any of these tools. I'm not suggesting that. What I want to impress, though, is that these factors are likely real and far more pronounced than any of us can imagine. As some anecdotal evidence, notice that all other industries around us, coaches, online teachers, software developers, creators from so many other fields, are selling higher ticket items in bundles and more easily hitting 7 figures or more in their businesses. I have spoken to people in these other industries who can't imagine the hoops we jump through just to get a reader to remember to buy book number 2 after they've already bought book number 1. No business owner thinks, I really want to sell 50 items to people for $4 at a time over the course of several years, with no great mechanisms to get people to keep buying. The hoops are there. We just accept them. We don't have enough direct sales authors right now to know the difference or what we're missing. But soon enough, we will. I think we may be surprised by how much easier it is to scale when we are selling a complete 10 ebook series for $40 to $50, than upgrading people to the audiobook versions for another $30. It's definitely a lot easier to send advertising to a well-designed offer like this. Number 4, higher profits per item. You can not only sell your bundles for a higher price, but you can also get higher profits per item. Retailers generally take 30% of the royalties of any sale you make. Your website doesn't. You will pay up to 5% in payment processing fees, and you'll likely have some fixed costs around running your website and store, but you have roughly 95% of your revenue to play with for scaling purposes. You can put the extra percentage of that you gain toward advertising to scale faster. Or you can pocket most of it and spend your effort scaling through free traffic means, which takes more time. Number 5, data. One of the greatest challenges of working with retailers is that they own the majority of the sales funnel. They own the part where you collect whether the potential customer clicked on your product listing or not. They own the part where you collect the buyer's name and email address. They own the part where you follow up with a potential customer for cart abandonment, and for more sales of other similar products, and many other parts that are critical to the sales process. When you sell direct on your website, you own the full sales funnel. Yes, you have to build it, but then you get to use it to make better decisions about what to do next and to scale faster. There are 3 very important pieces of this sales funnel that you want to get your hands on. Website tracking. You can use your website tracking information to understand what parts of your message are resonating with potential buyers. You can also do things like send cheap traffic to your website from social media like TikTok, Pinterest, Tumblr, Instagram, and more, and use Facebook's website pixel to then follow up with advertising on Instagram and Facebook. Buyer intent tracking. As potential buyers click around on your offers, they may add things to their cart, favorite things, or save things for later. You'll also be able to see the exact path they are taking through your product and sales funnels, depending on where they click. You can use this to build email follow-up sequences, cart abandonment sequences, and more. Email list of potential and actual customers. No one can buy anything from your website without giving you an email address. If they buy a physical product, they have to give you a mailing address too. That means that if you sell something from your website, you will know exactly who bought it and be able to target them even better for the next thing they can buy from you. It's much easier to get someone to buy the whole 10 ebook series, for example, if you already know they bought book number 1. The same is true for your general list building efforts. While independent authors have some fantastic ways to build their lists, book funnel, story origin, viral giveaways, back matter, and more, one way that authors tend to miss out is simply optimizing their website for email list signups and sending more traffic to it. Outside of the indie publishing world, this is the top way that creators and artists build their email lists. Having a well-optimized website plus a store to follow up with is a killer business model in the digital space. Number 6. Sell intangible and hard-to-value items that you can't sell on retailers. There are some things that you'll never be able to sell on retailers. These include Tuckerization, selling character names in your story. Personalization, adding a small personalized note to the buyer with signature. Acknowledgement, adding names to a thank you or acknowledgements page. Commentary, sharing the why or the behind the scenes of your book, often chapter by chapter. Presence, getting on a private live streaming event or even hosting something in person. Again, retailers don't owe us anything, so this isn't a complaint but rather an observation. What interests me about it is that readers are willing to pay extra for these things, and most authors need to be using all the tools at our disposal to make more money. These are all things you can sell on your website and to your email list as add-ons or as products themselves. Picture a world where you sell someone your print book with add-ons around personalization and commentary, then send them a follow-up email to invite them to a paid private event to discuss the book with the author and other fans. Other artist and creator professions like filmmaking and theater have all sorts of VIP upgrades and personal screenings, but we as independent authors are not doing this with our books. We should be. Direct sales on a website can get us there. Number 7. Easier to scale. When you combine the last 4 points. Ability to bundle for higher revenue per item. No retailer fees for higher profits per item. All of your data. Selling bonus stuff that is impossible to sell on retailers. You reach the point that is incredibly important to your success, which is that it's easier to scale your business. You can afford to spend more in advertising to get a sale, and as you do that, you collect a ton of data on your ideal customers and build a lasting foundation that you'll always be able to make money from. I believe that for many authors who are simply never going to hit critical mass on retailers, because their books are too niche or whatever else, selling direct through a website and other means may be the only way they are able to scale and turn their writing business into a long and successful career. Number 8. Establishing the front end of an ecosystem. A lot of authors are interested in events, direct sales, and fan-backed funding through platforms like Kickstarter, Patreon, and Substack. These platforms are not going to be a maybe or nice-to-have for long. Someday, as competition grows, they will become a must-have way to build a readership and find more fans. I see all of those things working in an ecosystem that direct sales and launch funding sites like Kickstarter are the front end of. In order to sell through events, book signings, and your own website, you need to hold inventory. Kickstarter is a no-risk place to fund your inventory production costs. You can fund a big investment in your company, like if you want to start attending live events and need table materials, or if you want to start direct sales but need to pay for warehousing. We authors normally fund this out of what should be our profits. Once you have extra product, you need a way to keep selling it. Your website and in-person events are an obvious place to keep moving your merchandise along. In order to get someone to buy direct from you over and over again through a subscription on Patreon or Substack, you need to get them to buy from you once. Your website or Kickstarter is the perfect place to establish that relationship and bring your casual readers deeper into your world, so they become the kind of true fans that want a subscription from you. There's an ecosystem of direct sales that all ties together in many disparate places that authors want to be and build. Your website is a gateway to more direct sales income streams. In order to make these direct sales pieces work for you, it helps to buy in and put into place the entire ecosystem under which other creators like artists, comic creators, webtoons creators, and many others are currently thriving and finding new ways to make a living. Additional resources. Subscribe to The World Needs Your Passion. Direct sales in all of the big 5 retailers are changing all the time. Meanwhile, this book may not get updated for a while, and a lot can change in that time frame. This is a place where I can offer my news, analysis, and opinion on happenings in the industry, and I'm usually able to break news long before news outlets do. For authors who are going aggressively wide in subscriptions and memberships, this publication takes a deep dive into everything about serialization, fiction apps, and subscriptions and memberships. theworldneedsyourpassion.substack.com. Takeaways. Direct sales through your website is going to be a hassle. It's going to feel like this to-do item that probably isn't going to pay off right away. There are going to be challenges that you don't have to deal with when working with retailers. Do it anyway. Work through the challenges, because direct sales is an important part of digital entrepreneurship and will open doors and opportunities that might surprise you. For many authors, direct sales will be the path to turning their writing efforts into a career that supports them and their families. This is especially true if you're an author who has done a lot of marketing on retailers and hasn't ever found your tipping point where it feels profitable and sustainable. For other authors who are successful on retailers, direct sales will be another income stream, or really, set of income streams, as a website store is just the beginning, and will build more foundation to balance the risks and sudden income drops that come with selling through retailers. Either way, it's a good investment of your time, energy, and money. In the coming chapters, we'll dive deeper into the how of setting up your store and making it successful and profitable. Task checklist. Consider what challenges are still holding you back from selling your books directly. What do you need to make a decision? Join a community and ask a question to help you work through those challenges. Think about what you could gain and how you could transform your business with direct sales. Does anything stick out that could motivate you to take action in the next week? Chapter 5. What is direct sales? Direct sales refers to the practice of authors selling their books or other written works directly to consumers without the involvement of traditional publishing houses or third-party retailers. This approach allows authors to have more control over the distribution and pricing of their works. It often involves selling books through various channels. We recognize 5 areas of direct sales for authors: website landing pages, website storefronts, crowdfunding launches, subscriptions and memberships, live events and signings. Let's talk about each of them. Website landing pages and storefronts. Website sales are as simple as they are complicated. Web stores, for instance, are the thing most associated with direct sales in the author community. Anyone who has read our work or heard us talk knows that's utter nonsense, but Shopify specifically has done a great job convincing people that if you have a web store, then you are doing direct sales, and otherwise you're not doing it at all, even if you run Kickstarters, manage a successful Ream, Patreon, Substack, and attend conventions. Interestingly enough, web stores aren't even the only type of direct sales you can have on your website. You can host landing pages on your website without ever having a web store. I've seen people run crowdfunding campaigns and subscriptions on their websites. I've even seen people host virtual conventions there as well. For our purposes, though, we're going to be talking about the two main types of website sales: web stores and landing pages. Web stores are web pages where you list your work for sale in a catalog, like Amazon, but with direct access to your readers. While services like Shopify, PayHip, Gumroad, and WooCommerce are most often associated with web store sales, we also consider sites like Etsy to be web store sales. Even though an Etsy store doesn't exactly exist on your website, the functionality of how you set one up and the methodology about how you succeed is similar enough that we're squeezing them together. Additionally, a site like Teachable that lists multiple courses would also be considered a web store. As long as you have direct access to the customer, then we consider it direct sales. If, however, you sell on a site that doesn't give you direct access to your customers, then we would consider that retailer or catalog sales. Still good, just a different thing. Landing pages, by contrast, don't usually list multiple products, but present one compelling offer to customers for a single product. A landing page might look like a book funnel page asking you to opt in to join your mailing list. You could also set one up on ClickFunnels or OptimizePress to sell a product. A landing page could be set up to run consistently, or it could be a special offer only available for a limited time. Just like with web stores, you might not set up a landing page on your own website, or you might create a subdomain that acts like it was built into your web page while exists somewhere else entirely. Personally, I use PayHip for my web store and OptimizePress to build most of my landing pages for Wannabe Press, augmented by Themify and Elementor, which we use at Writer MBA to create most of our sites. While my personal website is more complicated than just a single page, our company websites are almost all landing pages set up to drive sales to one of our products. Website sales can be overwhelming, which is why it makes so much sense to break down the components and try to tackle them one step at a time. Web store exclusives, products a buyer can only get for that price on your website. Opt-in offers, freebie landing pages that bring in new traffic to your email list. Series landing pages, a landing page offer for each series or book you produce. The more books you have in a series, the more compelling the offer. Special offer landing pages, special deals and bundles you'll offer once a year to keep delighting your readers. Mimicking retailers, adding your other books that are available from retailers. I recommend tackling one of these a month, or even one a quarter, before moving on to the next one. Website sales also pair well with crowdfunding. It's quite easy to take your Kickstarter and mold it into a series landing page, then use roughly the same copy to create a web store exclusive. I've done that several times for my best-selling series. Additionally, though tedious, it's relatively easy to mimic retailers as you already have all the copy already created from uploading them to those other platforms. All you need to do is copy and paste for the most part, and then massage it. For the most part, you can do most of this with a PayHip store and free Elementor plugin for your WordPress site. There are more complex solutions available, but most people can get by, at least at the beginning, with those two largely free elements. Crowdfunding launches. If you've been following my career for any length of time, you probably learned about me through Kickstarter. Not only did Monica Leonelle and I write the definitive guide on Kickstarter, which you can get a free copy of right here, but I've personally raised $490,000 on the platform, been involved in projects that have raised another $400,000, and helped authors raise over $1.2 million for their projects. I've consulted for Kickstarter, who have sent me to conventions on their behalf, and written articles for their blog. I'm kind of all in on Kickstarter, is what I'm trying to say. In fact, Kickstarter was indirectly responsible for the author ecosystem even existing. It was looking at specific groups of authors who overperformed and underperformed that got us to start talking about this archetyping system. Well, that and almost blowing up our company because Monica and I were such different ecosystems. Outside of Substack, I think Kickstarter is the best opportunity for authors to find a new audience and monetize their existing audience. In fact, for most people, Kickstarter will be much more effective, especially at injecting cash into your author business quickly. So what is Kickstarter? It's a crowdfunding platform creators use to raise money for creative projects. What makes it different from most other platforms is that you must have a creative project in order to launch on their platform. For most people reading this article, that means a book, but it doesn't have to be a book. You can launch a board game, a play, a music album, drones, pins, or just about anything. The thing I love about Kickstarter is that it relies on buying triggers in order to maximize attention. For somebody with an always-on membership like Substack, Kickstarter can activate buyers to make a decision right now. To choose a product, a customer must make a conscious buying decision. This buying decision is based on subconscious emotions and triggers. While looking for influencer buyers, you must consider their emotional mindset. Understanding human psychology and behavior is necessary to create aspects that drive required action. You need to craft better messages to position the customers better. Emotional triggers make it easy for companies to capture customers' attention if used well. Stanley Deepak. Specifically, Kickstarter activates the physiological trigger of scarcity. I wrote about the big 6-inch buying triggers in How to Build Your Creative Career, but here's the relevant bit. There are 6 essential buying triggers which have stood the test of time. They work in any creative field with any set of potential customers. Commitment. When somebody willingly commits to joining your community, they are more likely to buy your product. This is the main value to people joining your mailing list, or wearing a button, or even taking a flyer. They make a commitment when performing that action. It signifies they are part of your community. The more actions they take, the more commitment they build. Every time they open a newsletter from you and don't unsubscribe, they are affirming that commitment. Every time they like one of your tweets or share a Facebook post, they are affirming their commitment to your brand again and again. The more you can enforce that commitment through words and actions, the more likely you are to have an enthusiastic ambassador for your brand, one who buys all your stuff. Reciprocity. When you do something nice for somebody, they want to help you. That's just human nature. Knowing this, you need to provide value for your potential customer before you ever ask for a sale. Once you have provided incredible value through advice or some sort of free content, then people will gladly give you money, because you have helped them and treated them like a human being. Social proof. Human beings want to be part of the in crowd. If you can prove that other people are using your product, everybody else will want to use it too. The hardest sales to make at conventions are the first ones. Once there are people running around the show floor with your product, other people are more likely to want it as well. Your work becomes valuable to a customer because other people saw the value in it already. People want to buy what their peers bought. They don't want to be left out in the cold. If you can show your customer that people they like and respect use your product, then you are more likely to convince them to buy it too. Scarcity. When you limit the available quantity of a product, customers become increasingly likely to make a buying decision in the moment. People believe products will be around forever, and that they can always buy it later. When they realize a product is in limited supply, they are forced to make an immediate decision. This works wonders for people sitting on the fence about buying your product, and also for people who desperately want your product but need a little push to finally take action. Authority. If you can demonstrate that you are an expert in your field, people are more likely to buy your product over somebody else's. This is how you stand out above every other creative doing exactly what you do. They choose you because you are an expert in your field. To prove your expertise, it's important to have consistently high-selling products for a long time, and it helps if you're able to teach other people how to do what you do. Another way is to write guest posts on other blogs, share your work on podcasts, or speak on panels. You can also use platforms like Medium and Kickstarter to build expertise, as the platform's authority can be transferred to you. Liking. If somebody has a positive connection to you, they are more likely to buy from you. Think about it. You are more inclined to buy from somebody you like than somebody you don't care about, right? Of course you are. The truth is that 10% of people will like you, 10% of people will hate you, and 80% will feel nothing for you. Your job is to focus on selling to the 10% who like you, while nudging some of that 80% from indifference toward liking you. All of these buying triggers are essential for the long-term growth of your business. They are powerful on their own, but if you can mix them together, you will increase your sales exponentially. Additionally, Kickstarter has optimized the sales page and checkout experience, which means you don't have to worry about it. Their job is to analyze every campaign to make sure their creators and customers are having a great experience. While you can create a sales page on your own site, Kickstarter also has a recommendation engine that shows your campaign to customers before and after checkout to help your campaign be found by more people. I have several sales pages for my own books, but unless I am driving traffic to it myself, there isn't a ton of organic reach happening there. However, with Kickstarter, I consistently get more backers for my projects without advertising. Kickstarter can be great regardless of your ecosystem, but if you go into it with the right expectations for your ecosystem, it can supercharge your career and take it to the next level. If you're looking for a low barrier of entry way to start with Kickstarter, then there are 3 campaigns we recommend. Anniversary book. Pick an anniversary of one of your most successful books and create a special edition hardcover for it. You can offer the works like sprayed edges or keep it simple, but all you need is a new cover, new formatting, and probably a new proof since we can never have too many of those. Second chance book. This is a book that was much loved but not much loved by enough people. Often, this is a book launched early in your career that people loved but didn't get the attention it deserved. Now you are giving it a second chance to succeed. Just like the anniversary book, all you need is a new cover, new formatting, and new proof to get started. Merch. If you already have an audience, then it's time to think about expanding into other formats. There's probably something fans have asked about for years, and it's a great idea to use Kickstarter as a way to test the waters. Do enough people love the idea enough to pay for it? Set a goal and tell them if you don't fund, you won't do it. You might fail, but at least then you'll know it's not worth pursuing. Subscriptions and memberships. Building subscriptions into your business is one of the most important ways you can create stability as a writer. Kickstarter launches are great to infuse quick cash into your business, but in order to make long-term plans, it's important to know how much money you have coming into your business predictably every month. Even though I am very good at predicting the arc of a Kickstarter campaign, my estimates fall within a range of a few $1,000s. When you get subscriptions working inside your business, you can start knowing exactly how much money is flowing through your business. More than anything else, this is the best way to combat the feelings of uncertainty that plague almost all writers. In publishing, I see 2 types of subscription programs working well right now: publication and association. In the publication model, customers pay to access the complete archive of a publisher's content. This includes any previously released work and any paid content created specifically for paid members. You can find the publication model all over the internet, specifically in newspapers. Readers of the Washington Post or the New York Times are paying to access the reporting and additional content the newspaper provides. That does not mean publications only provide articles for their readers. There are plenty of games on the New York Times site, and it's very possible to run this kind of model without publishing one word of text. Take a website like World Anvil. With it, you can create detailed world maps for your universes. You pay a monthly fee, and in return, you receive access to the tool and the ability to use it. You might pay more for a commercial license, but your loyalty isn't really to the brand, it's to the product. You are likely familiar with Substack, the most popular outlet for the publication model among writers. Substack is the perfect venue for a publication model because the publication model relies on SEO and organic reach. For those of you who don't resonate with this model, the second type of subscription that works well for authors is the association model, where you mainly pay to be part of a group of like-minded humans. While you would be unlikely to identify yourself as a reader of the Washington Post, you are likely to identify yourself as a member of an association. This model is all about belonging. When thinking about this model, you can connect it to organizations like Elks Lodge, the Boy Girl Scouts, or even a bowling league. Yes, we join a bowling league because we like bowling, but we're mostly joining it for access to other like-minded people who have similar interests. If you think of the clubs you joined in high school, it is likely you got as much out of the friendships you made along the way than from the activities you did together. Unlike publications that get by on virality, associations are all about offering perks to their members to help them connect together and form a deeper connection to the association. For this reason, people using an association model should paywall all or most of their content. Patreon and Ream are perfect places to build an association model because they offer multiple tiers to monetize your more ardent but less numerous subscribers. In general, deserts and grasslands tend to resonate with the publication business model, while aquatics and forests tend to resonate with the associate business model. Tundras can go either way, but they will go that way kicking and screaming because continuity doesn't tend to go well with their launch model. Subscriptions are an amazing and necessary part of every business, but it's not something that you'll start tomorrow and have hundreds of paid members next week. I see the long-term value in subscriptions, so I'm happy to build for the future, but it is very much a be kind to future Russell scenario. I've tried dozens of membership communities, including building my own app, and Substack is the only time I've actually gotten any form of traction. That doesn't mean Substack will work for you. It might take you 10 platforms to find the one that works, or maybe you'll find it tomorrow. Subscriptions are the definition of go slow to go fast. They don't work until they do, but when they do, they really do. Like anything else, you see growth where you put effort. Even if you don't have a ton of effort to give, the more you can intertwine your subscription into the rest of your business, the better. Subscriptions should be working under everything you do, feeding and slowly growing until it becomes something formidable by itself. Live events and signings. Authors who know me probably learned of me through Kickstarter, but Kickstarter was a relatively small part of my business until 2017, and even then it wasn't until 2020 when I started doubling down on Kickstarter. Before then, the vast majority of my fiction income came from conventions. I wrote a chapter of my book How to Build Your Creative Career about it, and co-wrote a whole book with Monica Leonelle called Get Your Book Selling at Events and Signings. Here's the intro to the chapter in How to Build Your Creative Career about them. Live events are festering cesspools of wasted money for most creators. Most creatives know live shows are important for their career, but don't know how to use them to make money or to grow their brand. It ends up being a financial burden instead of a lucrative, money-making opportunity. The good news is that it's very possible to make money and grow your brand at live shows. If you can do it right, live shows are the absolute best opportunity to quickly build and maintain a passionate audience that will buy from you. That's the beauty of live events, but it takes incorporating much of what we've talked about previously into the live event experience. It means thinking about live events differently than you do now and understanding how to make the live event experience work for you. Live events are the easiest way to build an audience as well. People are a lot nicer and more engaging in person than they are online. Since you are directly in front of customers with your wares, you can quickly turn somebody from a cold prospect into a warm lead, and even convince them to buy in a single interaction. The best thing about live events is that everybody who passes your table is a potential customer. They have all paid to get in and decided to walk through your area. In doing so, They have self-selected themselves as being interested in what you have to offer. Now the trick is just convincing them you are the right vendor for their needs. Before you read through this section, I highly recommend going back to take notes on the sales funnel, pitching, and mailing list lessons we discussed earlier. I'm not going over them again in this section, and they are critical to your success at live shows. The most important aspect of live show success is to get in the right mindset before you walk into the door. It's critical that you are prepared to deal with people for 10 hours a day, for the entire length of the show. Live events will drain you. You need to have a full battery before you walk into the convention center, and you will need time to recharge that battery before the following day. Everybody has different tricks when it comes to getting in the right mindset. It could mean psyching yourself up in a car for 30 minutes, finding an anchor point with people you know, or picturing everybody naked. Whatever your secret, you need to find the right headspace in order to be successful. All the tactics in the world won't work unless you are mentally ready to employ them. I know you will want to curl up in a ball and hide after your first unsuccessful pitch, but you have to keep going. Just remember, home is just a few hours away. However, you paid a lot of money to be at the show, and you need to make the most out of it. It's way better to head home with a big wad of cash in your pocket than to have nothing but a hoarse voice to show for your effort. It's been the better part of a decade since I wrote those words, but they are still true even today. It's just that in the ensuing years, we've created better systems to understand your author career. Of all the elements of direct sales I teach, event sales is easily the one that the least people are interested in, which is wild, considering they kept my business going through some very dark times. I'm still bullish on conventions, with the caveat that conventions have an ableist problem that became starkly clear after my surgery last year before San Diego Comic-Con and reinforced after getting long COVID last year. For all the good conventions have done me, there is a pernicious problem with them as well. You see, there is a critical accessibility issue with conventions that I only realized at San Diego Comic-Con. I have spent many days dealing with my own chronic conditions and my wife's, but this was the first time I actually experienced a physical disability that forced me from giving 100%. Or, I should say that my 100% was really maybe 50%. Which meant I couldn't stand. I couldn't walk well. I used a cane, and I wasn't able to interact with new customers with my usual gusto. I realized during these interactions where I was in pain, in grief, and just not at my best, that unless you are standing behind your booth, smiling, and acting as if everything is perfect, 0.90% of people will not buy from you, no matter what. I always knew about the song and dance. I mainlined coffee to make sure I could stay up for it during the day. But experiencing it with a disability and age that prevented me from doing what I used to do was really enlightening and disgusting. This is not something that shows can fix, because it is inherent in the human condition. People buy from the song and dance. They buy from the passion they can see on your face. If you are unable to provide that for them, they walk away. Yes, I made sales, but they were mostly from existing customers who knew me, and a few lovely humans who saw through the pain. It's not fair, but it is the truth I saw this weekend. I am astounded I never made the connection before, and I am very sorry for the ableist way I've been going about teaching convention sales for years. The most important thing you can do for yourself is know your body and know your limits. It might not be profitable for you to do shows, and that is okay. It's only one channel. Regardless of all that, I think conventions are an important element of direct sales, and it's important to know how to sell at them in ways that best fit your ecosystem. So, I'm going to lay out the best strategies I have found that would work for each type. I'm going to define conferences, conventions, and book signings as three distinct pieces. Conferences. These are events set up to learn about an industry with very little selling going on. There are likely vendors at these events, but they are mainly there to answer questions and set meetings for future sales. Conferences include events like ALA, Book Expo, 20 Books, NINC, and the Future of Publishing Mastermind, but also exist in every industry. Events like Worldcon and World Fantasy Convention are a hybrid of the two, but I believe they call on the conference side. Conventions. These are events where you set up to sell books. These include events like SDCC, NYCC, Phoenix Fan Fusion, Readers Take Denver, and DragonCon, but I'm also going to throw swap meets, flea markets, street festivals, and the like into these because the vibe is more sales-forward. Book signings. These are events where you go to a bookstore or library and sign your books, either alone or with a small group of other authors. I'm not going to single these out below much because they can be beneficial to all ecosystems. Finally, people often ask which events I recommend, and I can't tell you that since my experience was defined by my ecosystem. Your experience will be vastly different than mine. I highly recommend you go into your local bookshops and libraries to schedule events with them. Most of them have events throughout the year you can join for free or cheap, and they can become excellent advocates for your work. There is no doubt that these types of events are time-consuming and energy-draining. You need to take time to recover from them and plan for that time. However, they are also the quickest way to inject much-needed enthusiasm and revenue into your business. While it takes 7 to 14 touchpoints to make a sale online, you can drastically reduce that at an in-person event, often down to a single conversation. We are social creatures and like to do business with people we meet in person over those we only see online. That is the power of these events. Additionally, since you are surrounded by other people who are all on a similar journey as you, or at least resonate with the same kind of stuff, there is a shared language that develops, and shared experiences bond people together. Just remember, events are only one pillar of direct sales. While they can be used often, as I used to do 30 to 40 events in a year, it's also very effective to pick and choose your events carefully around launch events, or lulls in your years to inject excitement into your business when you need it most. If you are interested in selling directly to your readers, this is a great resource that can give you an overview of the landscape of publishing. Additional resources. Subscribe to the Kickstart Your Book Sales podcast. We post monthly episodes about publishing, going wide, serialized fiction, industry trends, and so much more. You can also find a ton of our webinar replays on direct sales here. Kickstartyourbooksales.buzzsprout.com/. Takeaways. The 5 areas of direct sales that we will cover in the book are: website landing pages, website storefronts, crowdfunding launches, subscriptions and memberships, live events and signings. You won't be able to tackle all the different direct sales outlets at once, so we are going to help you narrow in on a focus using our author ecosystem's archetypal framework. Task checklist. Do you have an idea of a direct sales channel you want to use? Or are you already using one or more? If possible, choose one to learn about for the rest of this book. This will help you narrow your focus. Chapter 6. Direct sales for every ecosystem. The author ecosystem archetypes are something that we have been chatting about internally at Writer MBA for the last several years. After decades of experience and working with hundreds of authors on turning their love of writing and publishing into a sustainable career, we have observed 5 clear and unique archetypes of marketing and sales styles and figured out the strategies and tactics that make them successful in a variety of scenarios. After working with thousands of authors to help turn their love of writing and publishing into a sustainable career, we have observed 5 clear and unique publishing ecosystems, or archetypes, that closely align with author success. We believe that identifying your ideal author ecosystem and focusing on marketing actions that work with your natural tendencies is the surest path to thrive as an author. We've mapped these archetypes onto the 5 ecosystem biomes on Earth: desert, grassland, tundra, forest, and aquatic, to provide a clear, easily visualized metaphor for each type and link them to successful publishing strategies that work best for each one. We've also identified healthy and unhealthy habits for each type and have developed guidance to create a healthy ecosystem and foster a sustainable author career using strategies that align with your natural strengths. While we've created this framework to work across the entire publishing cycle, including craft and mindset, Our focus remains on sales and marketing, and this is where we think we can help people create individualized plans for themselves the most. Some of the questions we hope the author ecosystem archetypes can answer include: why am I struggling to turn my writing into a career? What advice should I take, and what can I filter out? How can I prevent burnout while building my career? Depending on your archetype, there will be certain things that resonate with you more than others, and different strategies will help you to thrive. The author ecosystem helps you identify those things that will help you most, and abandon those that don't serve you. You can take the official quiz at authorecosystem.com and can read on to learn a little more about each of the 5 ecosystems we've identified. The desert. The author that adapts between finding oases. Superpowers. Ability to spot trends before others, ease at producing books that readers are excited about, ability to make business decisions within writing the book. Challenges: writing generic books, building brand loyalty, chasing trends that readers abandon, making it hard to build a profitable back catalog. Examples of deserts: Dan Brown, William Shakespeare, Suzanne Collins, Michael Anderle, James Hunter, Martha Carr. Deserts are pliable creators who are good at writing to market and audience. They can make unemotional business decisions and can also ride a trend by delivering a solid experience. When they find a trend they want to ride, they are usually very good at hitting the market at the right time and place. They also do a good job of doubling down on things that seem to be working and tend to put all their chips on one square. Because deserts are good at riding trends, they need to have a few different skill sets, including strong research skills, ability to produce quickly, and willingness to detach, both to double down on what's working well, and to cut activity on anything that's not working. Deserts tend to put all their sustenance in one cactus, and build a highly profitable pathway of readers to sales. This brings more money in the short term, though it can put their business at risk if any aspect of their system, audience, money, or market forces, dries up. Many deserts balance this risk by having multiple pen names, or by maintaining a freelance career on the side that they can always fall back on. Healthy deserts maintain a camel hump, or several, where they can store away their riches in the niches, to get them between oases where water is plentiful. They watch the warning signs that the market is changing, and they pivot when necessary, to another genre, to another source of readers, or to another platform. Unhealthy deserts stray too far from a water source and end up thirsty when one or several of their moneymakers dries up. Because this type is focused more in the short term, it's extremely important that they feel confident in their ability to figure it out, though in their unhealthy versions, they fly too close to the sun. The grassland. The author that weaves hundreds of blades of grass into a few trees. Superpowers. Ability to persist on one area of focus, create the best of the best in the niche, and reposition themselves in the market over and over again. Challenges: perfectionism, exploring too widely, getting things done to deadline. Examples of grasslands: Terry Pratchett, Cassandra Clare, George R.R. Martin, M.D. Cooper, Monica Linnell, Laura Greenwood. Grasslands are focused, deep delvers that seek out popular topics that align to their interests. They plant grass to feel out a plain, but when they find something that takes root with a large potential audience, they quickly go extremely deep with it, deeper than anyone else has the energy to do. They tend to consider every angle of their genre, niche, or topic, so when they put something out, it tends to blow people's minds and rise to the top. In nonfiction, they tend to be correct about whatever their thesis is. Grasslands are capable of becoming the absolute best in class at whatever they do, which is why they need to choose new potential projects carefully. Because grasslands are intense and obsessive about their chosen topic, they must stay focused to see the fruits of it. It does not serve them well to have multiple projects going at once because they don't have the energy to devote to each one. It also doesn't typically work for them to cross over audiences between two different interests, unlike some of the other types. Healthy grasslands find fertile soil to take root in and grow the tallest, most epic tree in the garden. They also dedicate so much of their energy to one area that they become above reproach. Unhealthy grasslands plant a lot of seeds but never gain momentum in any one area and struggle to deliver on deadlines they've set for themselves. The tundra. The author that works in seasons. Superpowers: launching, getting people excited, and pointing attention to themselves and their work. Challenges: getting stuck in a feast and famine cycle, predicting the size of launches, building audience. Examples of tundras: Tim Ferriss, Sherilyn Kenyon, Paulo Coelho, Rick Riordan, Russell Nohelty, Melanie Harlow. Tundras love to build cool things and launch them, and they are extremely well versed in turning a ton of attention to themselves and their project for a short period of time. They are the type to study the platform and see what trends they can tap into to make their next launch bigger, and they are most likely to know how they are going to market and sell something before creating it. Once done with a project, they wipe their hands free of it and rarely think much of it again. The launch is over. Because tundras survive on a feast and famine cycle, they need to be able to peel as much meat from the bone as possible. Tundras become stackers of trend, stackers of value, stackers of audience. They are comfortable with having a lot of one-off projects and comfortable with building a diverse audience that only likes a portion of their catalog, though they welcome superfans who enjoy everything too. Healthy tundras have a firm understanding of their seasons and build safeguards to make sure there's never a point of starvation. They also learn to connect their body of work, usually somewhat disparate projects, under one banner, so that every launch offers a bigger feast on their backlist. Unhealthy tundras struggle to create enough feast to get through the famine periods, leaving them burnt out and under-resourced before the next launch. The forest. The author that steadily waters multiple trees. Superpowers: injecting their personalities into their books, high competency and skill stacking, nurturing every project consistently. Challenges: watering things long past when they should have quit, getting one mother tree to flower and bear fruit before moving on to the next, writing to market, letting go of aspects of their business. Examples of forests: Brandon Sanderson, Elizabeth Gilbert, Dean Koontz, Colleen Hoover, Neil Gaiman, R.J. Blaine, Claire Taylor, Skye McKinnon. Forests are often marching to the beat of their interests and putting their own unique spin on everything they do for their readers. They have a close relationship with their fans, largely because they inject so much of their own personality into all their books. They could write a murder mystery, a sweet romance, and cozy comedy, and readers will gobble it up because it's insert name here, as take on the genre. Because forests are multi-passionate, they tend to have multiple pen names going at once. Whereas this might overwhelm other types, forests are good at watering each of their trees every year on a consistent schedule, so everything grows steadily. They are extremely competent and tend to stack an impressive number of skills to deliver high-quality work across everything they do. Forests are good at being top of the class and being part of the conversation. To do this, forests must be consistent, hard-working, and patient, as it takes time, energy, and money to stand up each of their trees. And they still need to do so one at a time to get a bit of momentum in one area before moving on to another. Healthy forests survive by cross-pollinating their work across all their interests. The key connection is their personality, and their fans gravitate toward them for who they are rather than what they do or write. Unhealthy forests chase trends, explore too many interests at once, and don't pay close enough attention to the marketplace to ensure enough others will share their interests. The aquatic. The author that is not just an author. Superpowers: huge vision, high energy, team building, brand management. Challenges: servicing the current audience and bringing new people in at the same time, building within their means, creating things for disparate audiences. Examples of aquatics: Stephanie Meyer, Stan Lee, George Lucas, Amelia Rose, Jennifer Frontera, Pierre Ginty. Aquatics are excited about everything and want to create an immersive experience for their readers. They know exactly what their fans want, and this dictates both what they create and how they market and sell. If their fans won't follow them to this or that platform, they don't go there. If their fans want to see their best-selling novel as a comic book, they create it for them, even if they have no idea how to do a comic book. They'll learn. Because aquatics build their business horizontally and have their hands in many different formats as well as merchandise, they must be competent at many skill sets, like building large stories and worlds, delegating, building a functional team that understands the bigger vision, maintaining a strong connection to fans, and expanding slowly and as time, energy, money, and other resources allow. Healthy aquatics survive by creating cool new things that both service their current audience and help them grow a larger audience. Unhealthy aquatics create too many things with disparate audiences, spreading themselves too thin and losing momentum across everything. The sales funnel plus flywheel. If you study our 10 stages of audience graphic, you might understand some of the methodology on how we turn casual readers into raving fans. Well, we've given it a major glow up and overlaid it on top of the methodology we'll be talking about today, and passing it through the lens of the author ecosystems. Most archetypal systems are built on underlying frameworks that relate to helpful solutions in the real world. For example, the Enneagram is built on a mix of healing and wounding frameworks that are used in both psychology and spiritual religious practices. Our framework is built on underlying psychological frameworks too, ones that our training in marketing and sales has helped us understand and hone for over 25 years between the two of us. For the first time, we are sharing how our archetypal system author ecosystems relates to the traditional sales cone or funnel framework, which we've expanded to match our descriptions around funnels and flywheels. We view the archetypes as transposed onto the funnel plus flywheel as such. The funnel. Top of funnel, tofu deserts. Bottom of funnel, bofu, tundras. The flywheel. Fascinate, grasslands. Charm forests. Surprise and satisfy, aquatics. We also see the flywheel as the middle of funnel, mofu, in the funnel graphic too. That's why it's really important for the three flywheel types, grassland, forest, and aquatic, to learn how to create sales in their businesses. These three types are prone to continuous giving without receiving back. The ecosystem trend cycle. Timing is an important part of marketing and sales. You need to have the right offer at the right time. We have seen examples of each archetype entering the market at the wrong time for their strengths. This can cause challenges for them and make it hard to get their business off the ground. Picture a bell curve. From left to right, we have aquatics, trendsetters. Aquatics pretty much need to invent the genre or niche they are entering in order to make money from it. They are often putting together something so unique that there's not really a category for it. It can be really tough to get a whole entire category off the ground, so they will try to create the best experience for any reader who does participate. This gives them a high concentration of superfans. Deserts, trend riders. Deserts make most of their money by finding attention arbitrage. Once they see an opportunity in a nascent genre or niche, they are able to jump on it quickly and hit the trend early. Because of this, deserts usually end up defining the genre expectations in detail. Deserts get in and get out, focusing on short-term gains. They are willing to hop quickly should another arbitrage reveal itself. Grasslands, trend weavers. Grasslands tend to pick up on a new trend first, but they are very unlikely to change their course right away. They have often put too much energy into their current position and are unwilling or unable to stray from the plan they set in motion years ago. They will instead make sure that they have books with those trends woven in so that they can draft without building from scratch. Unlike the aquatic, desert, or tundra, they aren't concerned with being among the top books, they just want to stay relevant and bring more audience back to their world. Tundras, trend stackers. Tundras make the most money when they have a well-stacked project with evergreen tropes at the point of fever pitch. They may see a trend earlier, but they will often create projects and then sit on them until momentum builds. They let the deserts define the tropes, and then they steal and stuff as many as possible into their manuscript. They will hit the market when the genre or niche is at its most popular peak. Forests, trend twisters. Forests need a genre or niche to be deeply established before they enter it. This is when readers understand the conventions and expectations and are looking for something different, a twist on a popular trope, for example. Forests can't help but twist. We often see forests attempting to be deserts in this respect, but they aren't able to hit the center of the market. Remember, deserts make money on razor-thin margins. They are the only type who can, usually. Aquatics, trend dominators. If an aquatic has succeeded at making their niche or genre an evergreen and established genre while putting their brand or world at the center, then they can keep making money, usually large amounts of it, off the brand or world for a long time. This is because everything points back to them, and they are the original. The Star Wars franchise is a fantastic example of this, but so is the Twilight Saga. In the independent publishing world, a genre like lit RPG is a good example too. One of the most interesting parts about the author ecosystems is what we're calling the trend cycle, which looks like this. Aquatics start doing something interesting that gets traction with an audience. Grasslands notice that traction and start trying to figure out what is happening. Once they have it figured out, they start moving the industry toward it. Deserts see the massive arbitrage in a trend and start building the market for it until it finds equilibrium. Tundras seek out the evergreen trope in a trend and maximize it for profit and efficiency. Forests enter a mature market and twist stale trends to breathe new life into them. Aquatics start the cycle again. Diving deeper into trends. One of the most interesting ways to parse the author ecosystems is how each type deals with trends in the marketplace. Just like the easiest way for me to tell your Enneagram is by seeing what you default to in stress, one of the most decisive ways to learn an author's ecosystem is to find out how they think about trends in the market and how it relates to their author business. Depending on your ecosystem, one of these will likely resonate above the others and should give you an insight into how to build your author business. It should also give you insight into how the other ecosystems think about their own author business to give you opportunities to evolve. Remember, the goal of every ecosystem is to evolve and incorporate all 5 ecosystems into their business. However, before we can do that, we need to find one line of business that works for us and resonates above the others. If you're struggling to find success, it's probably because the way you build your books is in direct contradiction to how your ecosystem thinking about trends. Deserts trend writers. A desert is deep in the thick of their genre, gobbling up precious reader data in Facebook groups, sitting in silence and taking notes as they watch how the industry is flowing so they can accurately predict the next trend and ride it like a wave. Deserts are experts in knowing when a trend is losing its arbitrage and have the preternatural ability to catch the next trend before too many authors saturate the market. I define arbitrage as the difference or delta between supply and demand. When there is more demand than supply, then there is an arbitrage opportunity. The higher the arbitrage, the more a desert can milk that opportunity before the gap closes. And that gap will always close. Authors will always, given enough time, find the pockets of underserved readers and start writing for them, if for no other reason than because K-Lytics exists to do this work for authors. Their entire business model is about showing authors emerging categories where the demand for a type of book exceeds the supply of them. A desert is simply conscious enough to recognize when the tides turn. If you're not a desert, you'll probably enter a market well after the trend has peaked, and you won't be able to write fast enough to take advantage of the next one either. Grasslands trend weavers. Grasslands highly value data just like deserts, but instead of looking at the current trends, they are trying to peg an emerging trend 1 to 2 years down the road and move the industry toward that North Star on the horizon. A great example of this is Monica Leonelle, editor's note. Obviously Russell wrote this, but I have no idea how to change it without taking the example out, so it's staying just as it is, who recognized the industry trend toward direct sales years ago and started to create content that buoyed our company to take advantage of them when those trends emerged. Along the way, she wrote about other things, but by the time direct sales became a hot topic, we already had several books on the subject, and were able to become a go-to source for information. For a grassland to stay relevant in the short term, they practice trend weaving, which allows them to take hot trends and thread them into their existing topic. While a desert will hit a trend perfectly, a grassland hits a trend at 90% of perfect because they are always trying to steer the conversation toward that topic. An unhealthy grassland will see a trend on the horizon and lose focus on how to weave their topic together with what's happening currently to build relevancy until people are ready to talk about that topic. I got a ton of blank stares for talking about Kickstarter back in 2015, well before the trend was even a blip on the horizon. Meanwhile, Monica was able to weave Kickstarter and direct sales into the prevailing narrative of the industry and make people care, so that by the time the Brandon Sanderson campaign raised $41 million, we were positioned as the only expert with a book on the topic, and were able to leverage that into major opportunities. Tundra's Trend Stackers. Tundras love to stack evergreen tropes and seasonal trends on top of each other, making an irresistible package that turns every eye in an industry when they launch a book. They aren't concerned with current or future trends. They are looking for trends that stand the test of time. I made a huge error when moving my Godsverse Chronicle graphic novels into novels, because the trends that worked at conventions or even in comics weren't the same as the ones present in the book market. The first books I wrote, Death, Doom, Hell, and Ruin, missed the mark so badly that I wrote 4 new novels, Magic, Evil, Time, and Heaven, to slot in before them to help better hit those trends in the book market that I missed. I additionally had to change the titles and covers multiple times as I learned the market better and how to signal correctly to readers. Death started as Katrina hates everything before it became the god's sin. Then Death followed behind her until it finally became Death and got a new cover treatment. Before that, it was a series of 3 short novellas at a time well before short reads were in vogue. I learned the evergreen tropes in fantasy were dragons and fairy tales, and to a lesser extent mythology. So my next series, The Obsidian Spindle Saga, featured them both prominently, and I never had to change the titles, though I did redesign the covers for their retail release. As the name suggests, Tundras are experts at seasonal launches that take into account the trends of a season. They are not looking to capitalize on a trend the first time through. Instead, they're looking for a trend that has come around multiple times so they can capitalize when it comes around again. They are great at feeling the vibes and knowing when to launch for maximum impact and visibility. For instance, I was the one who told Monica to drop everything so we could make the Kickstarter accelerator happen right after Sanderson's campaign ended. While Monica knew the trend was coming, I was able to know when the fervor was at its zenith. Editor's note, it's true. It did not occur to me to launch a course. I was already on to the next book. Tundras often write 1 to 2 years ahead of their slate and sit on books until the vibes are right to strike. They use a combination of data, gut instinct, and seasonal buying behavior to plan their promotional calendar and sit right between the data-heavy ecosystems, deserts and grasslands, and the gut-heavy ecosystems, forests and aquatics, in how they think about trends. Forest trend twisting. Forests seem to think that their ecosystem justifies writing any and every weird thing they want, and that by holding to their unique energy they will eventually break through and have success due to sheer force of will alone. But that's not quite true. Yes, you need to listen to your gut more than other ecosystems, but a healthy forest is very interested in trends. However, they are most interested in using existing trends and twisting them in a way that resonates with their readers in a different way than any of the ecosystems we mentioned above. One example we learned about recently was a successful author who took the trope of the alpha hole and asked, what if, instead of the leader of this shifter wolf pack was a jerk like I've read dozens of times, they worked more like a real wolf pack and all worked lovingly together? That twist takes a popular trope and gives it a specific twist that longtime fans will enjoy. They don't write satire. They deeply love their genre, read broadly in it, and twist those tropes lovingly in ways that will delight readers. Too often people poke fun at genres they don't like in books, and that never works. Readers hate being insulted, but many can appreciate the flaws in their genre when they see them highlighted. Forests should target their books to readers who have read broadly and understand the canon of a genre, so they can appreciate the unique spin an author brings to the genre. Because of this, forests can enter a genre late and have success, while deserts almost always need to be at the front of a trend setting the pace the reader expectations that forests will twist. One reason a forest writes in so many different genres is because they find similar themes and tropes they can twist in different places. While a grassland is loyal to a topic, a forest is loyal to their themes, which is why their fans more than any other type will read anything they do. They aren't reading the genre. They are reading the theme. Aquatics trend makers. Then you have the aquatic, over in the corner making their own trend from scratch and building slowly over time to craft their thriving fanbase for their universe. However, they can learn a lot from the above ecosystems by taking hot trends and weaving them into their universe or twisting a trend in a way that brings in new readers. In tech, there are 5 types of adopters: innovators, early adopters, the early majority, the late majority, and laggards. Each one of these has different buying habits and reasons for joining. The innovators are usually buying something because it's new and exciting. Show them something new, like your universe, and they will buy just for the kitsch of it, but there are few of them compared to the other types. Aquatics tend to stick pretty close to the innovators, who supported them early, but in order to grow, they need to move through the adopter stages by varying their output. The classic example we use is Star Wars, which is so clearly an aquatic franchise. Not only did George Lucas bring in new formats with books, action figures, and other merchandise, but more recently Kathleen Kennedy started using hot trends to bring in new fans. The Mandalorian is a very simple space western that appeals to a very different viewership than A New Hope. Every new TV series is a chance to bring in new fans. Marvel has started to do much the same thing, which makes sense since they are both owned by the same company and are both targeting the majority, both early and late, who make up most of their fans. My friend wrote a cozy mystery series into their existing fantasy world to capture new readers and give new ways to hook people. Aquatics are very concerned with expanding into different modalities, but they can find a lot of value in writing into different areas to make their universe relatable to more people. When do you enter a niche or genre? Aquatics and forests are both next to each other and on very different ends of that curve. It seems like forests and aquatics are next to each other, but aquatics are really at the start of a new trend and the back end of an existing trend. The reason aquatics end up on either end of this curve is because their job is to find the point of improvement in any trend and pull them together into something new. A classic example is Southwest, which took dozens of problems in the industry and fixed them all at once, creating an ecosystem that couldn't be replicated by anyone else. They only have a fractional share of the market, but those who use them are incredibly loyal. Another great example is Apple, which for decades only had a 1 to 2% fractional share of the market, but because of how they integrated everything in a novel way, they had loyal fans and no competition could replicate them. Even though these were massively innovative companies, both Southwest and Apple took advantage of burgeoning markets to build around that took off. If they didn't have the market rising behind them, the trend they created would have fizzled and likely died. In books, we think of somebody like Cassandra Clare, a Grassland, who took Twilight by Stephenie Meyer, an aquatic, and mixed in supernatural suspense and mythology to create something sticky. There's also authors like R.J. Blaine, a forest, who combined paranormal romance, romantic comedy, mystery, and thriller together in a way nobody had thought of before, and now owns the category of magical romantic comedy with a body count. Something else that this tells us is that forests often enter markets too early, and deserts need to exit markets before they hit that equilibrium. Meanwhile, tundras are probably right in the middle, trying to time the market when excitement is at its peak. Deserts exiting a market should be a bellwether that it's time to launch imminently. It's important to note this has nothing to do with how deserts think of fandom. They are still trying to hit the middle of the market, but they want to enter a market when fewer people know about it, specifically fewer authors who know about it to drown readers with a flood of supply. Aquatics generally create categories and then benefit from the whole rest of the adoption curve. All the good things point back to them, but if it doesn't catch, they will likely crash and burn. Then, grasslands should enter in the innovator early adopter phase. Deserts should enter during the early adopter early majority phase. Tundras should enter right at the zenith between early and late majority before interest wanes, and forests should enter in the late majority into mature markets. Forests, more than any other ecosystem, are prone to see a trend and leap on it before the tropes are commonplace, and when that happens, their habit of twisting tropes brings confusion. If you look at the fantasy category, today's series builds upon J.R.R. Tolkien, mythology, and everything that came before to make those tropes commonplace. Once the majority of people in a genre know the tropes, then your twists will be delightful instead of befuddling. Grasslands, then, should spend a lot of time searching out aquatics who are doing novel things, and deserts should draft from grasslands to find new upcoming trends. Meanwhile, tundras should wait to enter a market until it's at its peak, which is something the movie industry tries to track to time their releases. It feels from this analysis that deserts and grasslands almost need to go first into a trend to set the tropes. Once they've established the tone, timbre, and tropes of how to write a book that fans will love and resonate with, a tundra can analyze the evergreen tropes, and forests can twist those tropes to find new and interesting ways into their theme. Perhaps even an aquatic needs to set the trend by developing it from nothing into something viable before the desert gets there. Then the desert picks up on something interesting and starts to build out the tropes until the category is mature, attracting the other ecosystems to join. If that's true, then one of the reasons a forest wouldn't be successful moving into a new trope too soon is because the category isn't mature enough to have the tropes become a shared language between readers, and thus the twist the forests give to those tropes confuses readers instead of delights them. Additionally, while it seems that aquatics and deserts are at opposite poles, they might have a more symbiotic relationship than previously thought, with aquatics breathing life into a new subcategory and deserts stabilizing it in kind. One of the easiest ways to get healthy in your ecosystem is to stick closely to how it maximizes the value of both long-term and short-term trends. If you are a desert, maybe don't twist that trope because your subgenre isn't ready for that yet. One reason forests do well in established genres is because they are playing upon the shared language of the community. Until people have a base understanding of how tropes work, twisting them doesn't resonate as well. Once a market is saturated, then people are looking for new twists on older stories. In the same way, tundra's traffic and excitement, so launching that series before interest is at a fervor won't do you any favors. Other ecosystems trying to get to number one in the Amazon store fail to recognize that tundras drop new releasing into a hungry audience once the trend has come back around. They aren't looking to stay ahead of a trend because they know if they wait, the trend will emerge again. Then they will be ready to capitalize, and why, if they aren't using evergreen tropes, their work will be in vain. If you're ready to evolve, trying to incorporate these different methods of engagement can fast-track your growth. Once you understand how each ecosystem deals with trends, it makes it easier to dissect their launches and find the special sauce that works for them, and how to bring that into your own business. How healthy is your author ecosystem? We have 5 distinctions or levels that help you see where you are at in your sales and marketing growth for authorship. For each type. Stage 1: Inert. You're struggling to get traction in publishing. Our advice: figure out your ecosystem and lean into activities that align best to your ecosystem. Stage 2: Developing. You have seen some success with efforts or projects that align well to your ecosystem. Our advice: stop efforts outside of your ecosystem and only do marketing activities that align to your ecosystem. Plan out what a full year of living in your ecosystem would look like from a sales and marketing perspective. Stage 3: Emergent. You are working within the strengths of your ecosystem well. If you are happy with where you are, keep going. If you want to get to the next level, consider what might work for you from the other types. Stage 4: Evolved. You are successfully leaning into your ecosystem strengths and are able to bring in strengths from other ecosystems sparingly. For example, you are a forest and you write one series that is really close to market. Or you are a grassland and you plan one huge launch that you know will bring in lots of new readers. Or you are a desert. Stage 5: Expanded. You have borrowed from each of the other ecosystems and are thriving. Our methodology for author ecosystems. What we are measuring. Trends. Deserts are the most on trend, all the way to aquatics, which are the least on trend. The breakdowns for success are probably like: deserts 98% center of the market trend riders. Grasslands 90% edge of the market trend weavers. Tundras 70% evergreen market trend stackers. Forests 50% universal fantasy trend twisters. Aquatics 30% cross-section of the market trend creators. Fandom. Deserts have the largest number of casual readers, with a fraction becoming superfans, while aquatics have the smallest number of casual readers, with a huge proportion becoming superfans quickly. Long-term versus short-term. Deserts and tundras are necessarily functioning in the shorter term. Grasslands, forests, and aquatics are functioning in the longer term. Data and optimization. Deserts are driven by hard data because of their necessary focus on optimization and excellence at extracting razor-thin margins, while aquatics are driven by intuitive data because of their necessary focus on brand management. Funnel versus flywheel. Deserts and tundras have a funnel without a flywheel. Grasslands and forests have a flywheel without a funnel. Aquatics have a hybrid bottom end of the funnel that also functions as a flywheel, essentially a strong superfan creator. Every type must build a funnel and flywheel to have a successful and sustainable business. And these are the tendencies of where different types seem to focus. Deserts and tundras, 2 parts of the sales funnel. Grasslands fascinate, forests charm, and aquatics surprise and satisfy, 3 parts of the sales flywheel. As a note, HubSpot calls these 3 rough phases: surprise, engage, delight. Additional resources. Take our Author Ecosystems quiz. The Author Ecosystems quiz will give you more self-knowledge and help you identify what type of publishing business model is going to work best for you. Are you a nimble desert, an expansive grassland, a rolling tundra, an interconnected forest, or a dynamic aquatic? Dig deep into the new methodology developed by USA Today best-selling authors Monica Leonelle and Russell Nohelty, creators of the Kickstarter Accelerator, Go Wide, Grow Wide, Book Sales Supercharged, and more. https://authorecosystem.com/ https://authorEcosystems.substack.com/ Takeaways. Author Ecosystems is a unique framework created by Russell Nohelty and Monica Leonelle. It focuses on sales and marketing styles and is rooted in data from working with hundreds of students one-on-one. The 5 ecosystems are desert, grassland, tundra, forest, and aquatic. Each of the ecosystems maps to a section of the sales funnel plus flywheel. Each of the ecosystems maps to a section of the adoption curve too. There are stages of growth that, when combined with your archetype, can tell you what to focus on next. Every type must build a funnel and flywheel to have a successful and sustainable business long-term. Task checklist. Take the quiz at AuthorEcosystem.com to get your archetype. Chapter 7. Direct Sales for Deserts. Every healthy business needs a way to produce new offers, a way to grow an audience, and a way to bring in sales. Here's what might work best for those identifying as a deserts. What would likely work best for production? Market research and trends. Deserts are masterful at market research and trends and often come up with the right answer when looking at the data. They are able to study the market and find pockets of underserved markets, but more importantly, they are nimble and can pivot to that underserved market quickly. This type also has a strong sense of what readers want. They are able to pick it out quickly and easily, usually by studying the story beats of what is already selling. The best deserts are not only looking at their genre, but also at adjacent genres and the larger storefront. Deserts tend to compartmentalize stories. They are able to break down tropes and scene imagery to find clear patterns. And then they are able to put those pieces back together again to deliver what readers want from that genre or niche. While deserts can sometimes create new categories of subgenre or sub-niche, they more often see a trend and act on it before most of the rest of the community catches on. In this way, they are early adopters. Creating content and products. Deserts may love writing their stories, but they are also able to disconnect and put on their business hat while writing those stories. This type tends to create products that are right in the middle of the market. If witches are more popular than angels, then the main character is a witch. If a male captain is more popular than a female captain, then the character is male. In doing this, they create stories that hit the market or trend dead on. Healthy deserts know that their books have some level of shelf life. Markets expand and contract, and deserts are fantastic at hitting the market as it's expanding. But they always know that the contraction is coming as the market gets flooded with competition, and as their particular story becomes a commodity. Those who have mastered the game are able to incorporate enough evergreen trends to keep their back catalog fruitful, and are also able to pivot quickly when they see the market contracting. Deserts thrive when they build a catalog that has a unique branding aspect, but that can also keep pace with trends. There may be some trade-off as a result, but the most successful deserts know how to hit each trope while also elevating it. Pacing and scheduling production. Deserts tend to write and release quickly, usually every few months. This allows them to stay both fluid and flush with resources. Hungry readers demand their stories now, and deserts are usually the one type that is willing and able to deliver. Although this type might write a lot, they are usually writing to buy themselves time and money. Sometimes they are writing just so they can otherwise live their life and not be bothered. Other times they are writing X so they can free up time to write Y, with Y being the thing they really love, but they know they can't make enough money on to satisfy their goals. Deserts are also strong at writing to pursue a greater ambition. Maybe their dream is movies or television, for example, and they know that a certain path will get them there. At the end of the day, deserts see publishing as a business first, then a creative endeavor. This approach can be baffling for other types who struggle to disconnect from their creative side in order to make smarter and more strategic business decisions. But deserts are attracted to this business for many reasons: freedom, flexibility, and potential earnings. The creative outlet is only valuable when it is also profitable. What would likely work best for audience? Finding audience. Deserts are very good at finding groups of people who are already gathering and already looking for something specific. This type is best suited to join other communities or read other books' reviews and see what readers are asking for. They do well and find their audience quickly when they can tap into another's audience first. This audience may exist on retailers, or it may be a friend that they've networked with that could do cross-promotion with them. Many deserts get their start as service providers to successful authors in the genre that they want to write in. This provides a ready-made audience or market that the author can then write to market to. In many ways, deserts do not find their audience. They instead find an underserved audience that they think they can create a good product for. Sometimes they and their friends are the underserved audience, though they will usually verify that there are appropriate retailer categories that they can find more like them under. Once they find the audience, they will then attempt to gain a foothold and will continue to sell that product for as long as it is easily profitable. Nurturing audience. Deserts are unique in that they usually don't want to talk to their audience most of the time. They may lurk in on their audience in reader groups to learn what they are enjoying reading. They may write mass emails to their list to share a new release. They may even hop on TikTok to study and capitalize on the hungry book-loving audience there. But outside of that, they usually don't need communication with their audience, and they often don't share much about their true selves with their audience either. This type is quite happy to be a faceless entity if it's possible. They are able to remove themselves from their books to produce a better product for their readers, and they are able to do so without much personalized or ongoing feedback from the readers themselves. The best way this type can nurture their audience is to give them the next book. That is what the audience cares about, and if they can't get the next book, they may go somewhere else to fill their time. Deserts know and understand this. Scaling audience. Deserts are willing to put on their business hats first. They are more likely than other types to gravitate toward heavy advertising, as it tends to be impersonal. Also, because they've made a marketable product, they can usually see quite a bit of success with their targeting, especially when they target specific genres and comparable authors or books. Still, deserts may struggle to scale their audiences because they build books that fit a mold, at least when they are starting out. This can make it challenging to stand out, especially as competition creeps in. Paired with the desert's desire to have some distance from their audience, it can be important for a desert to figure out what their branding is over the long term. Deserts are prone to having fair weather fans that disappear as trends shift and algorithms change, so finding ways to build reader loyalty and capture reader data, like an email address, is key to scaling. 3 strengths of a desert. In some ways, the desert was the first type we identified, because we saw this type so clearly in our Kickstarter data. There was an archetype of author that came through our Kickstarter program that approached their Kickstarter campaigns in a very different way than either Russell or I approached ours. And no matter what we said to them or how we coached them, they continued to implement about 20% of what the course teaches. This confused us, as we consistently see those who implement more like 80% of what we teach, leaving about 20% wiggle room for individuality and creativity, do much better numbers on Kickstarter. For a bit, we thought the divide might be coup versus wide authors. But then we would have some coup authors campaigns perform really well, and we would have some wide authors campaigns underperform for the size of their audience. We also couldn't find discernible patterns across genre or size of audience. And we also knew that it wasn't that these authors didn't want to listen or didn't want to be successful. It was more like what we were saying simply wasn't clicking or resonating with them, so they understandably didn't implement it. Naturally, this became one of the biggest questions that Russell and I had in our company. Why? Why did this type have campaigns that we expected to do better? We eventually figured out the reason. This type, which became the desert in our author ecosystems framework, is incredibly good at creating books written to a market. Once they do that, they can take advantage of timing to maximize their project on any platform. But the way we were teaching Kickstarter did not play to this strength at all. What we were teaching instead was, have an idea. Have a book. Have a project. Here's how to sell it on Kickstarter in the most optimal way. This method resonated pretty well with all 4 other types, but missed the mark with deserts. Why? Because deserts first study an audience, and then create a project that the audience will enjoy. And this was where the disconnect was. Strength number 1. The first strength of the desert is that they are able to pick up on market trends and act on them. Deserts are trend riders that capitalize on their nimbleness and ability to move quickly, to strike a market or trend at the exact right time. This allows them to focus on writing and branding their books specifically, to a ready-made audience quickly. Deserts are able to find a lot of readers on any platform, particularly a retailer platform, which means they can usually see success in publishing quite fast compared to other types. Because of this, the desert's number 1 problem is usually feeding the audience rather than finding the audience. They have hungry genre readers, and their books satisfy that hunger. Deserts will first try to fix the problem by producing a lot of books, and then they may become publishers, building a stable of like-minded writers who can hit all the right beats to help them produce even faster and fulfill the needs of the hungry market. The flip side to this is that deserts have to keep their distance from readers, lurking and studying rather than getting in the weeds with them. There is a natural disconnect from the audience, because that's what it takes to make good business decisions about how the product should end up. This leads to books that have wide appeal, but that also means that deserts often have a disproportionate number of casual readers in their audience. This is in contrast to the aquatic, who will have a disproportionate number of superfans in their audience. Sometimes less experienced deserts may mistake their own high author sales for an audience of readers that love them and will follow them anywhere. But those high sales may be largely because readers love the trend in the market instead of the particular author. Their audience is ultimately a borrowed one from other authors or from retailers, which is great for quick sales but challenging for longevity. Deserts can combat this in a few ways. The first is by learning to convert casual readers to true fans. The second is by figuring out how to elevate their story beyond the expectations of the genre, possibly with characters, world building, or branding. And the third is by positioning themselves as the top author in the market or trend, and bringing other authors into their publishing stable to build a bigger readership together. In many ways, these 3 things are the same thing, and deserts do best when they can associate their individual author name with the genre or subgenre itself. For example, author Dakota Kraut is in a major genre, game lit, but also wrote a series specifically for a subgenre, dungeon core, that he is well associated with. The longevity goal for the desert should be to have a book or series that's among the top 3 or maybe top 5 recommended in a popular subgenre. This will help the desert find more readers over a longer period of time. Strength number 2. The second strength of the desert is their comparatively simple business models. Often this type has one genre, one popular series that they know will bring readers in, and one or maybe a few modes of marketing. This type is really good at focusing on the least intensive path to success. In addition to being able to write books to market quickly and easily, they can also easily and intuitively connect a hungry audience to those books. Often, they use a combination of advertising and the organic success of the genre to find readers. They are rarely on a social media platform, unless that social media platform is easy to study and is going to pay off immediately, like TikTok does. While TikTok is driving sales, deserts are happy to use it and become well-versed in creating viral videos. Because they keep their businesses simple, they can also usually scan for breaks in the chain and business model and pivot quickly before those breaks become disastrous. The flip side to this is that for a less experienced desert, their business might break easily. This type is more prone than other types to chasing fads rather than a solid evergreen market that they can get much more momentum and security in. When a fad comes and goes, so does the desert's core business. Deserts are the type we most often see achieve a ton of success quickly, and then have that success wiped out almost as quickly as it came only a few years later. This type can combat this by finding genres with lasting power, and by teaming up with other deserts to build a more diverse business. Strength number 3. The third strength of the desert is in scaling a connected brand. As a singleton author, this may look like writing in different genres, but connecting through characters or a world. As a partnering author, it may look more like joining forces and collaborating with an expert in another genre niche. Deserts are extremely good at partnerships and using the big audience of a genre or niche to scale to gain attention. If they can show that they are the top in the niche, they get the movie deal. Suzanne Collins of The Hunger Games did this really well, and came from screenwriting first. The natural place for deserts to go is to become a publisher. Deserts, in our opinion, may be the only one of the 5 types who should move into a publisher business model. They tend to have a loyalty to the book format, and they are the type that can easily communicate reader expectations to other authors. They can use a publishing company to build a much bigger audience, and then they can use that success to scale into other media. When they do that, they should probably partner with somebody who is an expert in those formats to help them translate the story to the new medium. This is in contrast to the aquatic, who may go all in on producing the movie or radio drama themselves. The flip side to this is strong competition. For all the types, only a few will make it to the upper echelons of success. But for deserts, the pecking order is much clearer, and it's much more obvious to them and others that they are playing a zero-sum game. We see this play out in Coup, but even leaving Coup, deserts can easily compare themselves to others. For every genre, there's someone at the top, and the reality is that the person at the top is most likely to get the big publishing or movie or television deal. Others might be able to draft off their success, but the game tends toward winner takes all. Note, this is in contrast to how other types get movie and television deals, which may greatly surprise the desert. For example, Neil Gaiman of Forest did not become the hottest fantasy author, he just invented a style of storytelling that only he can deliver on. George R.R. Martin, A Grassland, also did not become the hottest fantasy author, he just created one of the most complex, detailed, and vivid fantasy worlds. The desert is most likely to succeed in film and television by becoming the next James Patterson, who has had 16 of his works adapted to the screen, but is still mostly known for his author brand. Or by becoming the next Suzanne Collins, who took her screenwriting skills and wrote the Hunger Games trilogy, which was simply the top dystopian series at a time when the world was feverish for dystopian stories. Note that many other adaptations around this time performed much poorer, as people tired from the overexposure of the genre. The two best paths for desert success are to be at the top of the charts in a subgenre and build a publishing house with other deserts who can provide more content to this genre, or to be one of the authors at these publishing houses that ends up drafting off of the top author's success. Because of this, it's important for deserts to develop the ability to both be part of collaborations and also bring those readers back to their individual and solo works. We sometimes see people who are unsure of whether they are deserts or aquatics. Here's our litmus test. While both aquatics and deserts do like building brands, they have two very different approaches. Deserts take a top-down approach to building a brand, while aquatics take a bottom-up approach. Whereas an aquatic is trying to leverage the excitement of superfans for the brand and has no timing in mind, just grassroots efforts, the desert looks to leverage excitement for the tropes of the brand and knows that timing will play a critical factor. It's important that each of these types understands the strengths that lead them to expanding their brand, so that they don't try to build using an opposite strategy to the one most likely to work for them. Email marketing. Advantages. Because of their desire to optimize every part of their business, it's easy to see why the traditional email strategy pushed by the publishing industry won't work for a desert. It's a ton of effort to set up swamps every week, coordinate freebies, and create a gigantic monster of an email that will probably lead to few, if any, sales. It's a horrible strategy for anyone, but it would be especially frustrating for a desert. Instead, I would recommend deserts implement something more akin to what Morning Brew, Tim Ferriss, or 1440 used to grow their list to 100,000 plus without investing a ton of time into any individual newsletter. Namely, a daily, weekly, monthly digest or roundup where you are gathering the most important news about an industry and disseminating it into short news bites. This is something Book Riot does already with Today in Books. You can also provide information on an industry, a genre, or just about anything that has a large audience, which is something you are uniquely qualified to analyze. I also use this strategy with my weekly digests, and it allows me to get an additional email out to subscribers every week with less than an hour of work. One of the reasons I love this strategy is that it doesn't have to be about you or your books. Deserts usually want to work in the background anyway, and let their writing do the talking. This strategy allows you to create a brand around your newsletter that has nothing to do with you while still collecting an audience of fans and funneling them to your work. The best part of this strategy is that it's almost infinitely scalable with advertising. Companies like Beehive and Sparkloop have created recommendation engines like Substack, but they are powered by ads. For instance, Beehive has a program called Boosts. Boosts is a marketplace feature that allows you to grow your newsletter by defining the exact cost per acquisition of subscribers. You can adjust this as much or as little as you like. The subscribers you gain through this feature are guaranteed to be active and additive to your ecosystem. If they're not active, you don't pay for them. Sparkloop has Upscribe in their partner network. For newsletter operators, this is an amazing, low-effort opportunity to increase revenue in a way that your audience will love. We expect the average newsletter to increase their subscriber lifetime value by $3 to $10 subscriber with the partner network. What's nice is that you can both make money from the platforms and also spend money to grow with them. I've been testing this out with the Beehive network, and while it's more focused on AI and tech than Sparkloop, I've still made $100 in the last week on my recommendations. I plan to dump that money back into ads in order to keep growing. Challenges. The challenge here is scaling the right audience to buy your books. Hopefully, you're creating an environment where this whole enterprise is profitable by itself, but you should remember that you're looking for people to buy your books at the end of the day, unless you aren't. It's not impossible to build a big email list for a random project and then sell it through a company like Duos. Then you can rinse and repeat or move on to something else. Website landing pages and storefronts. Advantages. Deserts are optimization machines, so they will get the most from running cold traffic ads to their web store and/or landing pages. While they can have success with both, deserts are probably the only ecosystem that has a reasonable chance of making a profit on a web store through cold traffic advertising. Why? Because tedious optimization is their jam, and that's the only way to succeed with cold traffic advertising directed at a web store. For every other ecosystem, they should focus on running traffic to a landing page, if they run traffic at all. But because deserts tend to have big backlists and their customers are so used to the retailer experience, they can have success with cold traffic advertising. Additionally, while we usually recommend authors not try to mimic Amazon and focus their store on selling bundles unavailable on every other site, deserts should do the opposite and try to mimic the Amazon experience as much as possible, and focus on cross-selling and upselling people into more expensive offers. This is because deserts are aiming at the middle of the road, quick sale, impulse buy customer, and those readers highly value ease of use. Because of the complicated nature of what deserts are setting up, they are also the only ecosystem where using Shopify makes complete sense. Features like browser intent, where you can retarget visitors without anyone signing up, the ability to use ShopPay to streamline the checkout process, and other advanced features make it a no-brainer to spend $100 plus mo for all the bells and whistles. If you are thinking about Shopify, it really only makes sense if you're going to be running advertising traffic to your web store. Additionally, we've seen deserts have great success with optimizing landing pages, specifically for series, especially if they don't have a huge catalog. Deserts are going to be able to pore over the data and make very specific and meticulous changes to their site, like changing the color of a button to increase conversions. Most of the other ecosystems aren't going to have the stomach or fortitude to do. Challenges: deserts are the most likely to jump on tactics that produce short-term gain. Because they love taking advantage of arbitrage while it exists, they will fall down all sorts of rabbit holes if they are not careful, which could lead their ads to be marked as spam and their tactics frowned upon by advertisers. Even though we don't often see this with deserts and retailer sales, we have seen it multiple times when deserts transition their attention to direct sales. The key to direct sales is consistency over time, and deserts like to hop from one thing to the next. With direct sales, your goal is to set up something that works for a while, so make sure to chill out a bit. Don't chase every gold rush that comes along even if you can, and try to set up your business for the long term. Crowdfunding launches. Advantages: of all the ecosystems, deserts seem to have the most trouble with Kickstarter. Their entire businesses rely on spotting trends and then taking advantage of them quickly. Kickstarter isn't a platform where you can get arbitrage easily. Arbitrage is the simultaneous purchase and sale of the same or similar asset in different markets in order to profit from tiny differences in the asset's listed price. It exploits short-lived variations in the price of identical or similar financial instruments in different markets or in different forms. Jason Fernando. In terms of book sales, deserts are looking for niches where there is considerably more demand than supply. If they can get into a trend early, then they can extract maximum value. Then, when the supply starts to outstrip demand, they move on to the next opportunity. This is how so many deserts can thrive without an email list or personal fandom of any kind. They are trying advantage of those gaps in the market before they become widespread. This is antithetical to the Kickstarter ethos, which is what we call a fan-based platform. Kickstarter is great at activating fans, but the algorithm is pretty simple, and the market doesn't change much from month to month. In fact, a large portion of the indie fiction community has started to ask the question, is Kickstarter oversaturated? Since throughout 2023, the average number of campaigns live in the fiction portion of Kickstarter has risen from 6 to 10 to 100 to 120. This would not be a problem for a forest, who now has tons more authors to share their campaigns with and expand their audience. But for a desert, this saturation of the market is a real concern. That said, all is not lost. There are a couple of ways that deserts can use Kickstarter effectively. The first is when they see a gap in the market and need more money than they have access to at the moment. We know an author who saw a gap in the market at the beginning of the tarot card book and needed $10,000 in order to take advantage of it. They spun up a campaign and was able to create a thriving business from it. They will probably never use Kickstarter again, unless they see a gap in the market again and need another quick influx of cash. The second is to spin up a forest pen name. Almost all deserts we meet have a secret forest pen name they have trouble monetizing because it's a completely different way of thinking. Their forest stories are off-market, and that is the kind of stuff that kills on Kickstarter. The third is as another distribution channel. My friend runs a very successful publishing company and launches many of their titles on Kickstarter because there are buyers there and I like money. Do any of his campaigns crush it? No, but he can bring in an additional $4,000 to $10,000 every month to his business, and that's not nothing either. They have a formula they use and don't put a ton of effort into their launches. It just works for them as a distribution channel. Challenges: the pump and dump strategy deserts use to flood the market at launch with ad dollars and then let the algorithm carry them doesn't work on Kickstarter or wide retailers, but that's another story. Kickstarter is all about consistent marketing, and unfortunately, there aren't a lot of newsletters or other marketing opportunities for a Kickstarter that are hands-off. So you're probably going to have to get your hands dirty, at least a bit. Deserts have problems with Kickstarter because it feels like they have to stop their business cold in order to run one, and that is suboptimal. So, if you want to run a Kickstarter, the most important thing is to find ways to make it a part of your ecosystem without draining you. Subscriptions and memberships. Advantages: the secret power of a desert is optimization. Deserts can look at a newsfeed and understand the underlying code powering it. If you've ever seen people talk about gaming the system, that's probably a desert. They love finding ways to win the conversation. Because of this, a publication subscription, especially one built on timeliness, would likely work best for them. While most other ecosystems would burn out releasing a daily newsletter akin to 1440 or Morning Brew, quick turnaround and mining attention while it's hot are two huge skills of a desert. Additionally, platforms like Sparkloop and Beehive leverage that virality factor to help amplify that message through advertising. The idea of these networks is that publications can offer to pay a certain amount for every verified subscriber you send to them. For instance, BookBub has offered as much as $6 a subscriber since I've been watching the network closely. Similarly, you can pay for subscribers other people bring to your publication as well. The idea is that if you are paying $2 a subscriber while making $2 a subscriber, you can basically grow for free. The more often you release newsletters, the more you can offer to pay, because you are making more from the network with every send. Most of the biggest newsletters in the world use this strategy to grow fast, funneling their ad revenue back into their business to add thousands, even tens of thousands of new subscribers into their ecosystem every month. This isn't only for nonfiction authors either. Today in Books is a great example of a publication that traffics on the hot stories of the day, but with a bent toward readers. Challenges: subscription growth can be slow and churn is a real challenge, especially for a desert. Unlike the other ecosystems, people aren't connecting as much with the writer as the content, and if somebody serves your subscribers better, they are prone to leaving quicker for greener pastures. For this reason, I would consider making your subscriptions ad-focused and sponsorship-based instead of reliant on membership income. I subscribe to dozens of news organizations to make sure I'm getting full coverage, but I only pay for one. The strength of a desert is being able to plug into the winning conversation and ride those gains to success fast. Then they find a new trend and ride that, building momentum by finding that wave consistently. The association model would likely be the least appealing to a desert, as it requires significantly more love and attention than the publication model. Forests and aquatics love doting on their subscribers, so they can usually make more per subscriber than a desert, who will make up in volume what they can't in depth of devotion. Live events and signings. Advantages: deserts are the ecosystem with the least interest in meeting fans and building an audience, so it might at first seem like a poor fit to add events into your catalog, but there are a couple of things that could make event sales work for you. First, since deserts generally aim their books at the center of the bell curve to appeal to the most people, deserts have the best ability to hire help to run their booths for them. They might not even show up since their books are designed to sell themselves. Other ecosystems have a hard time hiring staff to work for them because their books sell at least partially because they are the ones who wrote them. Not true for deserts. For deserts, the appeal of their books is that they are the perfect encapsulation of a genre or trope, so they should be able to sell without the author even being present. This is one of the reasons that deserts make great publishers, because they create experiences that exist beyond any single author. Additionally, while most other ecosystems should focus on very niche shows where they can find their people, deserts can usually expand out well beyond that into the flea market, swap meet, and street festival circuit more easily. In general, these events are filled with middle-of-the-bell curve readers who want easy-to-consume books that make them feel a certain way inside. Finally, if you choose to go into the convention circuit, then a desert can take in the most popular items at an event and learn how to attract the most people to their table with additional merch or special edition covers that speak to the audience without them having to say a word. As for conferences, deserts are best attending to collect data, watch, and learn. They won't get a lot of value speaking at conferences because revealing their secrets would diminish the arbitrage they traffic in for their success. However, people tend to reveal their best secrets in person, and this is like gold for deserts. Challenges. Deserts are generally opposed to building audiences, speaking to people, or dancing for dollars. So they often come across as surly instead of inviting. All they want to do is write their books in peace, so if you do decide to attend conferences or conventions, especially as a vendor, just remember that you are part of the experience, and you need to put on a good show if you want to make sales. Events are a microcosm of the overall audience. If you start to cater to them, you'll miss out on the trends of the overall market, and it can seriously affect your sales. I've made lots of mistakes by tailoring books to event buyers at the expense of my online sales. That said, you should at least have special edition covers for your books at conventions because those buyers prefer uniqueness over the homogeneity of retailer platforms. Additional resources. Take our Author Ecosystems quiz. The Author Ecosystems quiz will give you more self-knowledge and help you identify what type of publishing business model is going to work best for you. Are you a nimble desert, an expansive grassland, a rolling tundra, an interconnected forest, or a dynamic aquatic? Dig deep into the new methodology developed by USA Today best-selling authors Monica Leonelle and Russell Nohelty, creators of the Kickstarter Accelerator, Go Wide, Grow Wide, Book Sales Supercharged, and more. https://authorecosystem.com/ https://authorEcosystems.substack.com/ Takeaways. There are 5 archetypes total: desert, grassland, tundra, forest, and aquatic, and each matches up with specific sales and marketing patterns across several key areas. For the desert. Trends. Deserts are masterful at market research and trends and often come up with the right answer when looking at the data. They are able to study the market and find pockets of underserved markets, but more importantly, they are nimble and can pivot to that underserved market quickly. Fandom. Deserts are looking for niches where there is considerably more demand than supply. If they can get into a trend early, then they can extract maximum value. Then, when the supply starts to outstrip demand, they move on to the next opportunity. This is how so many deserts can thrive without an email list or personal fandom of any kind. They are trying advantage of those gaps in the market before they become widespread. Thinking. Deserts are the most likely to jump on tactics that produce short-term gain. Because they love taking advantage of arbitrage while it exists, they will fall down all sorts of rabbit holes if they are not careful, which could lead their ads to be marked as spam and their tactics frowned upon by advertisers. Even though we don't often see this with deserts and retailer sales, we have seen it multiple times when deserts transition their attention to direct sales. The key to direct sales is consistency over time, and deserts like to hop from one thing to the next. With direct sales, your goal is to set up something that works for a while, so make sure to chill out a bit. Don't chase every gold rush that comes along even if you can, and try to set up your business for the long term. Data and optimization. Deserts are masterful at market research and trends, and often come up with the right answer when looking at the data. They are able to study the market and find pockets of underserved markets, but more importantly, they are nimble and can pivot to that underserved market quickly. Deserts are optimization machines, so they will get the most from running cold traffic ads to their web store and/or landing pages. Sales funnel plus flywheel. Sometimes less experienced deserts may mistake their own high author sales for an audience of readers that love them and will follow them anywhere. But those high sales may be largely because readers love the trend in the market instead of the particular author. Their audience is ultimately a borrowed one from other authors or from retailers, which is great for quick sales but challenging for longevity. Deserts can combat this in a few ways. The first is by learning to convert casual readers to true fans. The second is by figuring out how to elevate their story beyond the expectations of the genre, possibly with characters, world building, or branding. And the third is by positioning themselves as the top author in the market or trend, and bringing other authors into their publishing stable to build a bigger readership together. Task checklist. Take the quiz at authorecosystem.com to get your archetype. Journal on the following questions. If this is your type, what has worked or is working? How can you double down on your natural strengths? If this is not your type, what could you take from this archetype? Can you identify anyone who is this archetype and has the success you want? What can you learn from them about sales and marketing? What companies, celebrities, and creatives match this archetype? What can you learn from them about sales and marketing? Come over to our groups and share the answers to these questions. writermba.com/Facebook. writermba.circle.so. Chapter 8. Direct Sales for Grasslands. Every healthy business needs a way to produce new offers, a way to grow an audience, and a way to bring in sales. Here's what might work best for those identifying as a grassland. What would likely work best for production? Market research and trends. Grasslands are incredibly good at feeling out trends and matching a trend to their interests. They don't commit easily to any one thing, because in their minds, their commitments are often long-term, sometimes even lifelong, and they want to be sure the one thing is worth committing to. Because they are willing to go deeper and explore longer in one area than any of the other types, they are often considered the top of the class or among the greats in their chosen specialty. Grasslands do best when they can spot new trends coming and incorporate them into their chosen area. They are good at creating at the edge of their niche as a result, and like to weave trends into their quickly mounting body of work. First, mover advantage does not apply to grasslands. They can come into any niche and dominate the niche, sometimes very quickly. They are adept at not only sizing up their competition, and usually creating something better than what is already available, but also positioning themselves in a marketplace with a unique perspective and the best of the best content and products that align to that perspective. This is because they research and study the niche with intensity and from every angle. If they happen to be the first mover, they rarely see much competition because no one can catch up to them or outpace them. The best way to enter a market where there are grasslands is to find an opposing viewpoint. However, be prepared for them to persuasively explain why they do or teach the opposite. Creating content and products. Grasslands go deep into one thing. They are vertical business builders, and even when they have multiple interests, they operate these interests in silos, usually starting multiple companies rather than uniting everything under one brand. Because of this, grasslands tend to focus on one specialty at a time and spend an intense several years getting it off the ground before they might move on to something else. It can be difficult for them to keep two plates spinning in the air at once. One of the challenges grasslands face is how to slow pace on one area of specialty to explore a second area of specialty. One commonality between grasslands is that they are typically right or spot on in their chosen specialty. Even when writing fiction, their research is so thorough and accurate, and their storylines are so persuasive that it becomes a big part of why readers gravitate toward their stories. Because of this, they can sometimes become revered or respected and above reproach, even by their opponents. An example of this might be in Queen Elizabeth II. Whether you like or loathe the monarchy, it is hard to ignore her 70 years of service. We frequently see grasslands that can do no wrong in their audience's eyes, simply because they keep going with excellent quality. Pacing and scheduling production. Grasslands are obsessive about their chosen area and are able to break through in that area very quickly, producing a large amount of content and merchandise. Their sustained interest in an area also sustains their rapid production in it, but it can lead to burnout if it goes unchecked. Grasslands tend to think big and see all the tendrils they can hook into, but they have to remember that it takes time to produce things. They may also have a notion of going deep and moving on after a few years, though that rarely materializes for them in the way they expect. Grasslands can get into trouble when they keep producing in an area that is not likely to be profitable for them. They do best when they have chosen a reasonably big niche with a hungry and evergreen audience. One area where grasslands may struggle is setting expectations that they can meet. They are unable to release something mediocre in order to hit a deadline, and their penchant for going down rabbit holes makes it hard for them to predict production times and stay on track. They also struggle to close a project in their minds. For example, you might see a grassland who has already written 100 books say that it'll take 100 more to finish the larger story they are telling. This type is easily spotted in the author world because they have at least a few long, interconnected, and unending series. Grasslands will do best by breaking up their projects into smaller pieces, not setting deadlines until they are nearly complete with a project, or by partnering with someone who can help them deliver on all their promises. What would likely work best for audience? Finding audience. Grasslands tend to be content machines, whether that means posting regularly to social media or creating more long-form content like a podcast, YouTube channel, blog, book series, or serialization. They are the type of people who can produce endless content on the same topic. The biggest challenge for them is making sure that each piece of content is optimized to actively attract and capture an audience. Unhealthy grasslands could keep writing on a blog, for example, and never see a unified audience subscribe to or form around that blog. They may even have a few viral hits, but are people joining the community and sticking around? Grasslands must be cautious of, if you build it, they will come mentality. Grasslands also might believe that the content is enough, but it's important for them to remember that this is a business. They must also ask for the conversion to an email list capture, and then a conversion to a sale. As long as this type chooses a specialty with a large audience, and as long as they have a clear plan to capture and convert leads, they can best build their audience through content marketing because they have a knack for creating the very best content in a genre or niche. Content marketing can become a zero-sum game where the best creators receive the lion's share of the attention and audience. For this type and this type alone, the content is the marketing, and this is the most comfortable way forward for them. Nurturing audience. Audiences are loyal to grasslands once they understand what they are doing. Grasslands tend to get people invested in their niche over time by putting pennies in the bank. In nonfiction, this may be a new and insightful blog post, while in fiction, this may be new releases or interconnected series and characters. Often a grassland's own unique and quirky interest in something is just as entertaining as the content itself. In that sense, grasslands are paid to be interested. Grasslands require their audiences to do a little work to become in the know. This investment from readers and fans is the very thing that nurtures them and keeps them around. In some ways, this can be intimidating and overwhelming for readers. Wow, I'm committing to a 20-book series, so it can be important for grasslands to give readers at least a few non-committal ways into their body of work. That could mean a standalone or a short story, anything that gives readers a sense of completion. When grassland readers leave, it's usually due to the commitment rather than the quality. Scaling audience. There are several steps a grassland can take to scale their audience. First, it's critical for grasslands to get their marketing sales funnel working as well as possible. This tends to look like content to email list to sales. Grasslands do very well with strong back matter in their books, calls to action everywhere from their social media to their website, and persuasive reasons to subscribe to an email list. Once someone is on the email list, the drip, drip, drip of content works very well for grasslands. Next, grasslands need to know two things: their best entry points into their work, which serves as their first freebie offer, and their best bundles of content, which serves as their first paid offer. This may be their best free first-in series, and a popular series bundle in their catalog. Since this flows to everything else, it really doesn't matter what a grassland picks as long as it converts well. Finally, once a grassland has an established body of work, it helps for them to stay alert to trends and weave them into their content marketing on a regular basis. This type is particularly good at being a prominent voice in a conversation that's already happening, because they have garnered so much trust from their audience and have spent dozens of pieces of content on persuading their readers to a viewpoint. These bursts of visibility, virality, and promotion help to build a much larger audience, and once the audience is there, it's easy to bring them into a well-converting content marketing system. 3 strengths of a grassland. The second most popular type in our survey is the grassland, so I wanted to cover it next. Both Russell and I knew that I was a grassland visually before we could put words to it. The best way to describe a grassland is they go very wide, and when they find something they are doing that is catching on, they go very deep with it. So they are an unusual type, in that they can look like both generalists and extremist specialists at the same time. Another way to think about the grassland is that they are seeing everything, everywhere, all at once. It's like they have 1,000 antennas pointing upward and outward at all times. They are lurkers and analysts, noticing and processing and talking to people, and absorbing and spotting trends and making connections between all the things. But no one sees this. All you see is a squat tree in the middle of their prairie, with long branches shading all the grass that's growing underneath. If they've been in the game for a while, maybe you see a few trees, all strategically shading different areas of their land, but hardly close enough to each other to be considered the start of a forest. All the work they're doing behind the scenes. It's the invisible to the audience root system. It's extensive, weaving through most of the underground prairie land, supporting the grass taking root and keeping the soil well nourished. To be clear, no one is knocking down that tree once it's planted, its roots are too deep. Strength number 1. The first strength of a grassland is they have their feelers out everywhere. They can spot trends and marketing shifts easily and act on them quickly, without having to switch lanes or start a new pen name. Instead, they weave the trend into a new branch of their tree, growing the tree outward in a way that can reach new audiences. What they are really doing is spotting all the trends out there, and then choosing to act on a fraction of them that are at the edge of where they are already writing. They grow their audience outward, expanding their circle of coverage by going deep at the trunk of their tree. This is nearly impossible for other types to do, but possible for grasslands because they get in the weeds on a genre or topic that, hopefully, has a large potential audience. They understand every in and out of their genre or niche, they've put the puzzle pieces in every possible order, and they've turned over every potential rock where some strange exception might be lurking. They also gravitate toward genres that require subject matter expertise, science fiction or crime thriller or military fiction or historical fiction, but this is not a requirement. Certainly, their work is centered around a topic or a world, as opposed to characters, plot, their personality, or anything else. This doesn't mean that they don't have good characters, plot, or personality, but it does mean that people are there for the content hook, not them. Their work is incredibly rich and detailed because of this effort. It rises as the cream of the crop very naturally, once people start to notice what they are doing. And when a trend comes along at the edge of their specialty, they are able to weave it in, capitalize on it, and send the bump from the trend to their extensive backlist of more of the same. This makes their one tree sustainable for their entire career. Because of this, readers also have to go deep with a grassland's work, and often the community that springs up around a grassland is opinionated about how to consume the work. One of the most popular questions a grassland will get is about reading order, and they'll probably need a decision tree diagram to explain it. The community may even have their own fan-based suggestions for how to read. Ahem. Terry Pratchett. Cassandra Clare. The flip side of this is that grasslands need to find a large lane and stick to it. They tend to invest so much energy into one lane that it becomes untenable, if not impossible, to leave it and pursue other things. They also need that lane to be able to financially sustain the level of investment they need to put in. And a grassland cannot support very many trees, because no project or book series ever really ends for them. They may take years-long breaks to focus on a different tree, but they'll be back. When they find a good tree to plant, their marketing motto is just, keep going and persist. They are able to keep feeding that tree forever. If they plant the wrong tree, this becomes a problem as they get stuck on a hamster wheel and quit far too long after they should have. Strength number 2. The second strength of a grassland is that when they say something or move in any direction, everyone hangs on to every word and follows wherever they want to go. This is because people are interested in the genre or topic that they specialize in, and they are basically the foremost expert on the topic or the #1 author in this subgenre. It becomes obvious to people that they are putting a lot of work into what they do. And while no one can really see how they got to where they are, everyone is trying to figure out where they are moving to, and people tend to watch and pay attention to grasslands once they identify them. The good news for grasslands is that nobody is really going to be able to do what they do the way they do it. This type attracts copycats and mimics, but grasslands have already won the market space they occupy. People who attempt to compete with them find that they don't actually understand how the grassland works. It's like trying to put a puzzle together, but 70% of the pieces are missing. The flip side to this is grasslands need to figure out how to monetize this game of Simon Says. Grasslands aren't always great at paying close attention to their audience. It could be that they take the audience for granted, because no matter what genre or niche they choose, people are probably following them to see what they'll do. Or it could be that they are so obsessed with the work that they don't come up for air very often. But grasslands need to find a balance between their impersonal lurker approach to understanding a theoretical audience and understanding and serving their actual audience. Strength number 3. The third strength of a grassland is that they have incredible stamina for a genre or niche. Most authors write a trilogy or a 5-book series and then move on. Grasslands write a 50-book series or a 100-book series, and they never move on. We use the word series loosely, of course. Maybe this is a similar series set in the same world, or maybe it is an entire pen name. Once a grassland finds something that is big enough to sustain them plus meets their interests, they double, triple, quadruple down on it. This can happen very quickly. You know those pop-up shops in major cities. Sometimes a grassland can look like a pop-up author that came out of nowhere. What really happened is they circled around the spot with a rope tied to their foot for months, if not years, collecting data and noticing trends, stealthily working on a project. Then they suddenly pull the rope and their tree pops up out of nowhere, like a parlor trick. And it grows quickly as grasslands throw all their energy into it. The flip side to this is they often have ideas and stories so big that they may not be able to finish them, maybe not even during their lifetime. They also have a perfectionist tendency to consider every angle when they may not have the time to do so. In certain genres, they also go so deep into tangents and world building that they can lose readers who just want the dang ending. The never-ending story is a strength because a lot of people don't want this rich, detailed, best of the best story to end. Again, grasslands leave you hooked and saying, "More, please." But it's also a weakness because eventually, people do want the story to end. George R.R. Martin is an example of an author who has burned their fanbase with too many delays, though it's common for all grasslands to find themselves in this predicament to a much lesser extent at some point in their careers, and maybe at multiple points. Some of our favorite grasslands include Alexander Hamilton, who tried to write his political ideas and systems into reality at the founding of the United States, and Queen Elizabeth II, who became above reproach after 70-plus years as the reigning monarch of the United Kingdom. Grasslands are capable of building incredible and inspiring legacies, as long as they tap into their natural strengths. Email marketing. Advantages. While the desert strategy can work really well to build up a sizable email list quickly, grasslands are more focused on being seen as thought leaders moving the industry forward. A big list is good, but what they're really looking for is influencing the movers and shakers of the industry and causing seismic shifts over a long time horizon. For this reason, you should consider creating a newsletter that is almost purely value-based and lives on a platform on Substack or your own blog. That way, it has the longevity to keep putting pennies in the bank for years. The main problem with sending a normal promotions email for a grassland is that you can't disseminate it widely. Once you send it, the value drops to zero, which isn't ideal for a grassland marketing strategy. Instead, their goal is to make something once and keep extracting value from it forever. Whereas, if you can create a more content-focused newsletter, it allows you to syndicate it widely and get maximum value out of your work for the longest time. For instance, this section originally lived on Substack, but it also gets disseminated over email, and then is cached on Google and other search engines. I could also syndicate it out to Medium and other platforms, though Substack doesn't have that functionality natively. If I did my job right, then people will be able to search it for years, bringing people into our ecosystem long after it gets emailed out to subscribers. This is the ideal situation for most grasslands. A roundup strategy is perfect for deserts who are trying to tap into the zeitgeist now, but you are more likely trying to tap into where the industry is going in a couple of years. My main publication offers a new article every week and a roundup of my favorite articles from the past week, so I try to have my cake and eat it too. One thing you might want to consider to bring in more income is to offer sponsorships like Simon Owens and most mainstream publications do. You can also use the Paved or Sparkloop network, but you will probably see more success with a deeper partnership that you can vet for your audience. Then you can put ads in your newsletter, or do an advertorial for an advertiser you believe in to share with your audience. You are probably already covering the industry closely, so it would make sense for advertisers to work with you. If you have a stellar reputation, you can probably charge top dollar for a spot in your publication. The advantage of an advertising strategy is that when you have something to promote, you can pop it inside the ad spot and use it for your own promotion. If that doesn't work for you, then you can offer a membership like Monica and I here, or like Jane Friedman does with the hot sheet. Or you can use it as a launching pad for consulting and courses, like Writers at Work with Sarah Fay or Marley Grace. Challenges. Having a value-based newsletter is not the easiest thing to monetize during a launch. Because you are not sending sales emails often, you have not developed the sales habit in your customers. This is why having advertising in your newsletter could be an effective strategy. Not only are you building revenue, but you are also training your subscribers to click and buy. Website landing pages and storefronts. Advantages. The secret advantage of grasslands revolves around creating a lot of little hooks back to their work all around the internet, so a smart grassland will focus on setting up series landing pages and bundles of their work that they can constantly point back to while they're creating content. At the very least, every time you speak or write a post, you should have a link to a relevant opt-in that allows you to gather email addresses. This can be in the form of a cheat sheet, an email course, an ebook, or just about anything designed to get people to your website to sign up. Then, after they sign up, you should have an autoresponder set up to indoctrinate people into your ecosystem and offer them something to buy that is relevant to their interests. Perhaps somebody signed up to read the first book in your series for free, and now you are giving them a special offer to purchase the rest of the series at a discount, or perhaps you have a cheat sheet on setting up a 401k, and you have a landing page offer to do somebody's taxes for 50% off their first year. Grasslands are experts at providing value and building goodwill, but they need to be better at not only telling people what they do, but offering them something to buy. As for web stores, you'll probably be fine with a Gumroad or PayHip store that doesn't charge a monthly fee since you won't likely be running advertising to it. It's very important for a grassland to have all their work available on their website, so people can buy when they are ready. I also recommend putting together special bundles with additional content people can't get anywhere else, so that it encourages people to buy. Challenges. Grasslands don't love standing up and saying, "Did you know you could buy this?" So they are very likely to set up the free part of this system and then completely neglect the indoctrination and sales funnel part that tries to extract value from all their hard work. I know Monica and I have been guilty of this, especially while overstressed. It's great that you keep building those hooks, but we have to turn those hooks into money, which means setting up your landing pages and a web store so that people know what they can buy. It's very different knowing all about psychological triggers and using them effectively in your business. Crowdfunding launches. Advantages. The hardest thing a Grassland ever has to say is, "Did you know you can buy this from me?" They are perfectly happy making new content forever and building up incredible goodwill in the community by moving the conversation forward. They are also often thought leaders in their niche or one of the more popular authors in a genre. However, they rely on people just finding their work, instead of being pushy or doing a hard sell. Here's the thing about making money though. In order to make sales, sometimes you have to ask for money. Kickstarter is the perfect way to stand up a tree, as we call it, and plant a flag in the ground around your topic. Grasslands have often talked about their topic or genre for years, and often have hundreds of blog posts or several books. Kickstarter is a way to say, "Hey, look at me. I have this very cool thing I've been working on that I think you'll love." Kickstarter becomes a great way to cement your leadership on a topic or genre, because suddenly for a finite amount of time, all attention turns to you. If you have trouble asking for a sale, using a time-based strategy like Kickstarter is a great way to focus your efforts for a short burst. While tundras give 100% effort in short bursts, Grasslands tend to work at 20 to 50% all the time, releasing things consistently instead of in a frantic burst. For Kickstarter, I recommend harnessing your inner tundra to push hard on one project for a little while. It's a bit like popping a balloon. If you lay a balloon on a bed of needles, it won't pop because the force is dispersed. However, if you put the same force into one single needle, the balloon will pop easily. That said, you can use your natural tendencies to your advantage with Kickstarter too. For instance, while I prefer 17 to 20-day campaigns, Monica prefers 45 to 60-day campaigns where she can take things a bit easier on herself. She will not push her campaigns for several days or even a week, and then create a flurry of activity. If you're not one who wants to go all in for a short time, you can schedule a campaign for up to 60 days and just let it build over time with your natural rhythms. Challenges. The biggest challenge for a Grassland is asking for the sale. Grasslands like to work under the radar, not coming up for air and announcing themselves until they own the topic. They are a bit like deserts in that respect. They are looking for the arbitrage of a genre or topic, but instead of hopping off the trend when it gets popular, they surface with 30 books, and suddenly they are the dominant force driving the conversation. I don't recommend Grasslands do more than 1 to 2 campaigns in a year, and only if it reinforces their topic or genre. Grasslands suffer from shiny object syndrome and want to follow every rabbit hole, but Kickstarter is best utilized to draw attention to their thought leadership and reinforce their position in the industry. We often say that Grasslands are a flywheel without a sales funnel, and Kickstarter gives you a sales funnel. When you compare the funnel and flywheel model, you'll notice a major difference. The marketing and sales funnel aims to convert leads into paying customers, while the flywheel focuses on converting and retaining them. Essentially, the flywheel approach is a more customer-centric marketing strategy. The ideal flywheel should increase customer retention and turn your loyal customers into promoters. Airwallex. You need both in your business, and Kickstarter will help you sustain a sales funnel for the long term. Subscriptions and memberships. Advantages. The publication model is tailor-made for Grasslands who are built for depth. This model rewards subject expertise and extensive knowledge of a topic, which is exactly how Grasslands win the marketing game. Readers are more than happy to geek out on a topic with you all day, every day for years. Additionally, the publication model rewards putting pennies in the bank by slowly building their platform over time. Grasslands love content marketing and want their work to be disseminated widely, which is why their work is often antithetical to the association model. In the association model, most of the benefits are locked behind a paywall, unable to with the SEO game and bring new people into a grassland's orbit. Additionally, while a grassland is happy to speak on a topic, they are more comfortable speaking from a stage or broadcasting their missives than engaging in one-on-one conversations with subscribers. While the desert and grassland both prefer the publication model, it's important to note that while a desert is more like a reporter, finding the best topics of the day and trafficking in virality, a grassland should think of themselves more like a columnist. They will do better with longer, more in-depth explainers than quick snippets of the news. Challenges. Many grasslands get sucked into the association model or covet the way a desert can traffic in immediate virality, but a grassland has success choosing a topic that will grow in importance over time, and then continuing to provide information about it for years and years as it slowly builds in importance. Because of that, grasslands are most inclined to hockey stick growth once the industry gets excited about their topic. However, until then, there is likely going to be a lot of slow growth years where you're seeding content all over the internet. Don't fall into the trap of paywalling your best content. You win by being found by the most people and building your content over time. That's not to say you shouldn't paywall some of your content. However, you should consider having most of your work freely available, so that you can create a moat around yourself and any other expert by the depth in which you know your topic. When we started working together, Monica changed her business to focus more on a live launch model, and it didn't work for her. People constantly asked why they couldn't find certain articles or buy certain products. Grasslands are evergreen launchers, and they need to make sure their products are available when somebody finds them. Live events and signings. Advantages. Since a grassland's superpower is depth and owning a topic, they will get the biggest advantage of being seen at events catering to their topic. In fact, they should try to speak everywhere they possibly can, as they are trafficking in authority. Every time a new event that allows you to speak is on some level bestowing their blessing on you as an expert, the more audiences you can get in front of, the more authority you will build. The secret to this is hyper-focusing on your topic. If you are talking about self-publishing, then going to Allah really won't help you at all, because libraries almost exclusively order from Ingram or similar distributors. Similarly, if you are a mid-tier publisher looking to network with bookstores and libraries, 20 Books Vegas would be a terrible show for you to attend or speak at because it's all about self-publishing. I'm Russell talking about publishing here, but my wife does shows hyper-targeted to BCBAs and ABBA, and there are similar industry shows for just about every topic from tractors to plumbing to doctors. For fiction authors, your strength is in having a massive catalog of books in one world, so it will benefit you most to go to places that are hyper-specific to audiences that want your books, even if they are smaller than other ecosystems would benefit from with their books. This is because if you can make one sale, you'll probably sell your whole catalog of books. I highly recommend looking into drop cards and offering all your books digitally. That way you don't have to carry 1,000 books across your epic series. While I normally recommend that a fiction author not do anything less than a 10,000-person convention, if you can find one laser-focused on your genre, then you'll probably become the most popular author at that event, especially if you speak on a panel. Even as a fiction author, it's critical that you speak on panels about your topic depending on the genre, because you also traffic in authority. Challenges. It's much more exhausting to speak at a show than anyone realizes. I spend the same amount of energy walking 10,000 steps and speaking for 1 hour. While it's really exciting to be asked to speak at a conference, make sure to be judicious with your energy. Additionally, it's easy to get charmed by shows and let it blind you to online audience building or any of the other ways you should be building your list. It's really easy at conferences to blend into the crowd, and grasslands risk being swept up by the crowd if they don't speak up. Large events might not be advisable if you aren't willing to take advantage of the large numbers by inviting them into your universes. I know a lot of grasslands who make their living traveling the conference or convention circuit and neglect building their own audience, which makes them dependent on the conference. If it ever stops existing or gets worse, then their business dries up. Additional resources. Take our Author Ecosystems quiz. The Author Ecosystems quiz will give you more self-knowledge and help you identify what type of publishing business model is going to work best for you. Are you a nimble desert, an expansive grassland, a rolling tundra, an interconnected forest, or a dynamic aquatic? Dig deep into the new methodology developed by USA Today best-selling authors Monica Leonelle and Russell Nohelty, creators of the Kickstarter Accelerator, Go Wide, Grow Wide, Book Sales Supercharged, and more. https://authorecosystem.com/ https://authorEcosystems.substack.com/ Takeaways. There are 5 archetypes total: desert, grassland, tundra, forest, and aquatic, and each matches up with specific sales and marketing patterns across several key areas. For the grassland. Trends. Grasslands do best when they can spot new trends coming and incorporate them into their chosen area. They are good at creating at the edge of their niche as a result, and like to weave trends into their quickly mounting body of work. First, mover advantage does not apply to grasslands. They can come into any niche and dominate the niche, sometimes very quickly. They are adept at not only sizing up their competition, and usually creating something better than what is already available, but also positioning themselves in a marketplace with a unique perspective and the best of the best content and products that align to that perspective. This is because they research and study the niche with intensity and from every angle. Fandom. Grasslands require their audiences to do a little work to become in the know. This investment from readers and fans is the very thing that nurtures them and keeps them around. In some ways, this can be intimidating and overwhelming for readers. Wow, I'm committing to a 20-book series, so it can be important for Grasslands to give readers at least a few non-committal ways into their body of work. That could mean a standalone or a short story, anything that gives readers a sense of completion. When Grassland readers leave, it's usually due to the commitment rather than the quality. Thinking. The hardest thing a Grassland ever has to say is, "Did you know you can buy this from me?" They are perfectly happy making new content forever and building up incredible goodwill in the community by moving the conversation forward. They are also often thought leaders in their niche or one of the more popular authors in a genre. However, they rely on people just finding their work, instead of being pushy or doing a hard sell. Here's the thing about making money though. In order to make sales, sometimes you have to ask for money. Grasslands have often talked about their topic or genre for years and often have hundreds of blog posts or several books. Kickstarter is a way to say, "Hey, look at me. I have this very cool thing I've been working on that I think you'll love." Data and optimization. Once a Grassland finds something that is big enough to sustain them plus meets their interests, they double, triple, quadruple down on it. This can happen very quickly. You know those pop-up shops in major cities. Sometimes a Grassland can look like a pop-up author that came out of nowhere. What really happened is they circled around the spot with a rope tied to their foot for months, if not years, collecting data and noticing trends, stealthily working on a project. Then they suddenly pull the rope and their tree pops up out of nowhere, like a parlor trick. And it grows quickly as Grasslands throw all their energy into it. Grasslands optimize by building their own arbitrage on a topic. Sales funnel plus flywheel. It's critical for Grasslands to get their marketing sales funnel working as well as possible. This tends to look like content to email list to sales. Grasslands do very well with strong back matter in their books, calls to action everywhere from their social media to their website, and persuasive reasons to subscribe to an email list. Once someone is on the email list, the drip, drip, drip of content works very well for Grasslands. Grasslands don't love standing up and saying, "Did you know you could buy this?" So they are very likely to set up the free part of this system, and then completely neglect the indoctrination and sales funnel part that tries to extract value from all their hard work. I know Monica and I have been guilty of this, especially while overstressed. Task checklist. Take the quiz at AuthorEcosystem.com to get your archetype. Journal on the following questions. If this is your type, what has worked or is working? How can you double down on your natural strengths? If this is not your type, what could you take from this archetype? Can you identify anyone who is this archetype and has the success you want? What can you learn from them about sales and marketing? What companies, celebrities, and creatives match this archetype? What can you learn from them about sales and marketing? Come over to our groups and share the answers to these questions. writermba.com/Facebook. writermba.circle.so. Chapter 9. Direct Sales for Tundras. Every healthy business needs a way to produce new offers, a way to grow an audience, and a way to bring in sales. Here's what might work best for those identifying as a tundra. What would likely work best for production? Market research and trends. Tundras are really good at diving deep into one platform and dissecting how to become the biggest and baddest kid on the block on that platform. They know how to find the evergreen trends of the platform, and they figure, why put just a few in my project? Why not throw them all in? This type plans their marketing for a book long before they bother to write the book. They differ from other types because when they launch the book, they already have a pretty good idea of where it will land on the charts. Tundras have a strong sense of the mechanics that drive a product to the front page of a platform, and they see and eventually easily predict sales over time. Once a tundra understands the platform, they become determined to make a bigger and bigger splash on it. To do so, they stack everything, evergreen trends within the book or series, audiences, everything. Creating content and products. When tundras create content and products, they think in projects, and they do everything they can to maximize every project to get the biggest bang for their efforts. This means that they want every project to hit its financial ceiling during the launch, with the knowledge that after that, they are pretty much done with marketing it. Because of this type will do best when they create shorter series, preferably 3 to 5 books in a larger project. Doing more than this is inefficient for a tundra, because launch numbers start to fall off as you go further and further into a series, and it's hard to get new people into a project that is on much later books through a launch. Additionally, for a tundra, writing more than that many books can actually burn them out. Because as much as they like creating for them needs the same seasonality and rhythm as marketing does. Russell, for example, wrote 12 books in a series because he was told that fantasy series needed to be long to be successful. But then he launched that series like a trilogy on Kickstarter, which is a more natural marketing rhythm for tundras. After writing a few series of too long for a tundra length, he ended up seriously burned out on the creative side. Pacing and scheduling production. Tundras are seasonal. At their healthiest levels, they have a period of time for creation, a period of time for audience building, and a period of time for launching. Some tundras can get this down to 2 seasons by doing some automation and systemization around their audience building. But at the beginning of their careers, they tend to ramp up these 3 things very quickly, in order to establish themselves and what they are trying to do faster. Most tundras can happily handle 3 to 5 launches every year. For those who are focused on retailers, that means they tend to only write 3 to 5 books each year. This allows them to put time, energy, and resources into each launch to make it as big as possible. Most tundras want to write a project, launch a project, and then never think about that project again. We heard one tundra say that after only a few weeks on the market, they consider their book backlist and never do much to promote it again. Anything that is backlist usually goes through a systemized marketing process and gets a lift when subsequent launches come along. What would likely work best for audience? Finding audience. Everything is a project to a tundra, and finding an audience is no different. A tundra is the most likely type to go from 0 to 5,000 people, subscribers, followers, backers, friends, supporters, patrons, whatever, in a very short time period. Once the tundra has a base of interested people, they are very good at talking up their newest project and finding the people in their audience who are most interested in supporting them on it. As they get to know and understand these people and what they want, they go back and try to find more of them through a promotion, like a viral giveaway, or through advertising. Every new project becomes a data point to them, and they use those data points to keep making their projects bigger and bigger for the audience they've already collected. Nurturing audience. Tundras are an interesting type in that they don't spend that much time talking to their audience between launches. In some ways, the launch itself is the main thing that nurtures their audience. Their audience enjoys showing up for them and enjoys the show they put on during launch. They stick around because there's always another show coming up in a month or two. In between launches, the audience doesn't need much nurturing, instead, they need recovery. Launches are exciting, fun, and engaging. The time between launches is a time of rest. Most people wouldn't want to spend the day at Disney World every day for the rest of their lives, and the Tundra audience doesn't want to be in launch mode all the time either. Tundra audiences like to get excited and like to show up all at once and experience something together. It's the difference between listening to music on Spotify whenever you want in your kitchen versus going to a live concert. Tundras are ultimately performers rather than authors. And they definitely put on the best shows. Scaling audience. Tundras best scale their audiences through launches. There are two main ways that this happens. The launch is so well stacked that it attracts more and more people and snowballs as it goes on. These new audience members then, hopefully, go on to explore the Tundra's backlist. The Tundra launches different but similar projects to capture the edges of their genre or niche. This helps them grow a bigger audience in an area that they've become known for, and they are confident that once they have this person in their purview, they can convert them to the next project. Tundras scale faster when they start to connect all of their disparate projects under one brand, and we often see Tundras who reduce down to one pen name after finding something that they can go all in on. This type sees its backlist as either an audience builder or a launch stacker, which is a unique and different view from other types. And every project, whether it bombed or flew, becomes backlist once the launch is over. Also a unique and different view from other types that might instead try to relaunch or plan a big promotion 6 months or a year down the line. We also see successful Tundras choosing to follow a single personal interest that has a high return. For example, the place where we see the most Tundras is in contemporary romance because it simply does better on retailers. This is one of the challenges for contemporary romance authors. Most are not Tundras, but most of the thought leaders and seven-figure authors in the field are Tundras. What they do easily, and what they make sound easy, isn't going to work for most of the authors they are speaking to. As Tundras develop their skills for launching, we see them trading up to a bigger genre niche platform. They love finding bigger and better games to hack. This is another way that Tundras can scale. 3 strengths of a Tundra. Russell has always been a clear Tundra, a natural launcher with strong seasonality, and in many ways, the Tundra sales and marketing model has always been the foundation of our writer MBA business. We launched our company on Kickstarter's platform, after all. Russell built his business by ignoring retailers and instead favoring seasonal efforts, like in-person tabling at events and launching regularly on Kickstarter. And as many know already, this business model was a huge strain on this grassland. The grassland works best in a near opposite way, dripping content and having strong boundaries around their research and experimentation time. For the Tundra, though, this schedule of high-intensity work periods punctuated by longer recovery periods is one that they prefer and thrive under. Strength number 1. The first strength of a Tundra is their adeptness at hacking platforms. Whether it be TikTok, Amazon, Kickstarter, or Facebook advertising, the Tundra is a quick study at what metrics matter and how to build them as fast as possible at the platform. For this reason, we usually see them tackling one platform at a time and mastering it. Other types really shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket because failure on the platform could be disastrous to their business, but for a Tundra, if one platform stops working for them, they can fairly quickly hack another and get right back to where they were. Side note, when Russell got kicked off of Facebook, he immediately started hacking Substack and sent me dozens of messages about little things he had learned over the course of weeks, things I didn't know after writing on the platform regularly for 2 years. His Substack has also already become significantly bigger than mine, by about 5x. Sometimes Tundras turn around and offer their hacks to others, but many times they simply go about their work, parlaying their way up the ladder at whatever platform they've chosen. For many tundras, they do this work so naturally that it doesn't occur to them that other types don't want to or aren't able to think in making metrics bigger. They may also not understand why some types have no interest in hacking platforms, which seems like the easy and obvious way to reach goals quickly. Tundras will absolutely mold their project to the platform, while other types have no interest in making those compromises. For this reason, you'll see a lot of tundras who are working primarily on retailers writing in huge and popular genres, like contemporary romance. Likewise, you'll see a lot of tundras who are working primarily on crowdfunding platforms and the con circuit in fantasy, science fiction, and horror. The flip side to this is that tundras will sometimes write to platform, especially early in their careers, and that doesn't always translate to other platforms. The best way that this type can combat this is by bringing as many evergreen tropes into their work as possible. It will help tundras to think about what they want to do first, then find the appropriate platform to do it on, especially since they are probably only going to do one thing. Momentum is gasoline for a tundra, so it doesn't usually serve them well to have multiple pen names or brands, at least not until later in their careers. Tundras need to be able to pull something out of their back pocket, or out of their backlist, at any given time. This could be an omnibus or a new special edition of a book. It doesn't serve them well to put trends or fads into their books unless they have a clear sense of their release schedule and can time things well. Usually, however, a tundra is trying to create the biggest launch possible, and evergreen tropes will give them a bigger bang anyway. Strength number 2. The second strength of a tundra is stacking launches. Tundras stack everything: tropes, offers, audiences, money, favors. They are consistently building most of these things in the background, and saving them up to make the next launch as big as possible. In this sense, tundras hoard resources during the fruitful seasons and spend them all during the restocking seasons. For this type, they put 100 units in, get 200 units out, then build another 100 units for 300 units, then put 250 units in, get 500 units out, and so on. The best way to describe this is that they parlay their way to the next level project by project. They feel safe in this because they can always come up with the next great project. Tundras tend to put all their chips on the winning tile and make incredible bank, sometimes up to 5 to 10x their money. They are able to do this much better than other types because they can tell what the winning tile is when other types can't. They also carefully watch the trajectory of every project and pull the levers of the launch as necessary, putting more resources in if it's going exceedingly well, or putting more resources in if the launch gets behind their goal numbers and they think they can make it up. For example, at the highest levels of success, it might be easy for them to drop $50,000 on advertising during a launch because they know they can make $250,000 on their launch and backlist. The flip side to this is that tundras win big and lose big too. They are exceptionally great at predicting their launch numbers. However, every once in a while, their assumptions prove to be wrong. Tundras overcome this by strategically placing their projects, making sure to have some big campaigns, some smaller campaigns, some surefire campaigns, some low-effort campaigns, and some banger campaigns. They also have their own built-in safeguards to test their assumptions at every stage. For example, they may test advertising on pre-orders and look at the conversion rates or the pace over time to get a sense of what the trajectory will be when the book is released, so they can adjust expectations and goals. Strength number 3. The third strength of the tundra is working on comparatively small projects. This type will write an incredible trilogy series that hits the mark at the platform perfectly. Other types can't usually make enough money from a trilogy, but tundras will have designed the trilogy specifically to make money. This is the one type who should write the standalone they have that idea for, because they can make it financially viable better than other types can. Tundras also specially design projects based on ease to them and excitement to others. For example, as this type evolves and develops a back catalog of projects, they might run a launch solely on new covers, or they might pull together an omnibus or a translated trilogy or a special edition hardcover. This type cares less about the project and more about the launch. They will usually work hard for a few years to get the catalog they need, to always be able to pull a launch out of their pocket. And as they evolve, they string together the one-off projects in their backlist to form a cohesive body of work. This is simply another stack for them. Now every time they launch, they can get a bigger feast off their backlist and increase their launch revenue. The flip side to this is that tundras can be prone to both hyperbole and hype, and the constant refrain of, "This is the coolest thing ever," can be impossible to actually live up to over and over again. Eventually, some projects will stumble, underperform, or even outright fail. And when they do, the audience that was once at a fever pitch can move on to other creators or even turn on the tundra. Especially when a project is recurring, many may question why they keep giving money to the person, as it keeps failing to live up to the promise. We have seen this play out several times when tundras enter the event space, but it can happen across any project. And this is in contrast to other types that usually have more forgiving audiences. This type can work around this by always taking the temperature of their audience as they go along. If the fever pitch is high, they hit the accelerator. When they see the frenzy dying down, they can take a break or withhold projects to increase the demand again. The latter is an incredible tactic for the tundra, as it reminds the audience that they actually do want what only the tundra can offer, despite whatever wrinkles they've experienced. Early on in our work relationship, Russell told me his perfect setup for his vendor table at conferences. If you are curious, it's written out in one of our books, Get Your Book Selling at Live Events and Signings. 2 years into our partnership and a year into our company, I see that he is happiest when he has this exact same setup, conceptually, with the audiences we work with, right now, authors and industry vendors. The tundra is going to feel fat and full when they have products for every sales and marketing category they need, so they can maximize every launch with ease. Email marketing. Advantages. The hype train is strong with you, so you're going to get a lot of value out of building up an audience and then monetizing them with launch events. It's best to think of your email strategy in 3 stages: building, launching, and recovery. I wrote about it, and this is not a book. I try to think of my release calendar in seasons, with every launch being the crescendo of the wave I'm building up to or recovering from. Knowing that, I set my launches based on when I know I can crescendo effectively. There are 3 parts to a launch: prep, launch, and recovery. In prep, I build up to my next launch. Then there is the launch itself. Finally, in recovery, I give both myself and my fans a chance to relax and catch their breath before we do it again. For me, that means January, March, June, and September, I launch books. I have always had effective launches in those months, for different reasons. In January and June, there are fewer books launching, so I can capitalize on that with my less popular books. In March and September, there are tons of books launching, so I put out my most popular books then so they get the most eyeballs on them. Once that is set, I know I need to spend a month building up to that launch, which means the lowest point on the release wave will occur every year in December, February, May, and August. My biggest book launches last 31 days, and my shortest can be as short as 5 days. It all depends on the project, and how much I think people can stand me talking about it. It's important to note that this is my launch schedule for core books only. I lay this out first before anything else, including experimental projects and other things I'm adding to the mix. Then I plan every other launch around this schedule, as it is my moneymaker. It took me a long time to learn this, and it wasn't until I did that I had any consistency in my career. Once I have planned these core launches, I figure out what else I want to try in the remaining time. This brings us to the next thing. In the building phase, you're using places like BookFunnel, StoryOrigin, BookDoggy, BookSweeps, and written word media to build up a big mailing list, along with organic traffic and advertising. The goal here is really to give value with a free book or other piece of content. Then, use an automated email sequence to get them excited about your work. These new emails should be segmented out from your main list so they don't get your main emails. However, that doesn't mean that your main list doesn't get love during the building phase too. During this phase, you are delivering value weekly by sharing free books, behind-the-scenes processes, and generally getting people to know you, like you, and trust you. More importantly, you are using this time to get them excited for your next big project. It's really important that you focus on sending emails with one call to action. Ideally, you want them to do one thing with every email. The emails you write in any of these phases, but especially this one, should be short and fun. Our goal is to crescendo our building phase to maximize excitement at the launch of our next product or project. The whole of our marketing should be about cresting and receding like waves so that we can maximize our launches. I call this a rolling launch strategy because they rise and fall a bit like a series of rolling hills or rolling waves. During the launch phase, you'll be sending way more launch emails than any of the other ecosystems. I recommend daily emails during a launch, each one highlighting a different part of your exciting new project. Here is a sample email strategy during a launch from Get Your Book Selling on Kickstarter. Day 1 Tuesday, 3 emails. I send a We Launched email in the morning with a graphic of my early bird perks. Then I send a mid-morning bonus perk email, assuming we do well enough to qualify for it. Often this perk is tied to backing on the first day only. Then I send a final email at night saying the first day bonus perk is going away. Day 2 Wednesday, 1 email. The first day is for hitting people that already know and love the book. The second day is about introducing people to the book a second time, sending the blurb, and going into depth about the book. Day 3 Thursday, 1 email. This email is to tell people there are only 2 days left for early bird perks. I use this email to talk about early bird perks. I recommend having 4 to 5 early bird perks available for backers. Day 4 Friday, 1 email. This one is to say there is only 1 day left for early bird perks. Day 5 Saturday, 2 emails. I send a last day for early bird perks in the morning. Then last chance for early bird perks at night. I have tested this all sorts of different ways, and sending the second email is very effective. Day 6 Sunday, 0 emails, break. Day 7 Monday, 1 email. This is an email talking about week 2 perks. I recommend 4 to 5 week 2 perks. This also sets up that you'll be spending the second week going deep on different aspects of the book. Day 8 Tuesday, 1 email. Dive deeper into the main character or the story idea, though you probably covered the story in the previous week's emails. Day 9 Wednesday, 1 email. Dive deeper into the setting or the art or another part of the book. Day 10 Thursday, 1 email. Dive deeper into the reason you made the book. This is your why email, and critically important to get people who've heard all about the book and just need one little push to go over the edge. Day 11 Friday, 1 email, 1 day left for week 2 perks. This is the same as the previous week. Day 12 Saturday, 2 emails, last day for week 2 perks in the morning. Then last chance for week 2 perks at night. These emails are exactly like the first week's emails. Day 13 Sunday, 0 emails, break. Day 14 Monday, 1 email, introducing final week perks. You don't have to go as hard this week. You can just have 2 to 3 perks for this, since you'll get a lot of traction out of the campaign ending. Day 15 Tuesday, 1 email. I send a 2 days left email in the morning, knowing that Kickstarter sends a 48 hours left email to people watching the campaign in the afternoon. Day 16 Wednesday, 2 emails, 1 day left in the morning. 24 hours left in the afternoon, or whenever there are only 24 left in the campaign. Day 17 Thursday, 4 emails, 12 hours left, 8 hours left, 4 hours left, 2 hours left. This can get very exhausting, which is why we need so much recovery time after a launch for both ourselves and our audiences to settle from the excitement and reset. Challenges. The challenge of a Tundra is they always want to launch the next thing, and they don't take into account the building or recovery phase. If you don't have ways to build up your audience between launches, then you will see your success dwindle. You also have to contend with the fact that launch emails lose all value the minute after you send them. Most importantly, if you're not delivering a ton of value to your audience between launches, they will think you are just withdrawing from the Goodwill Bank instead of making deposits into it. I wrote about the Goodwill Bank in How to Build Your Creative Career and earlier in this book. You absolutely must focus equally on all three phases to make the most out of this strategy. Unlike some other ecosystems that can supplement their income with advertising, you probably don't need that kind of stuff because you're constantly in a launch cycle. Website landing pages and storefronts. Advantages: Tundra's traffic and excitement, and there's not a ton exciting about a web store. So I think most Tundras, myself included, find them boring. One way I've added some excitement to my web store is to fill it with exclusives and bundles readers can't get anywhere else. For instance, I've got about a dozen books available on my web store that you can only find on my website. So when readers come to my web store and see all sorts of new things they can read, they get all sorts of excited. Additionally, I offer bundles for all my series that include audio commentary and/or AI read audiobooks that they can't get anywhere else. I'm really trying to delight people with my web store and give them something unique to convince them to buy from my site instead of a retailer. I have also set up series landing pages for both my major series that includes a one-time offer people can get when they first join my mailing list. While my Godsverse Chronicles is usually $50, I offer it for $20 to new subscribers for the first few days after they join to help encourage people to start reading early. I also get a lot of value from special offer landing pages. Earlier this year, I offered a hardcover copy of Ichabod Jones, Monster Hunter Volume 1 to people for free if they paid shipping and handling. Then, I offered several upsells which ended up making me good money, even giving the first book for free. These are 3 ways I've been able to use my website between Kickstarter campaigns to keep the excitement level high and delight readers. Challenges: all of that is great, but you also need the slow, boring work of having things on your web store and allowing people to buy them. Yes, you need special offers and bundles, but you should also make it easy to buy less expensive things in your store too, if you want to maximize your money. Even somebody picking up a free book is being taught to buy from your website instead of Amazon. Tundras want everything to be exciting, which is great, but they shoot themselves in the foot by forcing everything to be these grand spectacles, where a lot of selling books is the slow, boring work of adding a few dollars here and there every day of the month and every month of the year. Crowdfunding launches. Advantages: Kickstarter was tailor-made for Tundras, who are basically just living, breathing sales funnels. If you are a Tundra and you aren't using Kickstarter, you should get on it right now. The first time that I saw Kickstarter, it immediately made sense to me. Generally, Tundras like to exert maximum energy for a short amount of time, which works perfectly with the time-based Kickstarter campaign model. For Tundras, I recommend working Kickstarter like a fashion designer, in seasons. Pick 4 times a year you want to peak at a launch, spend 17 to 20 days launching, and then spend the rest of the time recovering and rebuilding your audience for the next launch. Make sure to vary your launch lengths too. I find I have about 90 days of launching in me a year, so I make sure to do some shorter campaigns and longer campaigns, depending on the amount of money I need to complete a project. I prefer 17 to 20 day campaigns for most things, but if I have a marketing-heavy launch, or I'm doing a lot of swaps, then I make them 30+ days. The longer the launch, the more chances you have to build a critical mass, but the more it will take out of you. It's critically important you take time to rest and recover between launches, but if you build it right, there is no reason you shouldn't be able to do 4 launches a year with relative ease. Additionally, you should consider varying your launches. Instead of only launching books, for instance, try launching pins, comics, or other formats to keep engaging new segments of your audience. Challenges: Tundras love to launch and they hate to build just as much. The biggest problem Tundras face is that they don't take the time to rest and recover between launches. Tundras burn through more subscribers than any other ecosystem because they are basically one big sales funnel. That means between launches, they need to be focused on building their community and finding potential customers more than any other ecosystem. If you are not building between launches, you will end up launching to a dwindling audience. Then, as you extend out to more launches, you won't be gaining more revenue. Instead, you'll just be fracturing your audience more and more, but making the same money at the end of the day. If you continue to build between launches, then you'll always have a new audience for your next launch. Additionally, tundras need to spend the most time hibernating between launches. You can't give 100% forever. If you do, you'll burn out. While grasslands and forests are flywheels without a funnel, tundras are sales funnels without a flywheel. Augment your launches with either a grassland or forest model for your flywheel. Otherwise, you will have trouble retaining a fan base for the long haul. Subscriptions and memberships. Advantages. Tundras can harness excitement and stack tropes on top of each other like no other ecosystem, and that works really well on Kickstarter. However, they prefer to hibernate between launches, which is not ideal for subscriptions. As such, I recommend building a subscription around PBS-style pledge drives at certain times of the year to focus your energy. If you think about PBS, you can subscribe at any time, but you only get a tote if you pledge during certain times of the year. This will allow you to harness excitement in a way that feels good to you and focus your content creation on those peaks in your schedule. However, instead of launching a product during those peaks, you'll be launching your subscription. This seems to fit in nicely with a tundra's natural launch, recover, build launch cycle. It would also likely benefit you to get a month ahead of your content so you can turtle when you need to run away from the world. Challenges. Subscriptions never end like ever. Tundras are used to building excitement for something and then moving on to the next thing, but with a subscription, they have to keep going constantly. There is always another article due to satisfy the readers, and it's a big shock to the system. As such, I've had to learn to conserve my energy more because a subscription is a marathon, not a sprint. I've had to find more sustainable ways of doing less while maintaining the same cadence of my ideal launch cycle. Additionally, tundras must remember to reference their vault of information as they continue through their subscription journey. We live to launch and move on, but subscriptions are about referencing and re-referencing your work forever. I found that using sections to help build a big vault of content helps keep continued momentum without needing to constantly be building that excitement every day of my life. Mostly, you really do have to harness your inner grassland and become much better at putting pennies in the bank in order to maximize your success with subscriptions. Live events and signings. Advantages. If tundras traffic and excitement, conventions are excitement on steroids. Because tundras like to exert maximum energy for short bursts, conferences are the perfect outlet for that energy. As long as they remember to rest between events to recover, they can basically just keep running conferences at regular intervals between Kickstarter or other launches. Since tundras are often the loudest, most exciting thing around, it's easy for a tundra to stand out from the crowd and make money at a show even if everyone else is floundering. Their ability to trope stack also allows them to tailor their pitches to different customers, highlighting different aspects of their book depending on what each reader likes. Additionally, tundras are the ultimate BOFU, bottom of the funnel superstars, so they can create packaged offers designed to sell. All of this means that tundras more than any other ecosystem should look for events with lots of traffic, so they can have the most conversations with the most readers. This doesn't mean going anywhere, there are a lot of readers. I've made that mistake before, but if there's the option of several similar events, default to the biggest one where you can get the most traction. For conferences, you want to make sure you're on as many panels and workshops as possible, so you can capture the excitement of the attendees and get them to take action. Make sure to have some sort of lead magnet or offer, so you can get your audience into your own funnel. Challenges. Tundras are all about big energy investments to secure big wins, so small events are kind of the death of a tundra. You still have to expend a ton of energy, but you don't get anywhere near the ROI for your time as you get at big events. Other ecosystems can go on energy saver or low power mode, but not tundras. You also have to remember to recover between shows. You should have at least a 2-week break between shows, but hopefully longer. It seems like 10 to 12 big shows a year is a good clip for a tundra. Just make sure the juice is worth the squeeze. Additional resources. Take our Author Ecosystems quiz. The Author Ecosystems quiz will give you more self-knowledge and help you identify what type of publishing business model is going to work best for you. Are you a nimble desert, an expansive grassland, a rolling tundra, an interconnected forest, or a dynamic aquatic? Dig deep into the new methodology developed by USA Today best-selling authors Monica Leonelle and Russell Nohelty, creators of the Kickstarter Accelerator, Go Wide, Grow Wide, Book Sales Supercharged, and more. https://authorecosystem.com/ https://authorEcosystems.substack.com/ Takeaways. There are 5 archetypes total: desert, grassland, tundra, forest, and aquatic, and each matches up with specific sales and marketing patterns across several key areas. For the tundra trends, this type plans their marketing for a book long before they bother to write the book. They differ from other types because when they launch the book, they already have a pretty good idea of where it will land on the charts. Tundras have a strong sense of the mechanics that drive a product to the front page of a platform, and they see and eventually easily predict sales over time. Once a tundra understands the platform, they become determined to make a bigger and bigger splash on it. To do so, they stack everything: evergreen trends within the book or series, audiences, everything. Fandom. Tundras are the ultimate BOFU, bottom of the funnel superstars, so they can create packaged offers designed to sell. All of this means that tundras, more than any other ecosystem, should look for events with lots of traffic, so they can have the most conversations with the most readers. Thinking. When tundras create content and products, they think in projects, and they do everything they can to maximize every project to get the biggest bang for their efforts. This means that they want every project to hit its financial ceiling during the launch, with the knowledge that after that, they are pretty much done with marketing it. Data and optimization. Once the tundra has a base of interested people, they are very good at talking up their newest project and finding the people in their audience who are most interested in supporting them on it. As they get to know and understand these people and what they want, they go back and try to find more of them through a promotion, like a viral giveaway, or through advertising. Every new project becomes a data point to them, and they use those data points to keep making their projects bigger and bigger for the audience they've already collected. Sales funnel plus flywheel. Tundras want everything to be exciting, which is great, but they shoot themselves in the foot by forcing everything to be these grand spectacles, where a lot of selling books is the slow, boring work of adding a few dollars here and there every day of the month and every month of the year. Tundras love to launch and they hate to build just as much. The biggest problem tundras face is that they don't take the time to rest and recover between launches. Tundras burn through more subscribers than any other ecosystem because they are basically one big sales funnel. That means between launches, they need to be focused on building their community and finding potential customers more than any other ecosystem. Task checklist. Take the quiz at authorecosystem.com to get your archetype. Journal on the following questions. If this is your type, what has worked or is working? How can you double down on your natural strengths? If this is not your type, what could you take from this archetype? Can you identify anyone who is this archetype and has the success you want? What can you learn from them about sales and marketing? What companies, celebrities, and creatives match this archetype? What can you learn from them about sales and marketing? Come over to our groups and share the answers to these questions. writermba.com/Facebook. writermba.circle.so. Chapter 10. Direct Sales for Forests. Every healthy business needs a way to produce new offers, a way to grow an audience, and a way to bring in sales. Here's what might work best for those identifying as a forest. What would likely work best for production? Market research and trends. Forests are competent at doing the market research about what is selling and what is not, but may find it a struggle to execute on a trend in order to catch the wave. A big part of why trend chasing doesn't work well for this type is because they inject so much of themselves into their books. A forest might think, well, obviously, doesn't everyone do that, and may be surprised to learn that the answer to that is no. Several other types are able to remove themselves from the creative process, which creates a ton of success for them. When forests try to do this, however, it doesn't work for them at all. What does work? Forests are good at injecting trends that already align well to their viewpoint and personality into their books. When they try to add a trend for trend's sake, it tends to backfire on them. Their readers may not like it, or they may compromise their story to add something that doesn't actually resonate with them on a personal level. That makes it less appealing to share and market the book. Finding the trends is easy for forests, and forests are usually fantastic researchers, but the issue for this type lies in executing the trend in the traditional, right-to-market ways that most beginner and intermediate writers are taught. Because trends are challenging to execute on, this usually means that a forest is among the top of their class due to their high competency and consistent efforts, but may struggle to become best in class. Put another way, forests see success by contributing to a conversation rather than owning a conversation. Their perspective on a trope or a topic is the currency that becomes the most valuable to them. And although this is a superpower, many forests who are high achievers or Enneagram 3s can feel frustrated that they never seem to win the entire game. To be clear, contributing a unique perspective to an ongoing conversation is an extremely successful and financially profitable place to be. Forests run into trouble when they attempt to be something they are not to find success, believing that they are following all the rules and best practices, along with stacking all their numerous skills to create a hit. Forests do best when they research the trends, use as many as make sense for their brand, and focus on what's evergreen. They don't need to execute on trends perfectly, and this is typically a disservice to them when they do, but placing some of those marketing hooks can help the book do well. Creating content and products. Forests tend to be consistent creators who often have multiple pen names or major projects going at once. Other types are unable to juggle these, but forests are natural gardeners, watering each project in the same amounts over time. This means that a forest can explore several different genres or niches competently and all at once. Usually, one product line or pen name will stand tall above the rest. We often find forests who have one pen name that pays almost all the bills, while the other pen names keep getting watered regardless of whether they make any money. Forests seem to prioritize their interests above all in terms of writing projects. They have a natural flow to their work and can balance many different things at once. When they create content, it's frequently based on them. A forest's motto is not, "If you like this, then you'll like this." Save that line for the desert. Instead, it's, "If you like me, then you'll like this." Forests do best when they lead with personality, and every pen name or product line is a way for them to express a different aspect of their personality. Readers really enjoy getting to know and hang out with authors who are forests. They are the types of authors who develop a devoted following, even if that following seems slower to form. People like forests, and people form parasocial relationships with forests easily. Forests should trust who they are and trust that they can translate that through any medium, genre, or niche. Pacing and scheduling production. When a forest is able to focus on their author career full-time, consistency is a forest's middle name, and competency is their game. Forests hum along in production and rarely struggle to work, which is both a superpower and the thing that could undo them. They can also tend to become workhorses, potentially burning themselves out by taking on too much, too quickly. Forests are also often excellent systemizers. They are usually good at simplification, automation, and delegation within a product line or pen name. Even though a forest can handle a different production schedule than most, eventually a forest does get overwhelmed. As a forest's catalog grows, they need to find a caretaker to help them tend the grounds. This type, however, is also the most resistant to getting help. They are hands-on creators with a deep connection to their audience. They may go through several iterations of trying to find people who can perform at their level, but because they are good at many things, it may frustrate them to work with people who can't do it as well as they could. Not all forests have necessarily built to this level, as sometimes work or personal life gets in the way of the hours that they can spend on their creative life. What would likely work best for audience? Finding audience. Forests are good at creating regularly, and even when they don't, they are good at communicating to their readers about what can be expected next. Forests will find a lot of support by reaching out to their current network about their books, as they are the types to have friends and family who are interested in what they do. Forests are also great at getting their base of readers to excite others to try the books. Word of mouth is a great source of sales for them because their books are unique and recommendable. They are the types of books that make people think of other people who might like them. Finally, forests do surprisingly well with advertising. Their natural ability to stack multiple skill sets makes it easier for them to learn advertising, and their ability to compartmentalize and level up each piece of a project makes it easier for them to optimize their ads across every platform. As with many things, forests might be resistant to advertising at first, but once they commit to making them work, this becomes one of their best ways for finding new readers. They will do best when serving ads based less on genre niche and more on interests. Facebook advertising works particularly well for them because of this. Nurturing audience. Forests have great success when they bring their readers together into a community that's united around common interests, usually related to the books. Communities serve several purposes for a forest. They help readers of one series find additional books and series that they will like, even across pen names. They help readers meet and talk to each other, which is a foundational element of getting great word of mouth for the community and for the books. They give forests a place to chat with people who like the same things they like. It's a fantastic place for everyone to nerd out together. They help readers become superfans. Forests love to chat about their interests and stay present, while readers love spending time with the author in this way. Superfans further help spread the word about the books. The good news for forests is that they probably only really need one group. While they may have multiple pen names, all of those names can coexist in the group because the crossover between the pen names is higher than it would be for other types. Scaling audience. Apple has been said to have a simple company strategy. All roads lead to the iPhone. And this is a strategy forests could consider as well. Forests have stronger crossover between pen names and product lines than other types do, so finding more ways to connect and create conversion between the silos in their book catalog will go a long way in scaling their audience. For example, forests could get away with writing both cozy mysteries and romance under the same world building, and could even get away with crossing characters between the two series. This doesn't necessarily mean they should combine pen names. Usually their pen names are not a secret. It does mean that they have a way to capture both romance readers and cozy mystery readers, and have a much higher chance of crossing them over to their entire catalog. If you look at a forest's book reviews, one of the things of note is that many of their readers write that they don't typically read in their genre, but they just like the character or the setting or the voice. This is valuable context for advertising, as some of the things that work well for ads are targeting based on interests rather than genre, and using a passage from the books to share unique aspects of the book, like world building and voice. Genre targeting can work really well for a forest also, if they have a big and proven tree that hits genre tropes well enough. Usually a forest doesn't love this pen name, but they were able to create it when they acted like a desert, and it worked, so they are able to milk it for a long time, and bring those readers back through to their less popular trees. 3 strengths of a forest. The number 1 type from the people who have taken our quiz is forest. So I thought I'd talk more about the type, and where we see the sales and marketing strengths. First, yes, for some reason forests don't want to be forests. Lol. We don't really understand why. We just see that every other type is pretty happy with their result, and forests want to be any of the other types. There are a lot of strengths for the forest though. Strength number 1. The first is extreme competency at basically everything in the author world. They can write great books. They can do great covers. They can make great graphics. They can post great videos on TikTok. They can write great newsletters. And on and on. They have a jack-of-all-trades nature and are good at most things. They also have an incredible knack for breaking down each skill that is needed to produce a great product, and systematically leveling up their ability in each of those skills. They do this without realizing it. Other types say screw it and move on. Forests roll up their sleeves and get it done. The flip side to this is that forests are not natural specializers. The other types usually succeed by specializing. But forests succeed by stacking skills. So when a forest tries to specialize too hard, it doesn't usually work for them. I want to be clear, I don't mean that they can't have a specialty. Forests usually have several areas of interest that they are specialists in. But I do mean that they are not as likely to be the number one at an already established or large category. That often goes to a desert, grassland, or tundra in the same category. And that can be a little frustrating for forests, especially because they are very good at all the things, and it seems like that effort should push them to the top. Especially when they can tell that they are actually better at many of the things that the person at the top is. Strength number 2. The second strength of the forest is who they are. They have a strong personality and strong voice that they inject into their books. They write their special interests into their books, even when those interests are not listed on the general genre beat sheet. They share their slant on the world, even when they are supposed to be writing to market. As a forest, you might be thinking, of course it's my voice and slant on the world. But the other types don't necessarily do this. A forest's personality and brand almost becomes the subgenre they write in. We see forests, especially forests who are also trailblazers, create their own specialty or trend in the market. Neil Gaiman and Colleen Hoover are great examples. The flip side to this is when a forest tries to be a desert and write to market or write to trend, they struggle. They may get 85 to 95% of the way there, but their voice is usually too strong to strike the chord at the base of the readership just perfectly. Strength number 3. The third strength of a forest is that they can use genres to find readers, and that those readers will follow them to other genres. Again, forests are good or can get good at almost everything, including advertising. When they are at their best, they've usually written a series or several that can reach readers in the genre. The series isn't usually going to be the number one recommendation of the genre, but it will capture a chunk of the audience, and as forests get better at leaning into their strengths, that chunk becomes larger and larger. Forests use close enough to center books to scale. And then forests take that chunk and can funnel them to the whole rest of their catalog. Their readers like their books for the personality behind them, the voice, the unique viewpoint of the world, and they want more of that. Forest books are very recommendable. They make their readers think of specific people who will love the books. The personality and brand are crystal clear. We see forests, especially forests who are also evergreens, have huge careers and a lot of success in a large category, once they understand that people are there for their voice and their take on the genre, rather than the tropes or the genre itself. Brandon Sanderson and J.K. Rowling are great examples. The flip side to this is that the forest also can be a magnet for haters, no matter what they do. And it can feel very personal, because their personality is strong in their brand, and that triggers people. It's very important for a forest to separate that no matter how much great work they do, no matter how nice they are, no matter how good their books are, they can't overcome someone just randomly not liking them for whatever reason. And while it feels personal, it's ultimately not. The good news regarding this, there is a vocal group of readers and fans who adore the forest and will basically support anything they do. If a forest can focus on those people and give those people ways to recommend them to other like-minded readers, they will be much happier. Email marketing. Advantages. The people who design the email strategy people teach for the publishing industry must be forests, because the only ecosystem that could get away with the type of email we're told to make are forests, who have very, very forgiving audiences. Additionally, the only people who would possibly spend the hours upon hours it takes to design one of those emails are forests, who will spend countless hours making something if they think their audience will like it, even if they don't sleep for a week. I think a lot about R.J. Blaine and her sneaky kitty critic email list, written by her cats. Even after knowing her for years, I have no idea what she's doing with her email. It's chaos, but I love it. She knows how to engage her perfect people and make them feel special. That's what really matters. Forests know their audience so well they can send just about anything, and their audience will eat it up. Because forests have such devoted audiences, they are also the only ones who should be even thinking about monthly emails over weekly ones, and only then because they probably have a circle community, a Facebook group, a Discord channel, or somewhere else where they interact with their readers all the time. If you have that kind of interaction with people, you don't need to send them a lot of emails. Even if you send monthly emails, you might also want to consider doing a weekly digest of comments from your group, or something similar. This is something you can set up automatically on some services, but you might have to do it by hand or have an assistant do it. Catherine Versillo does these amazing roundup of interactions she's seen in the past week, which I think could be really interesting for a forest to explore. Challenges. Forests are incredible at making their own people feel special, but an email list is also a great way to find new people. Everything I mentioned above is great fan service, but you also have to develop a good autoresponder to bring people into your ecosystem and make sure they are set up for success. Don't assume everyone on your list knows what you're talking about, especially if they are new. I suggest you segment out new people and run them through an extensive email sequence to make sure they are well educated on your space before you show them maximum weird. The key to a forest succeeding with email is consistency. If they can develop consistently, then they can send just about anything to their audience. Website landing pages and storefronts. Advantages. Forests love doting on their biggest fans, so the best thing that a forest can do with their web store is the exact opposite of what a desert does with theirs. Deserts are looking to match Amazon as possible, while forests would benefit from filling their web store with as much exclusive merch as they can find. Whether it's merch, special editions, merch, or exclusive offers, a forest web store should be a way for fans to fall deeper in love with the characters they love. While I don't think it's a bad idea to have your regular books available on your web store, they could drown out your exclusive offers, which is where your web store will shine. If you're using a site like Shopify, then make sure every offer is cross-selling or upselling another piece that will up the cart value on every order and get people to fall deeper in love with you. While a desert will want to upsell other books, you will likely get more value on upselling merch or something exclusive that will get your fans to squeal with excitement. Then you can augment your web store with special offer landing pages built around different times of the year or special times inside your universe. If your characters have special holidays or events special to them, use that to make something special for your fans. You could produce a different special offer to your audience as often as every month. I would recommend looking outside books to create packages with other craftspeople that could deepen the experience readers have with your brand. Challenges. The obvious challenge here is that offering so much exclusive stuff on your web store could feel isolating to casual fans, but I think that's okay in this case, especially if you provide on-ramps to your work through your special offers and series landing pages. That said, it's definitely something to consider. Could you offer a featured deal that is just your full series or something to hook casual readers? Or could you just offer a compelling book for free in order to hook those same readers, and then create an automated sequence to bring them through your series and create superfans? Another thing you could try is a pop-up that says, "New here? Try our newbie sampler for X% off," which will help you parse out new people. While this will be acutely true with new fans, you also run the risk of overwhelming all your die-hard fans if you put too many amazing offers on your web store, which is why you should augment it with your special offers to draw attention to certain things you offer throughout the year. Crowdfunding launches. Advantages. We call Kickstarter a fan-based platform, perfect for activating fans and turning them into buyers, and forests are great at showering love on their fans. So Kickstarter is a match made in heaven for them, or it should be. However, forests often position their campaigns like they are talking to somebody who knows all their inside jokes and has read every word they have written, which ends up being very intimidating to new and casual fans. Forests would have better success if they considered each campaign a chance to onboard new and casual fans into their world. Whenever I check out a campaign from a forest, my first question is always, who is this for? Almost always, it's directed at superfans. That's fine if you only want superfan backers. However, even superfans probably don't know every inside joke in your universe. The best use of a forest's ability to connect with readers is to rely on your fans to guide you to the best kind of campaign to make, and then find a way to create an experience that both superfans and casual readers will love. You probably have casual readers in your audience who want to go deeper with you, but your huge interconnected universe is imposing. Offering them a beautiful special anniversary edition of your book with the option to get a cheaper option so they can try it out first would probably satisfy both hardcore and casual fans. Either way, make sure to use Kickstarter as a way to celebrate your audience and your fandom. Create a special experience, maybe even an event where they can pick up your books in person, so you can turn those casual readers into superfans and show how welcoming you can be with your work and how cool it is to be one of your superfans. Challenges. The biggest challenge to a forest on any platform is to create low barrier of entry paths for new fans to join the fan club. Kickstarters can be a wonderful way to shower love on your superfans, but you should also use it as a way to onboard people who aren't one of your superfans yet. The other biggest issue with forests is going overboard and falling into the red on a campaign because you want to give everything to your readers. Remember to use caution when launching new perks and understand that revenue is not profit. It's great to give a ton to your fans, but don't fall into debt doing it. Subscriptions and memberships. Advantages. The association model of subscriptions is all about community, and forests thrive in those settings. Since the association model is essentially a membership community, forests should feel right at home on a platform like Patreon or Ream. Because forests love engagement, they should focus on platforms that have multiple price points, Substack, because they will not get a ton of value out of virality. It's not that forests don't want to grow, but they have a unique bent on the world, which subscribers appreciate, but it won't be everyone's cup of tea. That said, when somebody finds you and resonates with your work, they'll want to go deep, which means they'll often be willing to make a deeper financial commitment than with a desert or grassland. While those two ecosystems traffic in organic reach, a forest traffics in resonance and creating a shared language everyone in the know can use to talk with each other. Neither is bad, but you won't win the organic reach game, so why play it? Instead, play your own game and invite others to play with you as well. While grasslands don't get much benefit from putting their best work behind a paywall, a forest likely will, because they want to encourage people to go deep with them and give subscribers a safe space to explore their own weirdness. If you're using Patreon, you might consider connecting it to Wattpad or Royal Road and putting out a serialized project that can help funnel people into your subscription while utilizing the organic reach of those platforms. If you're using Ream, then you can still connect with PayPal through those platforms. Challenges. Forests have a hard time building momentum anywhere because their interests are wide-ranging and disparate, but if you can do the branding work early and somehow find a way to connect everything together, even in a tenuous way, you'll have more success. Communities are all about in-jokes and mutually agreed on norms, but it's important to remember while those things are incredible when you're in on the joke, they can be intimidating to outsiders. Forests have problems when they fail to look outside their group and be inviting to others, so make sure to be as welcoming to those outside of your community as those inside of it. If you want to bring in more subscribers, just make sure to give people permission to join and lower the barrier for them to do so. I call this creating a path. Forests are imposing, but having a well-trodden path makes it inviting for new people to join. Like a tundra, you might get a lot of benefit from doing a PBS-style pledge drive, but for a different reason. While a tundra is doing so in order to traffic and excitement, you are doing it to create a low barrier of entryway, to welcome new people into your community, and show them how to become a superfan, by onboarding them in a low-key way. Live events and signings. Advantages. Forests are great at making everyone in their community feel welcome, and a conference or convention is a great way to bring everyone together at one time and invite new people to join you. Forests radiate warmth and are great at engagement, so if they can get somebody to stop at their table or engage them in conversation, they will do great at shows. However, often florists don't make the first move. They prefer people to identify as their perfect customers before they engage, so they lose a lot of potential fans who are just casually browsing and don't show that immediate enthusiasm. Florists don't care much for casual anything, especially fandom. They focus their attention on people who self-identify as already choosing to enter a florist's orbit. On top of that, florist authors are often introverts outside of their communities, so they shy away from engaging until somebody is bought in, which means they can get drowned out at big events. Instead, a florist should make their table as welcoming as possible and present a low barrier of entryway to get people excited about their work on a small level. Yes, you want to have something for your superfans, but you should also provide ways for new readers to enter your ecosystem easily. Think about welcoming everyone with a smile and interacting with as many people in conversation as possible. Additionally, you'll likely want to avoid broad shows like SDCC and focus on ones that are smaller and allow for long conversations with your potential readers, unless you can find ways to create a more intimate experience inside of the larger conference or convention atmosphere. When you're at a conference, make sure you create ways to meet up with your people, either specifically through your own coordinated events or more generally by providing safe spaces for people in your perfect audience to connect together in event-sponsored meetups. The power of your community is in that shared language, and the more your people have chances to connect together and expand your message, the more successful you will be at any event. You might also consider founding your own conference filled with just your readers, to give everyone a safe space to gather and express their inner weirdo. If not, you can consider any conference a chance to build a narrative around your fandom and find your people by the end of it. Start broad on the first day and narrow your focus by the end to bring more ardent fans into your universe. Challenges. Florists are great at welcoming their people, but they tend to be imposing to people who haven't bought into their worlds yet. Florists, more than any other ecosystem, need to open up and become super welcoming to everyone that passes their table, not only superfans. It's an amazing experience to watch a florist talk to somebody already excited to be around them, but the excitement dries up if somebody doesn't know their world yet. That makes sense because if you're used to speaking to excited and enthusiastic readers, coming across one who doesn't know you from a stranger is off-putting and jarring. It's natural to want to retreat to your community for support, but events are great for breaking you out of your comfort zone and attracting new readers. Once you have them, you'll create lifelong fans. Don't be scared to reach out beyond your comfort zone. Additional resources. Take our Author Ecosystems quiz. The Author Ecosystems quiz will give you more self-knowledge and help you identify what type of publishing business model is going to work best for you. Are you a nimble desert, an expansive grassland, a rolling tundra, an interconnected forest, or a dynamic aquatic? Dig deep into the new methodology developed by USA Today best-selling authors Monica Leonelle and Russell Nohelty, creators of the Kickstarter Accelerator, Go Wide, Grow Wide, Book Sales Supercharged, and more. https://authorecosystem.com/ https://authorEcosystems.substack.com/ Takeaways. There are 5 archetypes total: desert, grassland, tundra, forest, and aquatic, and each matches up with specific sales and marketing patterns across several key areas. For the forest. Trends. Forests are good at injecting trends that already align well to their viewpoint and personality into their books. When they try to add a trend for trend's sake, it tends to backfire on them. Their readers may not like it, or they may compromise their story to add something that doesn't actually resonate with them on a personal level. That makes it less appealing to share and market the book. Finding the trends is easy for forests, and forests are usually fantastic researchers, but the issue for this type lies in executing the trend in the traditional, right-to-market ways that most beginner and intermediate writers are taught. Because trends are challenging to execute on, this usually means that a forest is among the top of their class due to their high competency and consistent efforts, but may struggle to become best in class. Fandom. Because forests love engagement, they should focus on platforms that have multiple price points because they will not get a ton of value out of virality. It's not that forests don't want to grow, but they have a unique bent on the world. It won't be everyone's cup of tea. That said, when somebody finds you and resonates with your work, they'll want to go deep, which means they'll often be willing to make a deeper financial commitment than with a desert or grassland. While those two ecosystems traffic in organic reach, a forest traffics in resonance and creating a shared language everyone in the know can use to talk with each other. Neither is bad, but you won't win the organic reach game, so why play it? Instead, play your own game and invite others to play with you as well. Thinking. Forests have a strong personality and strong voice that they inject into their books. They write their special interests into their books, even when those interests are not listed on the general genre beat sheet. They share their slant on the world, even when they are supposed to be writing to market. As a forest, you might be thinking, of course it's my voice and slant on the world. But the other types don't necessarily do this. A forest's personality and brand almost becomes the subgenre they write in. We see forests, especially forests who are also trailblazers, create their own specialty or trend in the market. Neil Gaiman and Colleen Hoover are great examples. Data and optimization. Forests often position their campaigns like they are talking to somebody who knows all their inside jokes and has read every word they have written, which ends up being very intimidating to new and casual fans. Forests would have better success if they considered each campaign a chance to onboard new and casual fans into their world. Whenever I check out a campaign from a forest, my first question is always, who is this for? Almost always, it's directed at superfans. That's fine if you only want superfan backers. However, even superfans probably don't know every inside joke in your universe. Sales funnel plus flywheel. Forests have great success when they bring their readers together into a community that's united around common interests, usually related to the books. Communities serve several purposes for a forest. 1. They help readers of one series find additional books and series that they will like, even across pen names. 2. They help readers meet and talk to each other, which is a foundational element of getting great word of mouth for the community and for the books. 3. They give forests a place to chat with people who like the same things they like. It's a fantastic place for everyone to nerd out together. 4. They help readers become superfans. Forests love to chat about their interests and stay present, while readers love spending time with the author in this way. Superfans further help spread the word about the books. Task checklist. Take the quiz at authorecosystem.com to get your archetype. Journal on the following questions. If this is your type, what has worked or is working? How can you double down on your natural strengths? If this is not your type, what could you take from this archetype? Can you identify anyone who is this archetype and has the success you want? What can you learn from them about sales and marketing? What companies, celebrities, and creatives match this archetype? What can you learn from them about sales and marketing? Come over to our groups and share the answers to these questions. writermba.com/Facebook. writermba.circle.so. Chapter 11. Direct Sales for Aquatics. Every healthy business needs a way to produce new offers, a way to grow an audience, and a way to bring in sales. Here's what might work best for those identifying as an aquatic. What would likely work best for production? Market research and trends. Aquatics research the market differently than many of the other types. They are less interested in reported trends or even trends observed by watching who is selling on retailers. They are more interested in what trends their fans are telling them they want to see. This type rarely needs to pull reports or study successful books on retailers, because they trust their fans above all to keep guiding them in the right direction. This type also brings their fans into the process of creating their books and is likely to share snippets, if not the whole story, through subscription-based models, before the book is officially published. Aquatics are able to take the feedback of readers and fans while they are writing, something many writers can't do, and incorporate it into the story to make it stronger and stickier. By the time a book hits the market, it's been tested and approved by the Aquatics fan base, and those readers are also ardent supporters at release, purchasing, leaving reviews, and spreading the word about it to their networks. Creating content and products. Aquatics build big, immersive worlds, regardless of their genre. Even a contemporary romance author might build an exciting world with fantastical elements that readers can latch on to. This type is not only thinking of a story, but they are also imagining it on a movie screen poster, a custom product display at Target, and a party of cosplayers at a genre convention. Because of this, many aquatics struggle to stay in independent publishing and instead work in film or television. Those that are attracted to writing are usually attempting to develop a huge fan base so they can bring it to other media, like television or film. Because aquatics have a lot to share, they usually can produce books at a consistent pace, as long as they are able to focus. One of the challenges they face is wanting to do everything but get the story into a book format. They may instead be looking up how to 3D print weaponry, or ordering samples of tea bags and necklaces to put in a book box. As long as an aquatic can put the horse before the cart, they can build momentum on the production side. Aquatics are able to hop around genres under one pen name easily. The brand transcends the author. And the brand will meet the fans where they are, which is exciting and builds a feeling of camaraderie. They do best and see the most success when they focus on building one world or one big brand at a time, then extending it into other formats and product categories as their audience support allows. Pacing and scheduling production. Aquatics don't really need deadlines in the way that other types might. They do need deadlines to get things done, but since they are not focused on finding readers at retailers, they don't necessarily have a traditional launch schedule. Instead, aquatics are more likely to build their books and their larger world with their audience. For this reason, the serialized subscription model is ideal for them, because their fans will fuel them to get the story finished. For aquatics, interacting with fans is a part of the creation process. They are not writing a book, they are creating an experience with readers. In this sense, they are always creating in their minds, and they are always creating out loud too. Selling the finished book is an after effect of the main experience and not much of a focus for this type. What would likely work best for audience? Finding audience. Aquatics must build an initial audience quickly and can do so by choosing a first project that is well aligned to the market. This isn't always easy for an aquatic because they are usually visionary trailblazers. The good news is that they can be both, and sometimes the world they are building and their tendency to go the extra mile for their fans can help form a community around what they want to do very quickly. This spurs an aquatic. They thrive on having a fandom and let their audience steer them toward new experiences. This type usually inherently understands their brand and becomes a fantastic brand manager of it from the beginning. Because of that, once they figure out who is attracted to their brand, they are able to use 1 to 2 platforms to bring more of those people into their world. We know aquatics who have used Facebook ads with great effect, and aquatics who have built a fan base entirely from networking on a fiction app. The means for finding new readers doesn't really matter. What matters more is the aquatic's ability to quickly take someone from stranger to superfan. And this is one of this type's superpowers. Nurturing audience. Aquatics are deeply in tune with their audience and have a currency of fan service above all. They know many or most of their active readers by name. And they treat every project as if everyone has read their entire catalog already and knows all the inside jokes. Their audience is deeply attracted to this and enjoys it too. This is because it triggers feelings of either belonging or wanting to belong, which is a universal human desire. Because of this style of interacting with their audience is best nurtured by their ongoing presence and connection to others in the community. Readers want to go deep quickly, because this is the price of admission to be on the inside. Aquatics are natural nurturers and go above and beyond, which creates superfans. Scaling audience. Aquatics scale their audience by going horizontal. They build a world, a story, an experience, and then they extend it to a new format or product category. Ideally, This services their current audience while serving and bringing in a new audience, which is critical to the success of an aquatic. To do this, this type often needs to build and work with a team of people who have complementary skill sets. It takes a lot of work to realize an aquatic's full vision, and they can't do all the work themselves, nor learn all the things they have to learn to execute each project well. Aquatics also gain word of mouth because they are so good at creating true fans and evangelists. One thing this type can do is find ways to activate their fans on a regular basis. This may be as simple as asking them to share something, but it could also be asking them to show up for a bigger launch. One area that aquatics must be mindful of is how to use their resources wisely. They must choose their projects carefully so they do not overextend themselves. If possible, finding ways to fund the project before starting it through crowdfunding like Kickstarter or Patreon, or through partnerships, can be helpful to ease the burden and risk of new products or formats. 3 strengths of an aquatic. Hello, aquatics. You are the rarest of our 5 types of author ecosystems, at least in the publishing world. In other creative fields, you may be more numerous. Strength number 1. The first strength of an aquatic is their connection to their superfans. Aquatics have a disproportionate percentage of superfans in their audience that we believe is largely due to a grassroots effort and one-on-one conversations over time. These superfans may have been acquired through years of hitting conferences and other events, but we also saw them through digital-only means, especially through active Discord servers and Patreon subscriptions. These superfans will do anything and go anywhere the aquatic asks them to, something we saw, especially when we dug into Kickstarter data. Aquatic campaigns tended to overperform for the size of their audience, and this type's loyal fanbase was also willing to spend more money on average to get cool things from these creators. We believe aquatic superfans come from 2 main efforts. The first is that aquatics listen to their audience, almost placing their fans above themselves creatively. We often see aquatics even choosing their next projects based on what their fans decide, a concept that will be foreign to the other 4 types, who instead decide what they want to offer, then find an audience for it. The second is that aquatics are able to actually deliver on whatever they say they will, as they are not necessarily prioritizing things like profit or their own energy levels. They are instead going way above and beyond what most creators will do, and they will move mountains to keep their fans happy. This comes naturally to aquatics, who may even think, of course my fans are my number 1 priority. I have nothing without my fans. But other types have very different relationships with their readers that can also lead to success. It's important for aquatics to understand that their unique view of creative life is special, so they can lean into what they do best that others can't replicate. Because of their relationship with their fans, aquatics excel at crowdfunding. While tundras have an advantage over other types at Kickstarter, that is mostly because they are incredible launchers. Aquatics, however, are great at all types of crowdfunding, and one of the markers we see is aquatics who are good at both Kickstarter and Patreon, even though these 2 platforms couldn't be at more opposite ends of the spectrum from a sales and marketing perspective. One is based on an extreme launch model, and the other is based on an extreme subscription model. The flip side of this strength is that aquatics do a lot of unscalable things, and this leaves them less scaled than other types. It may take them a while to find a few hundred superfans who will follow them everywhere. And as their audience grows, they find it impossible to maintain that high level of connectivity with every fan, so they must start finding ways to scale their unscalable business. These ways are not going to match up to what most authors do, so it's important to find other aquatic role models who are dealing with this specific challenge. Strength number 2. The second strength of the aquatic is that they live to create immersive experiences around their stories. And while other types offer cool things to their audience as well, for the aquatic, those things are always extra cool and totally worth it. Aquatics spare no expense, and it shows in the result. They do things that other authors wouldn't even think of doing. And their fans go wild for it. Part of the immersive experience is that aquatics have a strong loyalty to the brand over the books themselves. The books are just a vehicle for the experience they are creating, and especially in the independent author world, aquatics are working on books because they are accessible and low-hanging compared to other mediums. For this reason, aquatics usually don't even see themselves as writers or authors, but rather as brand managers and stewards of a story, a world, or a colorful cast of characters. We see indie aquatics working on role-playing games, podcast or YouTube dramas, even voicing many of the parts themselves, screenplays, movies, makeup lines, clothing lines, other product lines, and more. Aquatics are the most likely type to work on transmedia efforts, because this is the way they experience the story to begin with. This can lead to both excitement and challenge over adaptations of their story. Whereas other types should allow partners and experts in the field to adapt their content to movies and television, the aquatic has such a strong connection with their fans that they need to be more involved in all the aspects of production. They intuitively know this, but having the power to negotiate it with studios can be a challenge. For this reason, hanging on to rights and negotiating some control, for example, fighting for that executive producer title, is particularly valuable to the aquatic, and particularly good for the adaptation too. Many aquatics even end up starting their own production companies. For example, George Lucas started Lucasfilm, and Stephenie Meyer, author of the Twilight Saga, started Fickle Fish Films, largely so they could maintain more control over their stories. The flip side to this is that immersive experiences take a lot of resources, and aquatics, especially those in independent authorship, are always going to need more resources. This can get frustrating for the aquatic because expansion feels slow. And it can also lead to them putting way too many of their own personal resources on the line to make the dream work. They can get into trouble with biting off much more than they can chew. And finally, they can create underperforming projects when they don't listen to their larger fan base enough and try instead to stay true to the brand or story. This type can easily alienate their fans to serve only the most dedicated of their base. For example, Stephenie Meyer put out Life and Death, Twilight Reimagined, a gender-swapped book that few fans were asking for, instead of Midnight Sun, the long-begged-for version of Twilight from Edward's point of view. She eventually released Midnight Sun, and it sold much better. To us, aquatics are best served by breaking their ideas into manageable pieces, prioritizing efforts with their fans' input, and using crowdfunding models to help turn their ideas into reality. The aquatic particularly needs to match resources with financing to see what their fans will actually support. Strength number 3. The third strength of the aquatic is getting others excited about their vision. They do this first with fans, but then with business partners. It's a critical skill because in order to bring their world or brand to life, they will need a lot of help. This requires bootstrapping the brand from the ground up, and it requires humbling themselves to the areas where they truly do need help. The flip side to this is that they need to have a vision with large potential to see the commercial success they want. They will be investing so much of their efforts into this vision, so it needs to be able to support them too. And aquatics will always be longing to go back to their grassroots ways, so when something gets too big and actually seems to be coming to fruition the way they always longed for, they often find themselves trying to get back to their indie days and their swashbuckling ways. We get lots of questions about aquatics versus other types, and it can be hard to find aquatics out in the independent publishing world, because many of them simply don't have the resources to look like George Lucas, Stan Lee, or Stephenie Meyer. So we keep coming back to the one T characteristic that is true for all aquatics, which is that their fan base, whatever its size, is feverish for their next project and actually shows up to make it come to life. Email marketing. Advantages. Aquatics are almost the perfect marketing chameleon who can get a lot of value from integrating anything I've talked about so far into their email practice. Because they are building one overriding fan experience across many formats, they can create a huge audience through advertising and digests or create unique fan experiences like a forest. They will probably be launching often, so having a rolling promotion strategy of a tundra would work for them too. The question for an aquatic is where to start, and that's kind of always their problem with just about anything. They want to do everything all the time and are most prone to shiny object syndrome. The key for an aquatic is to figure out which strategy to try first, and that's going to depend on where you are in your career. If you are pre-launch, you probably want to start building up an audience either like a desert or like a tundra, depending on which strategy feels right to you. The further you are away from launch, the more you should probably build like a desert. Why not a grassland? Because nobody knows your universe yet, and so you'll get the most value at building a look-alike audience filled with a ton of people you think would like your universe, but since there's nothing out about it yet, you also have no hype. Instead, you could build on the hype other universes already have going for them, while you build up your own. Once you have an audience, keeping them engaged like a forest makes a lot of sense. I would probably say that the last thing you should build is your grassland edness, which seems to go against the true power of a grassland, but people aren't going to be interested in doing a deep dive into your universe until after you have a fandom, and you'll probably get the least from content marketing than a grassland, because your universe will likely be quite niche for a long while. Challenges. An aquatic's biggest challenge is FOCUS. They have a ton of trouble focusing on one challenge until they have success with it. They have big plans and huge ambitions. Because they have 1,000 options of what to do next, they end up flitting between them, which is a really bad way to have success. You can have success in any one of these areas, but you have to pick one and stick with it until you either break through or you're sure it won't work for you. By the way, it's fine to give up on something. Just know why you're doing it and make sure it's a good reason. Don't just give up because another pretty thing came up that you're dying to try. Website landing pages and storefronts. Advantages. Since aquatics love delighting their fans, it's a no-brainer to have tons of merch and extras on your web store to draw people into your universe. Like a forest, an aquatic is trying to get people to fall in love with their universe, but since they're building a trend from the ground up, they also need to be acutely aware that people will often come into your universe without knowing anything about it. While a forest should almost exclusively use deep cuts from their books on their merch, an aquatic would likely get a ton of value from making a broader appeal to people who like their genre, and using that to start people on a journey to love their brand. For instance, an aquatic who writes sci-fi might have a shirt that says "Space Opera Lover" that features art from their own universe. People don't need to know their universe to think the shirt is cool, but by exposing them to an aquatics world, they help them subconsciously fall in love with their universe. That's not to say they shouldn't create all sorts of cool pieces from their universe, but an aquatic would get unique value out of something like creating an RPG of their world, built on an existing Dungeons & Dragons system, and incorporating other bits of well-known formats that can expose larger audiences to their world and pull them off to fall in love with your universe. The same is true with landing pages. The more an aquatic can create broadly appealing offers that feature their universe, exposing people to it through the side door, as it were, the quicker people will start adopting and noticing your cool universe. Challenges. The challenge of an aquatic is that they are creating a trend from scratch, and they want to talk only about their thing, ignoring the fact that most people don't know their universe. They want to talk in code, but nobody knows the code. They need to stay broadly appealing, to draw in people from all sorts of modalities, while being unique enough to get people excited to stay around. Aquatics have to balance both of these things at the same time, and it's a fine line to walk. Crowdfunding launches. Advantages. Aquatics have the highest superfan ratio of any ecosystem, even forests, and they intuitively know how to expand to additional formats, something tundras should learn to thrive. The one disadvantage to an aquatic is that they need a lot of money to expand into so many formats, which makes Kickstarter the perfect vehicle to inject capital into your business from your superfans. Aquatics almost always have one central universe and are trying to expand from there, so I would recommend using Kickstarter as a way to build out your offerings into additional formats from the same world. Aquatics see opportunity everywhere, so the most important thing for an aquatic to learn is discipline. Yes, you might want to direct that movie tomorrow, but since it will take $20 million, maybe you should work your way up to that one by offering RPGs. Choose your own adventure novels, short films, pins, or other experiences that are easier to expand into than a big movie. Also, remember that every new format requires you to build an audience from scratch again. Yes, some people will carry over, and those are your superfans, but don't expect the majority of your audience to follow you into a new format. Your goal is to build a robust fanbase full of people who love your universe above everything else, and that will require almost continuous expansion. Like Tundras, plan to launch in many different formats, except that you will likely only be using Kickstarter when it's time to expand into a new format again. While for a Tundra, Kickstarter is often the end goal, for an aquatic it should be used strategically, like a desert, when you see an expansion opportunity. That doesn't mean you can't go back to the well when you have another product in the same format, but you'll get the most facility by using Kickstarter to onboard people into a new format. Just remember, every new format is a chance for new fans to jump on board your universe, so don't make it too imposing for people to join. Don't only speak to superfans. Make sure that you are creating a low barrier of entry path for people to fall in love. Challenges. The biggest challenge for an aquatic is focus, or really FOCUS. Focus is an acronym for Follow One Course Until Successful, and is a popular phrase that emphasizes the importance of staying committed to a single goal or objective until it is achieved. Sanjay K. Mohindru. You need to be singularly focused on one new format at a time, while at the same time allowing for the other formats to grow. You'll probably need to hire some people to keep the old formats growing as you move into others, which is why the aquatic generally has more partnerships than any other format. You need to keep all the plates spinning at the same time, and it's very hard to do so and exert enough pressure on any one point to break through in a new format. Once you've done that, try to find other people to spin those plates while you go do the next thing. Subscriptions and memberships. Advantages. Aquatics make inroads all over the internet in a bunch of different formats, but they need a home base that keeps growing over time more than any other ecosystems. While most other ecosystems are focused on 1 to 2 different formats, an aquatic wants to do all the things, which means when somebody does resonate with your work, you need to collect them. Aquatics are masters of delighting their fans, but that delight probably won't carry over to random people who don't know what you're talking about. As such, aquatics should keep their most delightful work behind a paywall that can be accessed by people who really want to hear what they have to say, maybe offering trials of that work so people can see what is available to them if they become paying members. Aquatics have the highest ratio of superfans of any ecosystem because once somebody comes into their ecosystem, they are constantly entertained and excited by what they find. Aquatics are constantly doing new and interesting things for their fans that confuse everyone else, which is fine. However, just make sure you keep it contained to the people who will appreciate it. Challenges. While aquatics have the highest superfan ratio of any ecosystem, they also tend to have the smallest total. Chapter 11. Direct sales for aquatics. Every healthy business needs a way to produce new offers, a way to grow an audience, and a way to bring in sales. Here's what might work best for those identifying as an aquatic. What would likely work best for production? Market research and trends. Aquatics research the market differently than many of the other types. They are less interested in reported trends or even trends observed by watching who is selling on retailers. They are more interested in what trends their fans are telling them they want to see. This type rarely needs to pull reports or study successful books on retailers, because they trust their fans above all to keep guiding them in the right direction. This type also brings their fans into the process of creating their books and is likely to share snippets, if not the whole story, through subscription-based models before the book is officially published. Aquatics are able to take the feedback of readers and fans while they are writing, something many writers can't do, and incorporate it into the story to make it stronger and stickier. By the time a book hits the market, it's been tested and approved by the aquatics fan base, and those readers are also ardent supporters at release, purchasing, leaving reviews, and spreading the word about it to their networks. Creating content and products. Aquatics build big, immersive worlds, regardless of their genre. Even a contemporary romance author might build an exciting world with fantastical elements that readers can latch on to. This type is not only thinking of a story, but they are also imagining it on a movie screen poster, a custom product display at Target, and a party of cosplayers at a genre convention. Because of this, many aquatics struggle to stay in independent publishing and instead work in film or television. Those that are attracted to writing are usually attempting to develop a huge fan base so they can bring it to other media, like television or film. Because aquatics have a lot to share, they usually can produce books at a consistent pace, as long as they are able to focus. One of the challenges they face is wanting to do everything but get the story into a book format. They may instead be looking up how to 3D print weaponry, or ordering samples of tea bags and necklaces to put in a book box. As long as an aquatic can put the horse before the cart, they can build momentum on the production side. Aquatics are able to hop around genres under one pen name easily. The brand transcends the author. And the brand will meet the fans where they are, which is exciting and builds a feeling of camaraderie. They do best and see the most success when they focus on building one world or one big brand at a time, then extending it into other formats and product categories as their audience support allows. Pacing and scheduling production. Aquatics don't really need deadlines in the way that other types might. They do need deadlines to get things done, but since they are not focused on finding readers at retailers, they don't necessarily have a traditional launch schedule. Instead, aquatics are more likely to build their books and their larger world with their audience. For this reason, the serialized subscription model is ideal for them because their fans will fuel them to get the story finished. For aquatics, interacting with fans is a part of the creation process. They are not writing a book, they are creating an experience with readers. In this sense, they are always creating in their minds, and they are always creating out loud too. Selling the finished book is an after effect of the main experience and not much of a focus for this type. What would likely work best for audience? Finding audience. Aquatics must build an initial audience quickly and can do so by choosing a first project that is well aligned to the market. This isn't always easy for an aquatic because they are usually visionary trailblazers. The good news is that they can be both, and sometimes the world they are building and their tendency to go the extra mile for their fans can help form a community around what they want to do very quickly. This spurs an aquatic. They thrive on having a fandom and let their audience steer them toward new experiences. This type usually inherently understands their brand and becomes a fantastic brand manager of it from the beginning. Because of that, once they figure out who is attracted to their brand, they are able to use 1 to 2 platforms to bring more of those people into their world. We know aquatics who have used Facebook ads with great effect, and aquatics who have built a fan base entirely from networking on a fiction app. The means for finding new readers doesn't really matter. What matters more is the aquatic's ability to quickly take someone from stranger to superfan. And this is one of this type's superpowers. Nurturing audience. Aquatics are deeply in tune with their audience and have a currency of fan service above all. They know many or most of their active readers by name. And they treat every project as if everyone has read their entire catalog already and knows all the inside jokes. Their audience is deeply attracted to this and enjoys it too. This is because it triggers feelings of either belonging or wanting to belong, which is a universal human desire. Because of this style of interacting with their audience is best nurtured by their ongoing presence and connection to others in the community. Readers want to go deep quickly, because this is the price of admission to be on the inside. Aquatics are natural nurturers and go above and beyond, which creates superfans. Scaling audience. Aquatics scale their audience by going horizontal. They build a world, a story, an experience, and then they extend it to a new format or product category. Ideally, this services their current audience while serving and bringing in a new audience, which is critical to the success of an aquatic. To do this type often needs to build and work with a team of people who have complementary skill sets. It takes a lot of work to realize an aquatic's full vision, and they can't do all the work themselves, nor learn all the things they have to learn to execute each project well. Aquatics also gain word of mouth because they are so good at creating true fans and evangelists. One thing this type can do is find ways to activate their fans on a regular basis. This may be as simple as asking them to share something, but it could also be asking them to show up for a bigger launch. One area that aquatics must be mindful of is how to use their resources wisely. They must choose their projects carefully so they do not overextend themselves. If possible, finding ways to fund the project before starting it through crowdfunding like Kickstarter or Patreon, or through partnerships, can be helpful to ease the burden and risk of new products or formats. 3 strengths of an aquatic. Hello, aquatics. You are the rarest of our 5 types of author ecosystems, at least in the publishing world. In other creative fields, you may be more numerous. Strength number 1. The first strength of an aquatic is their connection to their superfans. Aquatics have a disproportionate percentage of superfans in their audience that we believe is largely due to a grassroots effort and one-on-one conversations over time. These superfans may have been acquired through years of hitting conferences and other events, but we also saw them through digital-only means, especially through active Discord servers and Patreon subscriptions. These superfans will do anything and go anywhere the aquatic asks them to, something we saw, especially when we dug into Kickstarter data. Aquatic campaigns tended to overperform for the size of their audience, and this type's loyal fanbase was also willing to spend more money on average to get cool things from these creators. We believe aquatic superfans come from 2 main efforts. The first is that aquatics listen to their audience, almost placing their fans above themselves creatively. We often see aquatics even choosing their next projects based on what their fans decide, a concept that will be foreign to the other 4 types, who instead decide what they want to offer, then find an audience for it. The second is that aquatics are able to actually deliver on whatever they say they will, as they are not necessarily prioritizing things like profit or their own energy levels. They are instead going way above and beyond what most creators will do, and they will move mountains to keep their fans happy. The bridge. Next steps. This is the end of Volume 1 of Direct Sales Mastery for Authors. As we noted at the beginning, this book isn't really meant to be a standalone, it in fact continues. We highly recommend reading Volume 2 of Direct Sales Mastery for Authors, where we will leave behind the theory of this book and dive into the process and implementation of direct sales in the next book. We hope you'll continue on with us, and we wanted to take a moment to thank you for reading this far. We would love to chat with you more, so if you want, please come find us in all the places online and in person where we hang out. What next? Please send your questions and suggestions to Monica's team at support@writermba.com. We will get your message to the right person. We'd love to help you out. Monica's blog. I've been blogging professionally since 2006, and in the last several years have begun to collect all my work in one spot, under one brand called The World Needs Your Passion. This is the one place on the internet where I am not on brand or niche focused toward a goal. I bring my whole self to this blog, write about whatever I want, and share everything from my greatest lessons learned to best my business advice, to my love of Lego, tarot, Taylor Swift, and more. It's also a place where I keep the footer fully updated with all my links to everywhere you can find me on the internet. Read this resource. theworldneedsyourpassion.com. Our YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is The World Needs Your Passion, and I teach people how to find, pursue, nurture, reignite, and even make money from their passions. I also teach people about entrepreneurship, creativity, business, writing, art, and more. You can watch my channel. youtube.com/theworldneedsyourpassion. We also post regularly on the Writer MBA channel here. youtube.com/@writermba. Our podcasts. I post new 20-minute episodes about publishing going wide, serialized fiction, industry trends, and so much more on my podcast feed. theproductivenovelist.buzzsprout.com. Russell Nohelty, and I also have a podcast for Writer MBA called Kickstart Your Book Sales. There are over 80 episodes here. kickstartyourbooksales.buzzsprout.com. Follow Monica on Medium. I post regular articles about the publishing industry if you prefer to read about new developments. monicaleonelle.medium.com. Take our Author Ecosystems quiz. The Author Ecosystems quiz will give you more self-knowledge and help you identify what type of publishing business model is going to work best for you. Are you a nimble desert, an expansive grassland, a rolling tundra, an interconnected forest, or a dynamic aquatic? Dig deep into the new methodology developed by USA Today best-selling authors Monica Leonelle and Russell Nohelty, creators of the Kickstarter Accelerator, Go Wide, Grow Wide, Book Sales Supercharged, and more. https://authorecosystem.com/ https://authorEcosystems.substack.com/ The Book Sales Supercharged Series. The Book Sales Supercharged series focuses on each retailer, format, and platform, diving deep into everything you need to know to succeed in that particular space. If you want to dig into other direct sales platforms that are useful to authors, I encourage you to continue the series. Get your book selling on your website, Book Sales Supercharged #7. Get your book selling on Kickstarter, Book Sales Supercharged #9. Get your book selling at live events and signings, Book Sales Supercharged #10. Get your book selling with subscriptions and memberships, Book Sales Supercharged #19, pre-order. The series is available at all retailers. We are aggressively wide over here. You can find all the information about the series, plus grab the entire set of books in a bundle directly from my website at a significant discount to purchasing each individually at retailers. Shop.theworldneedsyourpassion.com. Your feedback, please. Our goal for writing this book is to help get more authors up to speed on how to use Facebook to build their careers. We would love to know how we did. There are 2 ways to leave feedback. Reviews. If you loved this book, we can always use an honest review on our public retailer pages, where other people looking for the books can see what real people think of them. Choose your retailer and leave a review here. theworldneedsyourpassion.com/reviewsmv1. Feedback form. If you have anything you'd like to share privately, please feel free to fill out our feedback form here. theworldneedsyourpassion.com/feedback. All answers are private, unless you say we can use the responses publicly in our marketing materials. Spread the word. Can you think of 2 people who could use this book in their lives? Perhaps they are struggling on retailers and want to own their customer data and have greater control over their sales month to month. Or perhaps they're considering going wide and wondering how they will make the transition. Maybe they are an old hat at website sales and are always looking for the little tidbit or trick that can propel their sales and reach even higher. If so, we would love it if you could connect them to this book so they too can learn the ins and outs of website sales. Thanks again for reading. Be the Igniter.